So, what do we have here? Nearby lake. Ah, see? Valaton. Just as Sea Space said. We get to choose what our ambition will be. Colonizing Frostland. What does this do? Ah, yes, you need to make a bunch of little other colonies. Develop a metropolis. Make a massive population. I think this is 50,000 population with no problems. And then massive stockpiles. Well, I don't really care which one we go for, so I may as well make it randomized. Same with the community. Foragers, machinists, or random. Thinkers, lords, are random. Laborers, merchants, random. I'm curious if it just does a random from the three or randomizes all of them. So somebody who's got a better short-term memory than me, commit these to memory. Foragers, machinists, thinkers, lords, laborers, merchants. Let's see if we get true random or just one of those three picks. But difficulty is what I'm here for. I don't really know why steward exists. Just crank it up to maximum. If I wasn't playing officer, why would I play steward? Give me the captain's hat here. Extreme challenge with almost no room for error, requiring perfect planning and the ability to deal with mounting catastrophe when plans inevitably fail. I'm very good at dealing with bad situations. Planning might be a bit tough. I don't have a lot of experience in this game. In fact, you've seen just about all the experience that I do have. So I'm not walking into this immediately knowing how best to set up a colony. We'll have to feel and fumble our way through it. But we shall. Let's go for it. I do love democracy, Ave. Is this meant to be me? That looked like me. Right, so we've got foragers, machinists, and lords. How does that line up with the random choices we had before? I do not know. End of the world changes people, and it changed us. 30 years of sitting in this pit, and now we crawl our way out. Tension stirs, radicals rear their heads. But I will build us a bright future. Yeah, I know there were the options. The question was, were they options together? Right, so much is the same as how the story mode started out. Resources are running low. We must expand. We must construct. We must learn to live together or die apart. What's my goal here? It's colonize Frostland. I need to get a populous food, fuel, materials, colony. I wonder if that means I actually have to build the colonies like we did with the dreadnought that we did in the story mode, or if it's okay to set up just the outposts. I probably have to make the colonies, 4 of them. I'm actually not fond of managing multiple colonies at once in this game, but we shall see if that ends up being a necessity or not. First things first, though. Got to deal with what we have here. Not a ton of available land, not a ton of immediately available resources. I'll have to frostbreak to get access to anything other than coal. As I say, I'm not experienced with the start, so it's not like Endless Extreme of Frostpunk 1 where I know to just aggressively grab resources, do some emergency shifts, and carry on from there. You know, build 8 tents, 1 research lab. I don't know. Resources are extremely scant, especially those heat stamps. Income of 6 per week. And I'm not getting anything from the population because they have no goods at all. Grim. How do the people feel? Well, they're all starting out very neutral to me, but I have a funny feeling I'm going to have to punch all of them for funds immediately. Just to have the heat stamps to get anything done. Oh, my wonderful lords here. Cool looking chap there. But they are a small number of our society, only 20%. What are we? 39, 41, and 20%. So everybody belongs to a faction. Okay, so my immediate assessment is what? We're going to die of cold immediately if I don't erect at least 4 shelter areas, and I'm probably going to want or need to expand them. It gets very cold very fast. Look at that. We're minus 20. Won't be long until it's minus 30, then minus 40, probably minus 50 right around the corner. And those put additional pressure on the heating needed for our districts, especially housing and food districts. We start off with some food, 50,000 will last us for about a year. Materials are stockpiled, they won't last forever. The goods are a problem. The lack of goods will cause crime. So a lot of problems to solve at once. Like I said, I'm not particularly apt on how to solve them. So let's just figure it out, shall we? I would like to avoid frost breaking as much as I can. For the simple reason that frost breaking takes quite a bit of resources in itself. 30 heat stamps, of which I only have 450. First thing I'm going to do is punch everybody in the face. Seems about right. Give me your pocket money. Give me your pocket money. And give me your pocket money. And since laws are going to be necessary to make ourselves as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, I reckon a council hall is the immediate first thing to build. How much did that actually cost me? I should have paid a bit of attention. But I didn't. There's the generator, there's the hall. Yeah, well, I'm sure it wasn't that bad. Do those party numbers fluctuate based on what you do? Yes, Storm. We could decry or back some of these and it'll grow the community, so it's good to have a big community that backs you, giving you bonuses and paying you more heat stamps. But of course they might get a little bit too jingoistic. That wasn't a problem in the story mode, we'll see if it's a problem here. Are those small white lines the trust bar, a cutoff of something? Do you mean the circle bars around here? That shows their overall relations with me. So white is neutral, it'll go red when they start hating me, and it goes golden when they are devoted to me. The bar below is overall trust within the city, which is affected by more than just relations with these guys, but currently just relations with these guys. Yeah, the yellow bar below here is trust, this bar. And now I'm tolerated, and not much longer before I'm despised. So I think it's despised, tolerated, accepted, trusted, and revered, or devoted, or something like that. Well, I have choices. None of them seem all that great. Bumped up our resources a lot by getting those heat stamps, but I absolutely need to put down some housing districts. The question is where and how? I must put down a coal district, or else we're not going to see through our coal needs. But I also need to extract the prefabs, or else I won't be able to build anything. I also need to get goods going, or else we'll have crime and I won't get the heat stamps. I think food is the lowest rung on priorities. The food will last us about a year. Ooh, tell you what I really want to do. That is go exploring. The path towards the exploration area is quite far, but I think getting this set up is a higher priority than getting food set up. On the other hand, maybe it's easier to get over there, so I'm going to want these goods as well. I want everything, and I feel paralyzed with my lack of ability to get such goods. Just keep the population starving like the first game. I do think that food is not very important. Let me think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I do that, one more frost break gets me over to here, and that gives me access to that. If I were to frost break in the other direction, definitely want those prefabs. People were asking before, what in the world is a prefab? Does this look like I could do it in another 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't like the uncertainty of it. We always like the certainty of steel, after all. So I think I'll take this approach. It gets me access to some much-needed resources. And there we go. We could definitely reach over and grab this next turn. So yes, get frost breaking that. We already have access to the coal up here, and I will absolutely need additional prefabs. No prefabs, no life. Is that true, actually? Districts do cost a lot of prefabs, 200 a pop. I think if I don't start extracting prefabs more or less immediately, we end up in some very hot water. Not the fun kind of hot water. I'm also considering saying hell to squalor and just embracing using this as insulation for a housing district as well. Doesn't change the fact that this does need to be frost broken. There might be a lot of slow thinking, and there could easily be restarts on this run. Do not expect high-level play from me right out of the gate. After all, I've only just picked up this game. Believe it or not, I did not immediately, instinctively know how to play Frostpunk 1 like a bird that has its wings. I had to figure things out. Did the Lords give more heat stamps, or are they not richer? They're a much smaller community, so they're actually giving fewer heat stamps. I think the heat stamps is only related to the size of their community. Not even how much they like you, but I could be wrong on that. I'm open to be wrong on a lot of things. I haven't even unpaused because I'm still trying to think how I even set up my housing district. Looks like all of this, even the sheer cliffs, can be built upon. And thinking about it, the need for heat on one of these is 40, but it gets reduced by 20 by being next to the generator, and reduced by 20 for being next to another insulating thing, which could easily include you, right? I wish this would show the resources when I'm hovering over this. But it won't if I'm in build mode. Yeah, see, if I have you come out to here, I can have my housing district go something like, but not necessarily that. Da-da-da. That might work, although that might really not work. I also want to think about how I could build hubs for this down the line. Womp womp. Could also do something like that. He's thinking, he's thinking. It's not easy to visualize this. I don't often work in hexes after all. Whatever, I'll give it a go. I'm gonna slam that down there. One won't be enough though, we're gonna need a lot more than one. So how about I potentially use this as an area for a... maybe you actually. Yeah, I potentially use this for a hub down the line. Because I want these guys to enjoy mutual heat bonuses as much as possible. Alright, alright, I think I'm getting somewhere. A plan is forming in this messed up head of mine. I want you to come along and be chummy chummy. I'll expand you so we get 3 and 3 touching each other here. The hub here would affect all of this. I know the building situation here is very awkward thanks to the elevation. But if I end up doing a lot of runs of this, this will get more and more natural as I do more of it. That's only 3 though. I definitely need 4 housing districts. The problem is down here I need to extract this coal. On the plus side, this coal will eventually go away and it'll be a good place to do more extraction. Could even actually bring it over here. How cold is it? I wish I could see the tech tree. I don't know if there's an extra heat demand on making a coal extractor, but maybe there is. Guess I'll find out soon enough, but I do need another one of these. I guess I should just maximize what I can get out of the heat bonus from the generator. And then probably expand you to come along here as well. That stands to reason. Alright, alright. We'll do expansions as needed then. So that will see to most of my shelter needs. Not all of it, but most of it. That's what I'm currently building up is 80 of the 111. Gosh, do I actually need a 5th one? That'll get me up to 100. That's a scary thought. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I will build a 5th one, actually. He's a-thinking. What is he thinking? Trying to imagine how this is going to be built down the line. That doesn't get you a warmth bonus from this chappie whatsoever. What if this finished frost breaking and we go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3? I think I'll finish my frost breaking before I continue on with the 5th one. Might be able to make something work because a lot of this is blocked due to lack of frost breaking. Alright, very well. I'll see how you work for me. They're already unhappy at me demanding their funds. I tried desperately to keep my populace from freezing to death. Do I consider doing coal extraction immediately? I know I need the prefabs for building, but coal, that 70 coal I have will not last long. Tell you what, I'm actually going to turn on the overdrive on the generator, because if you're not using it, you're probably wasting it. And that's just going to lower the demands on coal for a little bit. If this were a hub, it would go out like so. I could expand you to get that last bit of coal. Expansion isn't so expensive, but you're not really getting much in the way of heating off these other guys. Might still be worth it, though. The squalor is not currently a problem. You I would expand. I'd like to expand 2 of them, actually. But I could expand you, no problem. Okay. I know, this is slow and laborious and painful, but I am thinking. Not something I'm usually keen on doing. It might just work out. We get you da-da-da-da-da-da. And you expand along this way. That should actually get us the bonuses that we need. Needs to be this. The question is where the last one goes. I reckon here, because I want to grab that, that, and that when if and when I expand it. But yeah, I think no coal, no life. Because when this runs out, everybody freezes to death, and the demands on coal are going to increase as we build up more. Igars was having a save problem, and they said the problem with me was only in campaign did I open Utopia save game and load no crashes. Maybe it's a chapter 1 bug, I have no idea. Don't worry, we know Jake is thinking implies slow, laborious, and painful. The truth hurts. Why you gotta lay it out like that? Right, so we're already chewing through those heat stamps and prefabs like nobody's business. So I poo-pooed it during the main run, but I think I'm actually going to pass the law to get prefabs generated from the center. I believe it gives 5 prefabs from the central district every day. And when we have no prefabs coming in, and only I think 12 on the extraction here. Yeah, 15 actually, but still that's a large bump up in prefabs, and I know I'm going to be needing them. So there we go. Council is already erected, and I do think getting laws is very important. A lot of them give something for nothing. What's the ideology from the factions? Well, now that we've opened up our courtroom, we can actually have a look-see. It's amazing how quickly they built this, all things considered. So we've got the foragers. They are very neutral, and they like adaption. They love to adapt. They want to pass community service, huh? Expedition support. City development effort is something the machinists want. I might actually grant them an agenda to build up trust with them and hope that they actually pass that, because I think city development is exactly what I want. And our lords here want family apprenticeship. You know, I wouldn't mind either of these. Sod the foragers, though. We're not in a position where we need expedition support. We don't even have an expedition thing set up. So, as I understand it... Wait, what is that, that law that we're after? Wasn't goods, wasn't food additives. Community service, that's it. City development effort is what the machinists supposedly want, and it looks pretty strong. Should be able to pass this, no bother. So I think I really want those prefabs. Income increase is nice, but it's not very effective with such a low population. Heat demand going down also sounds nice, but city development effort just sounds like a very good early thing to get. Maybe it's the extended shift law of Frostpunk 2. And I hope to God they actually take my offer and try to pass this. If they try to pass something else, I'm going to be in a bad state. So let's grant them an agenda and see what they want to do. Good, good. They are exactly going for what they said they wanted. And they got the backing of other people, so this should be very easy to pass. Let's take it. Absolutely take it. There's not really any point negotiating. Unless I can negotiate something that I plan on passing anyway, but I'd rather do that with a promise. So I am once again asking everybody for their support. Don't you dare drop below 51. Okay, there we go.
Hear ye. The votes are in. The measure passes.
Alright, seems fine enough. So that prefab income is going to be extremely welcome. Even so, I should set up an extraction district for more. Not a ton of space for more, is there? Let's see, that causes a bit of squalor, but it causes a bit of heat retention as well, and I do think heat retention is of grave importance. My question is, can I do more than this? I think if you come out to here, and then I build an extra housing area that comes and embraces both of you, it'll be able to get a lot of heat bonus. So I'm going to put my extraction district down, grab the prefabs on the ground, and put another housing district right here. That should keep you nice and warm. The housing district that I'm building here, is it actually getting the full-blown bonus? I wasn't paying attention to how that goes up, right? One. Oh yeah, so 3 of you are next to this. That gives heating bonus. Doesn't heat bonus these guys, but it heat bonuses you, and that's what's important, right? I can also expand you out here to also help them out, but it also stops squalor being so bad. I think I'll have you here regardless. I do need extra space for more people. And I will expand so that I can get 1, potentially 2 of our research institutes down. Research institutions, I think, will be vitally important for chewing through ideas. But I might only need 1 because it costs heat stamps. A lot of things I don't know. Remember, leave space for hubs. There is 1 hub space I'm looking at right here. Oh god, where was I planning it? Yeah, right here, I think. Or was it here? Yeah, this seems a lot better, actually. That's going to affect 3 places at once. The reason I'm not immediately building it right now is that I don't think the heat demand will be there, and the hubs aren't free. Heating hub is material dependent or demanding, so it's going to cause squalor until I start getting resource generation. 100 workforce, 80 and 50 heat stamps and prefabs. Well, I think what is truly needed is extraction, and I really want to get exploring. So can we get over to you immediately? This seems to be where I need to build you. Must be 6 large, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to need a 6th slot somewhere. How about you? Yes. Okay, okay. Spending all my money. Do I keep these guys huddled together? Or do I build this up immediately? Ah, tell you what, I could actually expand you, couldn't I? What am I frost breaking? I'm gonna wish I'd frost broken through that, but I suppose it's of little consequence. Do I frost break a little bit more just to... I'm thinking about how to make these guys huddle together and preserve warmth between each other. Because they both have heat demands, and if they can hug each other, that's a mutual warmth bonus. Alternatively, I don't build here. Do I really want this? There's difficult questions to be answered here, you know. I don't want to spend more on frost breaking than I need to, but the heat stamps are maybe okay for now. You could have 6 out of 6 material extraction deposit, but is that smart? Doesn't it make it take longer? It does. But I would probably rather have more machines built on it for faster extraction than more districts, because more districts is a lot more heat demand. Whereas if these two huddle together here, there's even possibility for putting down a heating area and then expand out here and get more heating done. It's only 30 heat stamps. I think we can manage this. But yeah, once this is done, I'll certainly put out an extraction district over there. At least frost breaking is quick. Time to whisper sweet steward in you. It just bothers me that they go Stewart with a hard T there. It's Steward. Stewart is a somewhat common name up in Scotland, so hearing them call me Stewart doesn't feel good. I'll have no point in this wanton, unsustainable development. Please, I'm just asking for a few prefabs so I can actually build buildings. Is that so insurmountable to you? I'm already out of prefabs though, aren't I? Extraction district only costs 150 prefabs, but I will want logistics district that costs 200. So yeah, the sooner this is up and getting me prefabs, the better. And the extra 5 coming in will be handy. And then I reckon I'm going to need some of my heat stamps to do research. Oh crikey, I also need to do the research institute. There's so much I need immediately. Good lord. Alright, well, some of the housing districts are at least operational and not imposing on my heat demands, which is also very welcome. But I need to expand one of them immediately or else we run into problems with not being able to research our way through things. So I think an obvious one to expand is the central one. It's going to get a lot of heat bonuses, which is good because it's actually a heat penalty to have a research institution. 50 prefabs again, that will never see the light of day again. If I get this over here, excellent opportunity for keeping it nice and warm with the hub. I feel like the hub is maybe working too hard, but it needs to expand somewhere, and I need the extra shelter capacity as well. So yeah, we'll slam down the Research Institute here, which costs how much exactly? Only 50 prefabs, good, because prefabs seem to be the main choke point right now. Please, 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 please finish building and get me those prefabs. Is the overdrive on? Yes, the overdrive is on to try and reduce my coal needs. I will turn it off later on, but for now it seems free just to reduce the burden. But yes, as I build more, the heat demands go up. Have you guys finished your work here? Yeah, but I can't actually afford the extraction district yet, and I do want an industrial district. The lack of goods will cause crime. And it also reduces my heat stamp income, but needs must, and we must need. Maybe I got out to here a little too aggressively, but at least that doesn't need prefabs. But yeah, I do think my first thing that I research is the research in. I put down the Research Institute before I put down materials. Hold on, we did have a surplus of supplies. Okay, that's not such a big deal just yet then. The goods are a problem though. Alright, that's good. That means my cold is diminishing now that we actually have most of the shelter needs met. Oh yeah, almost everybody has a place to call home. And I need that Research Institute. 20 a week prefabs. I could actually order overtime, but I think if you do that too often, people will die. I did test around a few things last night when I was playing. How are we looking on heating anyway? Good. Everything is so huddled together. Nothing is actually adding to my heat demands, which is ideal. I do not want to add to my very nebulous heat demands because look, it's getting colder and then colder yet still. A good sign. Emergency council session. I could actually worsen all relations in order to pass another law, but I don't think that's necessary just yet. What I need are those 200 prefabs to get extracting here, or get logistics. I could go logistics before I do extraction. That actually is a very good idea, because I actually have about a year of material surplus, although the logistics will need more of that. Yeah, logistics first. Why does Jake love logistics so much? Because the Frostlands deliver so much, especially food. I will not actually be contemplating building up food production for some time. I just don't have the prefabs for it. Am I blind, or is there no other prefab extraction on the map? There's this one close by us, and there are 2 more over here, but overall very, very low on the prefab availability. I'm going to have to manufacture my own, which kind of paints the picture of what I'm going to have to be researching. But research I shall. I'm glad you're all nice and warm. It's a nice little bonus to be able to huddle around the generator at the start, but eventually you have to grow beyond that. My big concern is that when this cold season comes in on week 40, currently on week 7, the demands are gonna get worse. Quite a bit worse. All of these places suddenly having... yeah, more demand is gonna hurt. The hub won't affect you as well. So you're just going to be an outright demand. These chaps over here also are just going to be demanding. Wouldn't be unthinkable to put a hub around here, but I don't think it would have the great effect that I'm looking for. It'll only affect a couple of them. I'll just have to swallow down the losses. So keep on trucking my extraction district, even though you're causing squalor due to... well, no, you're not, because you're not actually... we are surplusing on materials somehow. Yeah, we're just drawing it out of a supply. That's not a surplus. You are causing a bit of squalor, but I think the squalor is a nice trade-off in terms of staying warm. A bit of early squalor will do us fine. For now. And only for now. So yes, 200 prefabs, once we have them, and we will have them inside 4 weeks, are going on to exploring the Frostlands immediately. Once I have that, we will look into... I'm torn between goods production and materials production. Frankly, I want both. I might make a goods industry while I research how to make sawmills, and then we sawmill the crap out of this. Although that doesn't answer the question of where I would put down my industry. I could keep it huddled together with you. Seems like a decent idea. Share that warmth. Is there anywhere else that I could put you down to share better warmth? I could actually have you next to the generator, and it wouldn't cause nastiness. Actually, what if you went here? Wow, look at that. It warms these guys up. I actually have to make a call between generator warmth and warming up my friends. How could this be? Yeah, it's because of this little dead drop of a location there. Anything else I could do in that regard? Not without frost breaking. Well, being next to the generator is all good and all, but I would like to use this land primarily for production. So maybe we just huddle next to the extraction district. That lowers the heat demand by 20, but of course it grows with the cold. Yeah, that's probably how I play it. Just have it out something like... something like that, actually. So our industrial district will be out over here. Can this be frost broken at all? No, this is just edge of the map. So good district just slammed over here, and I will want a factory on it later on. I can get behind that. Alright, alright. Leave some hubs. I find it very hard to plan for hubs around here. Could do with a planning tool, that's for sure. There is an idea, of course, that I could slam a hub down here, and it would affect these guys and those guys, but I'm planning a hub here. Not everything will be hubbed, I reckon. Because again, the hubs have cost. Hubs have substantial cost there. 80 heat stamps, 50 prefabs. That heat stamp cost compared to just building a district, which is half the cost. Anyway, do not worry about it. We will get our heat stamps. We will get our prefabs. We will explore the Frostlands as a matter of priority. Sorely, sorely tempted to expand the heating situation, but as long as cold is diminishing, a little bit of shelter. A little bit of lacking shelter seems fine. I'm going to turn off that overdrive for now. I want to get a feel for bouncing it up and down. Is Captain the hardest difficulty? Yes, it's the highest difficulty, currently at least. The game does have modding support. I'd be amiss to suggest that I won't be looking into higher difficulties. Depends how this plays out, though. It's going all right so far. Kind of insane that a city like this sprawled all of this within 7 weeks.
Warm. Report all leaks and damages to the nearest maintenance office.
Hold on, I got this thing and I didn't actually start getting my ideas. I need to get working on that. Different communities propose diverging answers to the same issues. With any luck, I can get an answer out of the foragers to stop them being so skeptical about me. But I think I need a coal mine. No coal, no life. We might be surplusing now, but we will not be surplusing when the cold hits. Alternatively, I think it's very important to get my grubby mitts on a sawmill. So sawmill, coal mine, and factory are all high priorities for me. As it happens, the foragers want the dust coal mine, which I do see as superior to the blasting coal mine. The lower material demand is mostly what I'm looking at. Squalor and disease be damned, and the output is fairly negligible between them. But I think I need that coal output. 80 heat stamps, 40 prefabs, but there's also the sawmills. Untreated or treated? I think I'd rather, again, disease be damned, I think I'd rather have the untreated sawmill just to lower the demands here. Yes, 60 heat is way too much to demand. Untreated, mechanized, or just regular? Regular, unnuanced ideas seem pretty weak. Question is, what about the lords and the mine shafts? Send down the children? No, it's shafting. Same material demand, much lower output than blasting. I'd far rather have the dusty coal mine. 17 weeks is a terrifyingly long proposition on getting that one through. I need to think a little bit about this. The cold season is coming in what's that, like? I think that's week 40, so we'll get 2 researches done by then. The thing is, I'm not going to be able to build any of them in time. I reckon the cold is a much more pressing issue, so let's just... I don't like getting something that I can't immediately put to use. Housing insulation is actually a decent idea, look at that. It doesn't cost anything, and it reduces the base demand in heating districts. I assume by 20. When the cold hits, will that pay me off? Yeah, it's going to save me 20... Nothing, unless I expand you and put another research facility down on you. 20... 20, it's already going to save me 60 coal output. That isn't as much as I get from the coal mine. But it is worth considering. I can also postpone the coal problem longer by putting down a heating hub. Yeah, alright then. Alright then. So I think what I actually do is I go with sawmills. Oh man, I cannot deny how much that factory appeals to me. Prefabs and goods. But without the base materials, that's going to be a problem for me. Alright, sod the disease, let's get the untreated sawmill. So once I have the exploration, then I want the goods produced, or rather the materials produced, then the goods produced, and then hopefully people won't be starving or freezing, and then we can actually focus on coal and food. At least that's my brilliant idea. What is the goal for today? Well, we can see the goal in the top left at all times, colonize that frost land. Wish I could hide it, actually. This certainly isn't going to be relevant for years, even. But I can't seem to hide it, taking up valuable screen real estate. But yes, we need to establish populous colonies. This is one of the 3 randomly chosen goals. Again, I hope those goals can be modified. Just like I hope this button here could actually pop out at me once it's available. Okay, it's now available. And I don't see any kind of indication of it. It's such an important thing. I really should put together a list of, I don't know, recommendations or observations from the game. Expedition support. No, I don't want to override my community service idea. Mass-produced goods I actually don't want. I'd rather have durable goods. The lords want family apprenticeship. You know, I actually want family apprenticeship, don't I? Keeps the kids busy. Good chance of being passed. Is there anything more pertinent? Harvesting funerals would counteract the disease that I'm about to be bringing in with my buildings and such. This is actually pathetic. The amount of food that you get is paltry. Food efficiency is not relevant. We're not actually producing any. Durable goods I would like a lot, reducing the demand per capita. It's only slightly. And I actually went through and figured out what the game meant with these words. So slightly is 10%. Marginal is 5%. Nothing is 15%, and significantly is 20%. I don't know what greatly and extremely is. Maybe 25 and 30, but I didn't check those. I'd rather the demand went down than the efficiency went up, but maybe I'm not so sure about that. Because the efficiency doesn't require more goods. Maybe mass-produced goods is better. We don't produce any, but we will soon. It's a consideration, but I should think more about things that immediately help me out here. Production efficiency across the board going up, as well as heat stamps per capita going up. Sounds very nice. Mass-produced probably uses more supplies. I'm not sure that it does. In fact, I'm quite sure that it does not. Tricky. There's a bunch of different things that I want. And I gotta think which one immediately helps me more. It's like when you're playing Slay the Spire and you've been presented with freaking Echo form, but you're about to face the Burning Elite. And, you know, there's also Ball Lightning there. And you think, can I get away with the Echo form? I need that Ball Lightning. I also need to consider whether or not these things are actually going to go through. I do like paid essentials. That production efficiency immediately helps out in all regards. So I think I will propose that and potentially negotiate the lords to maybe pass their other law that they want. Oh, the lords are already voting for this. This doesn't change anything. Wait, it says they're mostly hesitant. Ah, there we go. I wasn't actually selecting these. Dutiful youth is handy, but I need to research and then vote for it. I also need to grant them an agenda. I don't mind that, since they are probably going to vote for, or they're probably going to try and pass that law that they were talking about wanting before. Is there anybody a bit better to look at? Machinists, for example. No, they want a bunch of stuff that I'm not particularly keen on, like the blasting mine or the ventilation tower. How about my forager friends? No. Yes, I do want that, and I will be researching the salvaging factory. Don't know how soon I'll be doing it, but they'll probably not give me very long to research it. That is quite good, as I do intend on getting that. Trouble is, I need the sawmill as well. Didn't I already start with the sawmill? The order is going to be off if I promise them that, though. Yeah, the order being off throws me on there. I think I will grant an agenda to the lords as long as they back me here. Yeah, because the lords apparently want to pass the work apprenticeship, which I do want. I hope they don't go for fancy burials, which I know is another thing they're interested in. But yes. Yeah, let's also hope it's enough. It could not go through. That would be a problem. Far more likely than not to go through, but I think on harder modes, they vote against you far more often in the council. Anyway, I want that production efficiency and I want those heat stamps. The worst thing is if this doesn't go through, I still have to keep my promise with the lords. I only promised for their votes, not for guaranteed victory.
Hear ye. The delegates have spoken.
And of course the second worst thing is that their agenda is spent trying to make or unmake some of my progress here. So here you go. The lords may choose the next law to be voted on in the council. How long do I have to do this? I got 40 weeks. I could not do this. But I'll do it right now because I think the sooner I do it, the sooner they will want to have it for their family apprenticeship, which again, I do want. I think since things are so tight at the very start, you gotta make everything count for this. How do I back out of this menu? Let me out of here. Escape doesn't work. Ah, there's the X. Was that there before? Alright, here's your bloody agenda. Trust rises. My relations with my good friends the Lords improves, which is good, because I will be punching them for more money as soon as I can. It hasn't said what they want. I just really hope they go for family apprenticeship, because like I said, they have other interests. They want something I really don't want, and that is ceremonial burials. Ugh. I don't plan on having people die. This is always bad. Have it so that you don't have people die and get a bonus, not make it less bad when things go bad. Same logic that worked for me in Frostpunk 1. Why would it not work here? Is it really democracy if the votes are public? Well, the backdoor shady deals aren't very public, I hope. Okay, so let's not worry too much about that. We just boosted efficiency, which is immediately giving us 10% more output on the extraction district and on the prefabs. 10% of 15 is not really much. I don't know if that's rounding, or they're making it a float, or what, but... more prefabs, more better, because look at that, I can already afford my next big thing, and that is GTFOing. I really want to explore the Frostlands. The sooner we get out there, the sooner we find, I don't know, food, more fuel, maybe surplus amounts of goods. Just the Frostlands deliver oh so much. Hold on, please tell me I'm not building on a resource. I'm not. Good. Good, 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 good. This is going to have demands, of course. The heat demand is the one that worries me the most. But of course we've got this set up that our extraction district can go ba-ba-bang. They won't mutually help each other, though. That bothers me a touch. I could frostbreak and expand you so they do a lot more touching. Maybe frostbreaking this was a mistake. But yeah, if I want these guys sharing heat, which I probably do, I'm going to have to frostbreak some more. And expand you. Expanding you is good. I could do with the extra explorers. Does mortgage my problems, though. Am I okay with that? I need to think about the planning here. So I need to extract this. I certainly need my factory on the go. This is costing me more and more. I really hope I find goods out in the Frostland, because crime is certainly going to keep increasing as the goods are not being produced. I'm just trying to think of the shape that I'm going to be making here. I don't need to expand you swiftly. But if I frostbreak along here, I'll have more options down the line here. I'll be closer to this stuff. I can expand you 1, 2, 3. Then you're nice and cozy. There's even a half-decent location for a hub here to warm or add something else going on as I expand into the rest of this. Alternatively, what about up here? Could go... could even just go 1, 2, 3, have these guys huddled together. Excellent hub location here down the line. There's no pressing need for this stuff. Alright, I'm sold. I really think that location is all that needed. Gotta keep in mind the hub would have to go somewhere like there, but that seems fine. Alright, more planning than I'm used to, that's for damn sure. Let's do it. So not only are we building the logistics depot, I'm going to believe in it and expand it further. That will cost all of my prefabs and a bunch of my remaining heat stamps, but it should be okay. Better be okay. Oh, one of the food sources is infinite. Infinite, you say? 100 million isn't infinite. But it should be infinite enough. There's also an infinite deposit of frozen forest over there. I don't know. 4.4 million oil. Nice, but not infinite. I do not know how things work in endless mode. Are we going to have a similar problem where I need to back a certain faction to get access to deep melter drills? No clue. And I'd rather not have it spoiled. I'm looking forward to finding that out. Oh boy. I am feeling the burn of that slow, slow research. And if I wanted to increase the research, I need to slam down 100 heat stamps and 50 prefabs. I'm keen on doing that, but not more keen than I am of going out into the Frostlands and exploring. 100 million, you say? Yeah, not enough. Why even bother? What even is it? It's deep, fertile soil. I don't know how soil fertility works. I'm not a... Well, I don't know what I'd have to be to know that, but whatever it is, I'm not that. Oh, hello, hello? The right tools for the job. Some services, working, aiding, prefab, production are asking for better tools. It doesn't make a lick of sense. We muck around with basic tools while advanced machinery sits idle waiting for operators. Full-time workers are wary of the idea. It takes training to use this machine safely. Training these weekend warriors. Just haven't got it. Should we let volunteers use professional equipment? May cause casualties, but gives us more prefabs. Prefabs is the current issue? Ugh, the machinists will not be happy. I bet they're going to kill themselves whenever 11-bit gives you a choice like this. It's like, hey, would you like assistance? Haha, it was a trap all along. People are dying. I think we will take the hit with the machinists and say no. Don't know why that would be a hit with the machinists, though. I'm basically saying, right, you guys are better than them. Maybe, well, I suppose the machinists have plenty of plebes within their ranks. Gotta be ready for those pawns to go first and all that. Industrial district thankfully only costs 100 prefabs, but the crime is continuing to grow. Oh, actually it's stabilized on minor. Minor is okay, but only okay. I really want goods produced because goods will help with the heat stamps, but they will eat up materials. Jeez. Oh well. Exploration first. That is my mandate. Looking forward to seeing what's out in the Frostlands. It will be randomly generated, apparently. I don't know how random is. It might just have a set pool of maps that it draws from, which would shatter the illusion, frankly. Hopefully they have figured out how to randomize it. It got to the point in Frostpunk 1 where I could actually predict what the maps were going to have based on a few elements. And I could use that to, say, get early cores or get early survivors. Too powerful, frankly. Jake, manually save. Probably a good idea. For some reason the escape button doesn't work for me. I have to actually click on the cogwheel up there. But yes, let us say... What is this? This is... let's call it what it is. Endless Extreme 01. What's the name of this place called? I've forgotten. 01 is fine. The name is not important. It's real unimportant. Like, I just got shot in the face unimportant. You understand? Yes, Tony. I mean, sir. Hey, there we go. Logistics district built. First thing we do, expand logistics district. And I believe I said I wanted it over here. Because then when I build an extraction district, they're going to hug each other. Yeah, so you will touch 3 of them, they'll touch 3 of you. Everybody wins. Extraction district is still something that I want, and I don't like your material demands, but heavens knows I need this. I'm going to make absolutely sure that's what I need, because you can't undo building operations, which is very frustrating. So, I guess the moral of the story is don't make mistakes. There was a guy in a game that said that was the story to learn, right? He was from Hardship Spacebreaker, or Hard Space Shipbreaker. So, 20 will be a very welcome addition for the exploration cruise. Now, what is out there? There are hills, which require all of my teams, but there's oil. It's also dangerous. There's a sea of ice with people in it. We don't need people. Actually, people are a burden to us currently. A crevice of deadly fields. Okay, I'm really not liking my choices so far. So there's dangerous, and I don't have the teams. There's deadly, and I won't have the teams. There's nothing I want. Okay, better options in the plains, please. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is all bad. There's no freaking food. Not even in deadly, dangerous areas. Yeah, no prefabs either. No foods, no materials, no prefabs. That's all bad. Okay, what do we do in this kind of situation? We explore as much as we can, as fast as we can, in the hopes that beyond there are areas that have things that we need. So, 16 weeks and 4 days to do you. 16 weeks and 5 days to do you. Since I know that I don't want people, we're going to go south into the plains. Once I have my extra 5 people, they're going to chart the Sea of Ice, and we're going to hope beyond hope that past these locations is somewhere that has foods, goods, materials, stuff we can use. We're not quite indoctrinated to embracing the entirety of human capital just yet. Give us time. But for now we're not, so more people are just more mouths to feed. And as you can see... Oh god, as you can see... 27 weeks. If those 2 explorations still don't net me anything, we're going to have widespread starvation. Central District gives us out a small amount of food, but it's very small. I really don't want to build food districts. I have to frost break, and their output is paltry. If I don't find food out there, I'm in hot water. Oh well, such is what we embrace. Still need those materials though. We are doing the sawmill after all. Get this built, get the sawmill going. Stack up on goods. Goods mean goods. I keep calling materials goods. We'll get those goods and slam down our area over here. But I do think I want to research heating. I'm also quite certain that I would like another research institute. I didn't expand another area to be able to get that though, did I? I was considering it. The hub here will happily affect you, you, and you. No matter how much I expand you, it won't be able to help you. But if I do expand you... you'll actually warm this place up a bit more. Not that it needs it. Even so, I should probably consider expanding this out. Alternatively... let's make sure the hub would actually help here. You I want to expand out. It does aid the squalor. And funnily enough, it doesn't actually warm these guys up, but they don't need further warming. Would if I expand them out here, though. That's an idea. So yeah, we do get a bit of squalor. But we'll get warmth and we'll get more people seen to here, and I get another slot for putting down another research thing, because I do think my research is just unacceptably slow right now. Especially when some things I can research are practically free, like asbestos lining. That is delaying the food and the goods, though, which I'm not happy with. I'm always keen on getting a firm economy. But research is an economy in and itself. Alright, there we go. With that, chart out that sea of ice, and please find something other than people. Can't be having people. Maybe I can find people and just take their stuff. I'm too used to this being the orientation of my city. That makes the Frostland upside down, but too bad. Did I turn that generator off? Yeah, okay, that is quite slow to go down. Might want it on when the cold season hits. We're barely stockpiling coal, but we're stockpiling a little bit of it. And we more or less want to be yelled at to raise funds from everybody in 30 weeks. So basically every 50 weeks we need to punch everybody in the face and take their lunch money. Surprisingly though, they're all nice and neutral with me, and trust has been restored to tolerance after, well, all the punching that I did. Seem to be alright. Is it possible to name the city something more exciting than the city? Yes! Wow, who would have thought? Any grand ideas for the name here? I'm not going to call it Gamp Granada again. Raising and demanding. Raising gives it to them, demanding takes it from them. Grimsby. How horrible. Who is it that's actually from Grimsby or nearby? I believe it's Illustra John, actually. Don't see much of him these days, which is always sad, but... yeah, he gave me a reference for Grimsby, and I painted it and he said, "You actually made it better than Grimsby itself." How nice. Very happy those heat demands are low, but they won't stay low forever. Extraction district needed. Extraction district with a sawmill, and then some heating, and then hopefully we can somewhat stave off our need for coal, but I worry about the food. That food is gone in 23 weeks and I do not have an alternative. Starvation's going to hit really badly, and I imagine that pumps up disease. If my scouts don't find anything, I'll need to figure out something else. Maybe I just race for food? No food is no good. I need something like a hothouse here to actually get a reasonable amount, because the food district only gives 50 food, and as you can see our demands are 200 food. Sad, sorry states, I'll tell you. Right, this looks like it's going to go through no problem. Was family apprenticeship actually what I wanted? Wasn't there something else that I wanted? Maybe I made a big mistake here. Well, it's better than mandatory schooling, that's for sure. Decrease of heat stamps. Slight increase in research. Nah, give me more workers. We don't need them now, but we'll need them down the line. Soylent Green strats? I don't know if they exist. Probably, but I haven't seen them.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
My good friends, the lords. They make all the right decisions. Of course, now it's very dangerous to give out agendas, because... what if they vote for something that I want them to vote for? Yeah, like those ceremonial funerals. I tell you, machinists getting mass-produced goods is probably a good idea. I know I did durable goods last time, but maybe that's all the more reason to do something new. Oh, I see. The X kind of disappears, but it is there. And again, for some reason, escape doesn't work. Right, out they go. Let's not accidentally cancel their expeditions this time. I did that before. I thought this was launch expedition. I hit it and I ended up cancelling. Okay, we're in a delicate situation here. I'm strongly considering this additional research institute. It has the heat cost, which turns me off a bit, but the heat cost shouldn't be important because it's well insulated. And I think I'm desperate enough to get my research going faster than I'm willing to spend a toe-curlingly large amount of heat stamps on it. This is going to backfire if I end up not having the heat stamps to actually do the research. Thinking about it, I want the house insulation. That's a 50 heat stamps, 17-week idea. Beyond that, am I really going to have the heat stamps? I only get 7 a week. Well, let's worry about that later. For now, get researching faster. If this were a Frostpunk 1, I would want multiple workshops. Perhaps as part of the meta-narrative, there is no escape from the cold. I don't want our children toiling in the mines. We don't have mines. We have simple extraction. We can't call that a mine. It's a thumper at best. Squalor is minor but growing. Crime is minor but stable. There go to Frostlanders. What did I say the next thing I was going to build was? I was saying extraction district so I can get these goods produced, or the materials out. And I do want that. Maybe the untreated sawmill was a poor idea. I can't put it to good use, but I needed something done. I'm a little worried. Cutthroat economy. Work goes to the worthiest. These people are passed up. It's their own damn fault. There's no way I'm doing handouts and reducing the usefulness of my heat stamp income. We need it badly. Although I'd be getting a lot more heat stamp income if I actually had goods produced. But if we try to make goods, we run into problems with lack of materials, so I'm caught in a lot of issues here. Oh, well, that's the name of the game, isn't it? Because I could build my industrial district, but I need the extraction district, surely. That output... 150 materials that will be turned into goods, yeah. So extraction and industrial, unless we run into severe food problems, which we're currently already running into. In 18 weeks we have big problems. We'll see how the exploration goes first. People won't starve overnight, probably. Alright, untreated sawmill, get. Now I want that housing insulation. Am I going to die if I don't take hothouse? Maybe. JJ just says yes. Isn't that funny? I gotta do housing insulation anyway. That thing immediately pays off. And it will arrive just in time for the cold season. Population's also raising, which isn't good actually. I don't need population now. Quite the opposite. I see some food harvest spots in your city. Are those deep drills? So there's food availability over here, and I think there's some food way further afield. My problem is the extraction rate. We're only going to get 50 per day out of it, and we have to pay for the privilege. The food district costs me materials and heat to give me a paltry amount of food. Only 50. I think it's better to focus on the economy. Is this really what I wanted? I think so. Because I believe I wanted a hub here with a potential to heat more extraction districts. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, that'll do. I may want a hub here at some point, and the point is not now. But better to plan for the future, rather than leave myself in an awkward situation where I can't jam it in. This will actually reduce my heat demands. Their mutual warming up will keep them good. Lovely. And yeah, materials I don't think will be surplusing immediately, but at least what I have left will last a lot longer. It's well known that the populace can sustain itself eating materials. Well, that's what Dr. Nitro did during his run of Patrician 4. Worked out for him. Everybody ate bricks. And yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of dust to be had in the prefab. Dust and sawdust. Mulch it all together. Squalor is stable. Crime is stable. That food is such a grave concern. I really thought there'd be food around me, even if I had to go to dangerous areas to get it, but no food in the surrounding areas.
Shield your apprentice from the dangerous aspects of your job. This is how they learn.
Damn right. The food district also costs a lot of... Well, it's only 40 heat stamps, actually. Maybe I should prepare for the need for food by tearing this up. At least people starve a little slower if the food issue is not quite as grim. Because it might really come to that. Here's an awkward thing. It can't cuddle together with anything. Maybe I should consider some design ideas here immediately. I wish the hexagons were a bit more clear and obvious in this layout. I guess there's one here, here, here. Are you two adjacent? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to get cuddly and close. If we were to do it that way. Can also enhance this to get more out of it. Yeah, it does mix well with housing, that much is for sure. It also mixes well with hubbing. Hubba hubba. Up here would do you and you. And then I can have something come along here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then I could even have 1, 2, 3 here, but you'd need somewhere else to have yourself. Alright, just shove you over there since I have little better to... Oh, right, you need to be 8 large. Why did I think it was 6? Because it's 6 for housing. Could potentially want another hub over here, couldn't I? Potentially. I'll just shove you over there where you can't do any harm. But yes, the heat demands here are going to be unpleasant. Oh, wait, this isn't building it. This is frost breaking, of course. How large is the food district? Is it 6 or not? Can't remember, but everything else is 6, so probably. Alright. Gosh, I wish I hadn't just deleted what I was building here, but... I think it was something like this. Da-da-da, da-da-da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's talk about a hub here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I will want this kind of stuff down the line, I'm sure. There we go, something like that. I can frostbake more if needed. Not happy spending my heat stamps like that. But there's very little to play around with here. The food law might help. The food law puts out a paltry amount of food. I think it's something like 6 a day at this population. And given our needs are 200 a day, that does not fill me with confidence. Your heat stamps are really enjoyed. Some I last looked at the street. What? Sorry, Nemo. You've lost me there. That's not difficult to do, though. So yeah, by building this, I've actually helped my heating situation. We're stockpiling nicely. And we're finally outputting some materials. We're almost surplusing. That's actually very nice. Building up a proper industrial district would change things. Right. I have to ask myself this dangerous question. Do I do industrial right now? Not a pleasant question. If I were to build it like this, which is a happy enough way to build things, there's even a nice space for a hub here for what it's worth. We are going to output prefabs if I need to, goods if not. Will cause a little bit of squalor due to lack of materials, but I do think I need that for the heat stamps if nothing else. And I certainly want to put down a refurbishment factory here. I think we're going to do it. May God have mercy on my lack of food. For I will not. Okay. Mass-produced goods. I think I will tell the machinists they can have the floor on that one. And I hope they try and pass it. What if they try to do something else? Maybe I should see if I can promise them it first. Yeah, promise to pass mass-produced goods. That's good. That is good, and that is probably what I want right now. I'll make it so, my good friends. There we go, and it looks like it's very likely to pass, thanks to the support of my glorious machinist friends. And this is good. I need to increase their relations with me, so I can punch them for money very soon. Yeah, odds of this failing are possible, but very unlikely. Let's have a vote. Once the people starve, just bring in new people from the Frostlands. Well, believe it or not, I try not to let my people die in these runs. Oi, oi, get up. Jesus, that was close.
The delegates have spoken.
Oh, it'll be no
The
problem.
law
Oh yeah,
takes
3 or 4
effect.
more and you are out of here, buddy. Okay, the trust rises, the relations rise. And now that we're actually building this thing, the output will be very welcome, although always defaults to prefabs. I might actually want the prefabs. Think about it. If you do need that food district on the double, you might really need those prefabs in 12 weeks. I really hope that my scouts find something. I think sometimes we find things in the Frostland beyond what it advertises, but maybe since we're playing on Captain difficulty, it really clamps down what you find. I don't know. If you're watching this in the enlightened future, and maybe you've just been through watching my Frostpunk 1 stuff thinking, oh, now he's doing Frostpunk 2. I don't know this game, right? I just got my grubby hands on it a few days ago. This is my first time playing Endless mode and my first time playing Captain mode. Pump out those goods, we need more of them. We don't even have any goods production. And it doesn't seem to affect the central district either. That could be considered a bit of a pain in the bum-bum. Really want this untreated sawmill. The heat stamp cost is too much, though. It would it would solve all of my material problems, but until I get my food problem at least slightly dealt with, I can't afford that. Visually, I really like this location, says Baron. Yes, so there were 7 different locations, and I only gave you a choice of 4, because one was big, flat, and boring. Another was also kind of boring. Another one was the place that we actually did the run on. It was the same map as what you had New London with. And one of them was Winterhome, and I didn't want to do that yet. It's interesting, but I didn't want to do it yet. Building sawmills, the world really has come to an end. Only 1 steam core. This isn't like Frostpunk 1 where you start with 3. Alright, we have this land available. I'm not in the mood to use it yet. If we truly need the food, I will get that. But I'm hoping that my glorious scouts, who are a hair's breadth away from finishing... There we go. What have you got for me? Ooh. I think it only said there'd be cores up here, but what do we actually have? The Architect. A large automaton drifts through a cloud of igloos. Hundreds of residents, but they were all empty. Take the core. Take the workforce. I think I'm going to want the core. Let's leave this as a choice that we can do later. My pressing concern is neither workforce nor core. And again, we need to deal with our immediate options. This is the... I wouldn't maybe call this an echo form. This is maybe a... Oh, what's a card that's really good, but you can't always take it immediately? Floor 1 Acrobatics, maybe. We'll come back later. Acrobatics Plus. Alright, there's a direction with a huge source of fuel. What kind of fuel? Frozen oil. Yeah, I'm noting that this isn't food. This is saying, oh, there's bound to be food over there. Ooh, over there in the plains. I can map it in 17 weeks. If my people can just hold out, we might be able to make that worth our while. Pilotless dirigible. With a core, huh? I can't dedicate my teams to getting these nice-to-haves. 25 deadly area, but this area is safe, only needs 10, 17 weeks. We're definitely doing that. We'll see what's happening over in the Sea of Ice, but it's of paramount importance that we actually grab that food, so we're launching an expedition. You found a source of oil. It's located in Beggar's Grassland. Now we can research oil-related buildings. I think it's a little early, considering I barely produce any coal to begin with. Thinking about it, if I hadn't gone gung-ho on the exploration, I could have actually had my my food operational, and if I hadn't researched the sawmill that I'm not even using, I could have gotten myself a hothouse. But it's worth noting that food is currently not a problem. It'll be a huge problem in 10 weeks, but currently it is no problem. Huge freaking problem. A profitable day. We need a law relegating the outsiders. I don't disagree. You still need at least one food district, in my honest opinion, says JJ. I agree. People are going to starve to death if I only have 1/5 of the food that they need. But I don't even have the prefabs to be building that currently. Needs 200 prefabs. 138 more needed. We will have that before starvation hits, but then I need to build the thing, don't I? At least districts are quite fast to build. Also, it's about to get colder, so my lovely stockpiling coal is about to be an issue too. But at least the insulation of my overlapping buildings should largely be okay. There'll be a little bit of cold felt. This is the cold situation as it is. Generator isn't being put to work at all, so let's try and save a bit more of our coal by turning on the overdrive. So yeah, the only place even needing extra heating is the central district. Everywhere else is covered by just dense building. Like I said, that will change real soon. Alright. Tell me there's food over in the Sea of Ice, please. Trackers, shacks, 800 foragers. That sounds like a lot of people to feed. If we invite the women and children to Grimsby, the men will surely follow. Yeah, maybe later. Maybe later. There's a bearing of a crashed wagon. I want a better life for the baby. And going to Grimsby is that better life. Huge source of materials over in the glacier, but it's a very dangerous place to be. And you? We must learn from the old ways and avoid repeating the mistakes. Old transport, small crevice, full of artwork and jewelry. Burn them! The items have no practical value, but some in Grimsby claim to be related to the Viscount, sparking debate. Should we distribute the find to the heirs and honour the old world, or send the transport tumbling into the abyss and focus on the practical-minded tomorrow? Surely neither of these are good. Let's just delay that problem. There's a valley over here. The valley does have food. Notably, I'm also going over for this food. So, since food is the pressing concern, and look at that, you also have prefabs and materials, we've got to get over here. We have no real choice. My food ain't gonna last, though. I could set up the area for it, and then have it work for a little bit. And I can turn it off if I manage to outsource my food, but I am really starting to think that I'm going to need this. My concern is that it also eats a lot of heat. The heat you can eat. Oh well, it's not really a consideration until I have the prefabs. The problem is those prefabs eat into something else that I want, which is my sawmill, and once I have asbestos lining, I really, really want a factory. I spent some time combing through the laws, and salvaging factory is just so good. The heat demand is low, the disease is whatever, but it gives it gives goods and prefabs at a much better rate than we get out of the district. It's so good. The line factory and mechanical factory don't hold a candle to it because of their increased heat demands. Not to mention increased material demands. Making more from less is good. So yes, I want that salvaging factory really badly. Can I afford it, though? If we freeze to death, it's not going to matter much. But the asbestos lining should help with that. Difficult choices, truly. Do I want those goods? Do I need that? I need the heat stamps, let's face it. Give me the heat stamps, sod the prefabs, we already have enough coming in. For now. But only for now. But thanks to that, crime will diminish, and heat stamps will go up. Look at that. It's not a lot, but it's something. Of course, it's also worth considering that I could raise some funds from them in 13 weeks, so heat stamps might be far less of an issue than I imagine. How are we doing on those prefabs anyway? 20 weeks, 300 odd remaining. That's not a lot. It's quite the opposite of a lot. I'm glad I get the prefabs out of the center place. Actually, lack of prefabs could be a problem, but again, we've got prefabs where we're going. Difficult choices, man. Real difficult. At least when I get the factory online, I'll be able to get the goods and the prefabs. Maybe I should consider ratios a bit. I can get 33 goods, or I can get 11 prefabs. When we factor in the factory down the line, it goes 10 to 40. Hang on, what's that ratio? 10 to 40 or 11 to 33? Alright, then maybe I should pump out the prefabs while I can, and when I have my factory ongoing, since crime is not currently a problem. Oh, but those heat stamps bother me greatly. My immediate pressing need is being able to get food on the plate. And that costs prefabs more than anything else. Alright, for now, we're doing prefabs. I'm not confident in these decisions because I don't have experience in this situation. I dread to think how many times I've played through Frostpunk 1 maps, but this is a uncharted territory. I'm also very much not looking forward to the population growth. Oh, but you'll have more workers. Oh boy, what a joy. The asbestos lining comes at an opportune moment. Now, there is a strong argument for getting coal mine ahead of the factory. I might really need that coal, but my belief is that with the crowded building that I've done, the possibility to put down a hub if things get really bad, I think it's better to get the factory operational. I need prefabs. Prefabs are life. 50 to research. Expensive to build. 80 heat stamps. Okay, then that does speak to... Oh, but by the time this is ready, I can punch everybody else for their money. Alright, get me that salvaging factory. I have not forgotten my desire also to build the untreated sawmill. That will be a necessity for when we have this stuff going, but the untreated sawmill should be able to deal with all of my woes there. And then hopefully with the economy in a strong place, I'll be able to get my coal industry following suit, and then, if need be, subsidize the food. I wonder how much starvation hits. 7 weeks until we're out of food, though. Ain't that a kicker? Who are our factions? We have the Foragers, which we saw in... Did we have Foragers in the story load? Anyway, we've got Machinists and we've got Lords. No prizes for guessing my curried favour. It's asbestos it gets for the wrong time being. Just cover it with lead paint. What could go wrong? Well, nothing in the short term. Which is what we have to think of right now. Yeah, there we go. There it comes. So, largely the asbestos and the building setup that we have here is not costing us heat. Building the food place will cost me a lot of heat, though. And I've ran out of heat stamps, so that ain't that a kicker. Gonna switch to goods just for a little bit, just so I can get the heat stamps that I need for the next week. And I will erect the food place. I'm gonna need it eventually, might as well build it now, and since food is far more pressing than anything else, that seems like the right thing to do. Tough. Ooh, and I'm getting the notification already that those prefabs won't last forever. Also tough. What I could do is actually reduce this to reduce the heat cost that we have here. See, I don't have any heat cost for the first 4 levels. Beyond that, we do. Could bring it all the way down to 0, but I think I need the heat. I need the prefabs coming out as quickly as possible, don't I? And this whole place can be shut down once all is done anyway. Especially since it's only going to get colder. And then even colder. Good lord. Doesn't offer you much respite on this mode, which is cool. I was worried the game might be a little bit declawed. Alright, said we'd do this with this being a nice place to potentially slam down a hub. I can get behind that. Which means we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, God knows. I'll leave that for later, I suppose, because the alternative is that I do take that. Hub could still go here with something else going around it. Yeah, this might not be too bad, actually. This place would run for quite a long time. Although, what would sit snugly next to it? Some housing or something. Could be convinced to consider some designs about this. Nothing coming to mind, though. Perhaps I should grab everything I can for now, because I don't know if I'm going to have access to deep drilling down the line. Of course, I haven't left myself any space to build other things. Alright, I just have to accept this is going to be a very cold food district. A necessary evil. The horrors that we are driven to. I didn't even want to build that thing. Give me my prefabs. I need prefabs. We'll get our factory soon enough. Worth considering, what's the proportion of what I need for the factory? It needs many more heat stamps than prefabs. And that is a priority. Okay. Those poor production lines, they don't know what to do. Keep bouncing between them. How many plates do you need to keep spinning at the same time? Quite a few. Population, heat stamps, prefabs, fuel, shelter, food, materials, goods, exploration. That's already quite a lot. That's why I don't like managing multiple colonies. And it's sad knowing that my goal is to establish 3 additional colonies. But maybe I can just set them up to run forever without issue. My worry is, as the temperature changes, they're going to have different demands, so they're going to stockpile or not. What if their stockpiles fill up? Ooh, it's unpleasant to think of. Oh god, how long was I sitting on a law and not noticing? That's nae good. The machinists want to do chemical additives, the forgers want to do expedition support. You want ceremonial funerals. Well, I want none of that. Could I potentially boost relations by making a promise? I don't want any of these, so I'm not promising anything to our foragers, even though the foragers do a lot for me. The Machina want chemical additives. I'm not opposed to that. Very much not opposed to that. A 15% increase in the food output when food is a big problem could well be worth it. Yeah, I'll be considering that down the line, Robbik. But I want to get a feel for the base game first before going around with gimmicks like that. Okay, I'm certainly not doing any of this. So, do I want to do chemical additives, or is there anything more pressing for the survival of our colony? That marginal increase in disease is just not something we need to care about. Population growth and heat stamp income per capita is all considerable. I will want those workers soon, so I'm not against that. But I also... oh, we've already got paid essentials, never mind that. Family apprenticeship. It could be quite good to have the harvesting funerals, but it's a hard law to pass. People don't like it. But the productive outsiders... I really need that heat stamp income. The marginal population increase is okay. Active workers will probably be good over time as well. Yeah, I can imagine population being a problem before too long. In many ways. I don't want durable goods. Weather-adjusted shifts, I'd rather have machine-adjusted shifts to get the production efficiency boost, so I'm not too keen on what you want here. The machinists, they want... the mechanized sawmill. I think I already got myself a sawmill. Research a chemical hothouse. The bio-waste hothouse I think is better, so I'm not keen on doing that either. Can I perhaps negotiate with the lords for something good? Research and hold vote on the dutiful youth. I can't really afford a research like that. Okay, do we just blind vote this one, or do we try and do a different law that's more likely to pass? Chemical additives is more likely to pass. Also, didn't I just promise that I'd be passing chemical additives now that I think about it? I can't remember now. I think I was going to promise the machinists that I do chemical additives. Although if they want to do it, I might as well just grant them the agenda. That way if it fails, it isn't my problem. That might be the better idea, right? Yeah, you know what, I'll give them the floor. Gotta get that trust up, because I'm about to destroy my trust by demanding everything out of them. Alright, machinists, the agenda is yours. Put it to good use. It feels like when someone else tries to cast the vote, it goes much better for them. But it's probably because it's their idea. All of their people are backing it. Look at that, yeah, all of the machinists are backing it currently. Alright, this is agreeable. Have you noticed any difficulty in lawmaking? Yeah, you gotta think about it quite a lot. There's a big gamble going on, and it's definitely tighter on captain mode. Alright, there we go. So that increases trust, increases how much they like me. Can't wait for 7 weeks to pass and I punch everybody for heat stamps. Wait, if I'm punching people for heat stamps, do get me prefabs. And this should marginally increase the food output. Actually, between the paid essentials and the chemical additives, the food output will maybe rescue us from certain death. Maybe. Of course, the problem is we're going to have heating issues very soon as well. Whew. 1,600 lords of 80,000 population. Well, 16 members of their community, which probably also includes those subservient. Maybe we're eating chemicals, at least we're eating. What food? Riddle me that. What food? Alright, there we go. Still very much lacking in food. And I could order an emergency shift to get through that. And I don't like the cost that comes from, well, much of this. It might well be worth expanding the district already, because I'm a fair way away from putting down any hothouses. But my hope is that this will stave off starvation long enough to get the food income subsidized from outside of the city. There should be food here and here. Because we don't have any workers left. Jings, the population boost is actually going to be a boon, isn't it? The outsiders. Oh, that's right, I didn't actually do that. I will address this. 30 weeks to either accept all or allow productive. I think I will allow productive then, and it's good that I can make a promise. Promises build trust, after all, and I'm about to degrade my trust by punching everybody for their money. How is this game compared to the first one? Is it worth the price? So mechanically it's quite different, but the theming is still there. You're still balancing resources on a tenterhook, which feels good. And the story is still a bit bleh. Maybe it just doesn't appeal to me. I know it appeals to others. But I don't have to be others. We've got 78 weeks worth of coal, which is fine for now, but we're going to build more things that have more demands, so it's not fine forever. And the material situation is looking very grim. It's gone in 12 weeks. So I need the workforce and the heat stamps to get this construction done. Fortunately, we have people coming in, and also fortunately, the extraction district will soon be done. Should be done in time to get this thing demolished and source ourselves over to more specialized goods production. I might have to risk some scout lives out there, though. I do not have the available research or the buildings or the workers to train them in being better. Tricky. Oh, also, as the population increases, my need for housing is going to go up as well. That's never easy. If I expand you along here, both of you guys are going to be warmer. It also makes a decent hub location around here, which will affect both of you. And this is another hub location. All requires workers, though. Then again, increasing the output of my coal mines would also require more workers. At least those coal mines should last a long time, especially since they're not fully expanded. I can still grab that paltry coal amount. Nay, easy. But I'm not here to have an easy time. I like this oppressive feeling. I've missed it for too long. Crime is minor and growing. No common rules are causing more crime. Maybe I should counter that crime already. Yes, I think I have the prefabs for what I read right now.
Chemical food additives are highly flammable. Arrange cupboards carefully.
Yeah, those Rice Krispies are known to just spontaneously combust, right? There was an automaton offering workforce. Very true. Very true. I think it was this one. However, cores, as we saw towards later on in the story mode, were very important. That said, workers that aren't needing food is pretty damn strong. So it's a short-term gain versus a mid-term situation. Alright, we got something I think is amazing. Something I want to build very quickly. But damn, do I need the workforce for it. How long till I can punch these guys? Fortunately, I should be able to punch them... Ah, no, we won't have people quite in time. I was thinking about waiting until the population increases, then raising more funds to get more funds, but... yeah, I need it now. So we'll punch them. That will get us what I need in terms of heat stamps. Not in terms of workers, though. I need to consider my workforce situation. Also, extremely increasing hunger. Ain't that a pain for you? I do need that workforce, don't I? If I want either the goods... Well, the thing is, I need the extraction first. I need 400 workforce for this sawmill. I think we will be getting the automaton just to deal with that. Otherwise, I won't have the goods to even supply everything. 50... demand, output... Yeah, the only output is from the stockpile and from here. Although that would only cause squalor. Squalor still causes other problems. So I need the extraction, and I need the factory. The food will hopefully come from the Frostlands. Oh man, I got problems. I thought the automaton was only 400 workers. If it's 800, then that's perfect. Yeah, we'll sod the steam core. We'll take the automaton to get us through the immediate needs. And we have immediate needs. Solves a lot of my problems if I can just get the both of these factories built, though. The prefabs, not much of a problem. The heat stamps, a big problem. We'll punch that out of people. The rest is the workforce. And these people are almost done exploring. Alright, alright. Provided we don't starve, we should be okay. We won't freeze for another... quite a long time, actually. Although there are heat demands from the other buildings we're putting down. Yeah, tech tree. I was hesitating because it costs heat stamps, but I gotta keep in mind we're about to punch heat stamps out of people. Sawmills, factories, where do we go from here? Hothouses are tempting. Food energy efficiency. Base demand of food districts is significantly decreased. That's really nice. And that just gives us a passive bonus. Unfortunately, it's way too expensive and takes too long. That said, it's probably better than having the coal mine. No, I can't be tempted by such fancy things like that. There's a lot to be said for the scouting headquarters to decrease the threats out there. But again, can't afford it. At least I won't have the workers for it. Housing block is of little concern. This just gets us a law. Active workers going up, crime going down. Dutiful youth. Not a bad idea, actually. Largely because of the percentage of active workers going up. And I'm going to need workers. The crime is just a icing on top, and it's not very expensive, nor takes very long. Doesn't the generator upgrade... No, that's just versatility. It doesn't actually increase the amount that it gets. That's the next one coming along. Hothouses. They have quite the demand. But they output quite the food. Again, they have quite the costs associated with them. I think I'm going to need them anyway. Let's just get it out of the way. Much as I want that dutiful youth. I can always balance the workers a bit. For example, I've got to spare myself 600 in 7 weeks. We don't know how many's coming in with the population boost. Let me punch you, let me punch you, let me punch you, let me punch you. Hey, there we go. Demanding gets me more, but I'd need a lot of guard squads. That's funny, so if you go authoritarian, you just take all that you want, but I'm trying to be nice. Trying. Oh, they did not like that. I'm afraid there's going to be a lot of people not liking what I'm doing here, but trust me, this is for the good of the city. Give me all, even the lords. They don't have a lot to give because they're not a huge amount of my society, but every heat stamp counts. Also, they didn't seem to mind it so much. I guess they're used to helping out the lessers. Oh god, is there anything I can do for the foragers? Better question, is there anything I want to do for them? The answer is not really. Right, well, we somewhat have the resources. We don't really have the workers. I guess I'm going to spare some workers from here, but how many did I need? I think it was 400. Oh, good lord, that is hefty. But if I don't get these materials produced, we're going to be in Squalor City. And I won't be able to actually run the factory. So we're putting that thing down. Soon we'll get the automaton back to work the hothouse and the factory, and I think we'll be okay as long as the heat holds out. I already had the generator on, didn't I? Whoops. Okay, so the heat might not hold out anywhere near as long as I want. Oh, dearie me. Okay, well. This could hurt. I have alternatives, though. One alternative is to expand this immediately. And actually, to embrace a bit of heating, I could also expand you, although you don't seem to need the heat, do you? This will marginally increase the... well, maybe not marginally, it will increase the amount coming out in terms of coal. Might need that. Is it worth the cost here? 50 heat stamps, 50 prefabs. Freezing is a big, big problem, and it's quite close, so let's just expand this. We wanted to expand it anyway. Being cold is a resource. If people aren't losing toes, Jake is wasting coal. Yeah, but the problem is things are growing here. Chemical additives, hunger, squalor. I don't want my people dying on me. That's just not how I operate, you know? Why is there a little 1 here? Oh, because we've unlocked this stuff. Excellent. God, I wish this thing notified you a lot better than it does. There are materials to be had if I connect a trail. Tempting, although expensive, isn't it? How much do the trails cost? That is a lot of... that is a lot of materials. Holy moly. That is so good, I didn't even need the sawmill. Anyway, what else do you have? There's a generous gift of 25,000 food for my stockpile. This site will show an arrow pointing towards a food colony, although we could go hungry instead of supporting such reckless hunting. God no, why even give me that choice? Maybe this is a trap, but that food will stop my people from starving, so let's take that. And what else do we have here? Oil. Alright. That was a good find. Made up for the crummy starting finds. I believe we said we wanted the workforce as well. That is only 400 from the automaton. Not as good as hoped. But given that I have no spare workforce, and this could work an entire factory for me, I think I'm going to have to take that automaton of fun. Get back here. That leaves me with 5 idle hands. So I guess I may as well take this core whilst I have people wasting away. Alright, that should be fine. It's a frozen desert, which is deadly, a dangerous glacier, a deadly ice mountain, a safe valley of food. Alright, we certainly need to get over there and secure our food needs. Alright, I really think exploration was the way to go here. And when that food gets back, however long it takes, it will offset all of my horrible hunger problems. And we do have hunger problems. Oh yeah, expanding this also cost me in terms of workers, so I certainly want that automaton back. Resource transfer, resource transfer. How long are you gonna take? 3 weeks for the core, 1 week for the automaton, 2 weeks for the food. Okay. That's all very okay. It's law clock, Jake. It is not law clock. It's 1 week away. I do appreciate being yelled at when it is law o'clock, because the game is very bad at telling you that. But only when it is. Jinx, half rations. Could you imagine having to go a few weeks on just half of your normal amount of food? Given that my normal amount of food is only 1,600 calories a week, I'd probably... I wouldn't die, but I certainly wouldn't be happy. Alright, promised I'd get ourselves some outsider laws going. The time is now. And it's got to be productive outsiders. If we just have unchecked population growth, we're going to have more problems than not. Problem is, this law is not likely to get through. Not as we stand, so I'm going to have to make some backdoor deals here. I don't want durable goods. I don't want to grant you an agenda. You're just going to undo one of my laws. I don't want expedition support either. Grant agenda already seems like the lesser of the evils here. Calibrated goods factory, no. We do refurbished goods. Mechanized sawmill, no. Synthetic composites factory, also no. What's with their love of factories? You'd think they're some kind of machine-adoring enthusiasts. How about my good friends, the Lords? Research and hold a vote on dutiful youth. Didn't I want to do that anyway? Is that not what I'm currently researching? What am I researching? The Biowaste Hothouse, but you know what? I am all for getting the dutiful youth. And if it can secure this vote, actually, it's not going to secure the vote, is it? Because the Lords are not that many. It does make it much more likely, though. Of the 48 hesitant individuals, I don't even need anywhere close to half of them. That said, they don't like me very much. Maybe they can be convinced to like the law? You could promise the agenda and hope that it fails. Yeah, but that costs me a law. And laws are good, especially early on. Laws kind of dip in importance in the midpoint, I think, once you already have laws for most things. But the dutiful youth is actually kind of handy because I will research it and do the vote on it. And I will have the backing of the Lords already for it. And it comes with a lot of nice upsides. I'm going to need those active workers. I will make the deal with the devil. Let's have it. Swear to God, though, if this fails, this is doubling down on the bad. Because I'll break my promise on actually having a solution for outsiders. But I don't. We get it done. Damn right I kept my promise. We're long overdue some rising trust after what I did to everybody, which was punch them for money. Even my poor lords, I hope they don't take it too badly. That means the next research needs to be dutiful youth. It says I only have 1 week to do it, but I'm pretty sure they give you 40 weeks to do it, 4-0. Man, we need that food yesterday. People are actively starving. And the starvation is causing disease, and the squalor is stabilized, so that's okay. Why are you crying? Where's your mother? Didn't they let her in? No, she doesn't work good enough. And we're not interested in breeding sows right now. Maybe in due time we will, but not right now. That instantly gave me the workforce, so let's get them to work on the prefabs. Maybe make them work even heavier on the prefabs? No, that's as heavy as I can work. Wait, were those workers the automatons that I brought back? I think it was. If it were, then the salvaging factory is of greater importance than you. Salvaging factory I just see as being so amazing. Sure, the disease going up is bad. But the output is so good. That does tell me I should start thinking about what to do about the growing disease problems. See, we've got chemical additives, an untreated sawmill, hunger, squalor. I should probably have some kind of dealing with the dead situation, but I'm committed to doing youths soon. Actually, no, we should have time for a law before that. Alright, let's see what can be done. A little bit of disease isn't too bad. People get sick, whatever. Reduced workforce, okay, it's not great, but what are you going to do? Oh, we need to do something about that hunger. That hunger's getting out of hand. No, look at that, we got the 38 weeks. So I can pass 1 or even 2 laws before then. Maybe even 2. Is this whinging about your mother being left outside? No, I doubted food could be mustered from dust. Now the city creates nourishment in lab beakers. I doubted merit could be rewarded and cherished within the city. I doubted children could still learn to revere their elders. They tend dutifully to my needs. 58, Helga Clark. Hand her the shovel, she'll take care of ourselves. She seems happy enough, though. Overseers... Oh wait, they're forming? Is this the formation of a new... Yes, it is. They like me, but they're not very large amounts of the city here. The overseas will temporarily preside over industry to maximize production. That sounds useful. Also, decretion of crime doesn't seem relevant because I am all sorts of on top of goods production. Interesting, but does that mean I could make you crank out a lot more from somewhere? I think I need to go here. Production efficiency increase. I think I should just take that. Because the amount of funds that you give me is pathetic. Yeah, we need more everything all the time. Please do that. The elite foreman. Alright, welcome aboard. Let's optimize that productions, baby. Alright, that is good. Curbs a few of my intense needs. The food situation is diminishing because we actually brought back all that food. Still needs a more permanent solution, and my frost team's got back without me noticing again. Silent loggers. A logging operation covered in frost. The furnace in the center is gutted, its core is missing, workers lie frozen in their bunkhouses. Finest house is suspiciously empty. Larder doors. Oh, right. The larder door is open and looted. There are trees cut down. We could disassemble the structures, break them down. Take everything as raw materials. I don't actually need materials currently. But 150 prefabs is a sad, sorry, small amount of prefabs compared to 50,000 stockpile. That said, my stockpile is not very full right now. The need for either is pretty low right now. If anything, the prefabs are more immediately useful. Yeah, my income of prefabs has gone down the toilet, although the factory will help out with that. It's something to consider either way down the line. What about you, then? That is what I'm talking about. Food income. Does reduce the amount of teams that I can have going out there, but it solves a big bit of my food problems. Love this material supply, but I don't need it right now. I need to consider what this city really needs. Prefabs, really. What I could actually do is even expand my industrial district and get another factory going so that we have lots of prefabs and lots of goods. That will ensure lots of heat stamps, lots of ability to build, and that is everything, I think. So yes, we will expand the industrial district. The heat demands, huh? Heat demands I might be able to handle by putting down a hub. It's about to get colder, but a hub here will solve a lot of that. No, I can't change the fact that I'm going to need more coal output. And we didn't find permanent coal out here. We found oil. 100 oil is only 200 units of heat. That's not a lot. And we've got prefabs over here, which is rather nice. We've got more food. I think the prefabs are better used to us in those plains. Although apparently in this valley there's a lot of food to be had, and I do like lots of food. Although now that I've got the hothouse, that should really speed food production up back home. I need to deal with the problems that are more apparent. Why is the map upside down? Because I got used to this way of looking at my city. This doesn't feel good. This doesn't feel right. You know how when I play Caesar 3 I almost never rotate the map? I just like having a fixed viewpoint of my city. And if that means upside down map, then you're going to have to learn to read upside down. Fortunately I can. So let's go to the Sniapple. Yeah, I probably want those prefabs. That does leave me with 5 people left over, so I should probably put them to work here. I just haven't decided, do I want all those materials or not? You know what? I think I will. Here's how I'll play this. I'm going to take that. I'm going to go back to my city. And since that's going to fill this up entirely, I'm just going to turn you completely off. Maybe have you a little bit on. Just so you give the bonus of that much cost. The sawmill isn't even built yet. That's funny. That way I can chew through the reserves that I do have. Then when this arrives, it gives me the full shebang. With no issues. Hopefully no issues at least. That leaves me with quite a few free people, and I want those free people to probably work on a bigger, therefore better, factory. If I slam a hub down here, it's going to warm up quite a lot with the ability to warm up something else over here as well. I'm okay with this. We are doubling down very much on factory production, but I do think a strong economy will pull us through here, as I think in just about every resource-related game I play. Alright, that's what we'll do. With that, the food surplus is only barely a deficit. Why does that feel like it doesn't make any sense? I don't like how much heat this costs me, though. This thing is single-handedly causing me all of my problems. You know what? What if I just turn it off? Heat demand goes way down. The food that we have is still going to last us for a while. I should be able to locate more frosty things out in Frostlands. Frees me up to do other things. And you know what that other thing could be? More frost landing. If I drive my way out towards this, I can build up another Frostland team and get more exploration done. And I actually think that's the strongest thing I can do currently. Instead of making what I have in here, we just go out. That does make this bio-waste hothouse research feel like a glorious waste of time. But think of it as a just in case. If we end up not finding the food and our supplies run out, then we will still have that. As for this though, I think we just drive our way towards you. Expensive, sure, but my heat stamp income's about to go up. We're bringing in more people, we're passing good laws. We're going to have goods production. Well, we already have goods production up the wazoo. Let's do it. Is the game hard enough yet? It's been 2 hours and my city is actually very much in its infancy, so I think it's causing me to think a lot about what I do. Which is good. They keep looking at my hands. What are you doing? Push more research along. The overseers want to steer the city closer to their ideals. Well, why wouldn't they? They seem to be doing a bang-up job. I like the fact that they like me. I like that a lot. Now, it's not going to be free to get that logistics thing operational, but having the salvaging factory operational is great. Oh, maybe I want those prefabs then, because the goods are coming out plenty from the salvaging factory, and a surplus of goods doesn't do that much for me. Question is, do I want that second factory down already? Gotta remember, disease is starting to become a big problem. Hunger, squalor, the factory. Well, the hunger should be going away, but I really should consider a law, I think. A law to push down disease. There we go, it's actually diminishing. Then I am sorely tempted to put up another salvaging factory. More prefabs, more better. Although this thing costs all of my bleeding heat stamps. I'm going to call Canny. I'm going to get exploration as the priority. Because whilst the factory is good and in many ways stronger, it pushes this thing back more than this pushes back getting the factory.
The Overseers have begun a series of lectures by one of the generator's original engineers.
Ooh. Yeah, doesn't that sound cool? I'd go for that. And I get bored to tears by those kinds of things. Gotta remember, this thing is 6 size, but it's going to be increased to 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want you cozied up to the coal extraction down the line, so let's fatten this up a bit. Spending a lot of heat stamps here, and I've only recently punched everybody for their heat stamps. If the need arose, I could grab a bit more out of you. But let's just hope the heat doesn't arise. Look at that, the heat stamps income has already doubled from the start. People are actually paying me for the privilege of having access to good goods. What's on its way here? Resource transfer. That's the 50,000 materials, right? And it's going to arrive just in time for us to bottom out on materials. That's good. I have a lot of people not working. That's not good. But I think we'll have to accept that. I'll squeeze everything I can out of this for now, actually. Yeah, get all of that squeezed out. I want all of those so I can just shut this thing down. Or do I? You know what? You actually work better for me if you last a little longer with no heat demand. Because when you are no longer useful, this housing district is going to get cold. Yeah, it's minus 60, but also plus 60. Ho hum. Maybe I should expand the housing district ahead of time. I know I'm going to need it. If I put you there, you're just getting in the way of potential hubbing down the line. However, if I put you here, you're going to cuddle up with them, which is good, actually. Not even arguably good, it's just good. Something like, but not necessarily this. That. So you can expand here, and we put a hub here to affect both of you. And this place. Wow, this is an amazing hub position. Maybe I should keep it in mind and already build you like that so I don't forget how amazing it is. This costs stuff that I don't really have, though. Gotta keep that in mind. Gotta get back to the past. I am going to forget about that hub position if I don't do this, and there's no way to mark something. It's not like Frostpunk 1 where I could put down the framework here and just pause it. Ugh, I'm going to forget, but I can't really justify spending yet more on something that I don't need. It's not endless, it's just sandboxy. I do have endless mode enabled. I better have endless mode enabled. Oh god, now you're going to make me check. No, don't delete save. Please don't delete save. And don't warn me that all progress will be lost when I'm saving game. Maybe it actually shows in the settings already. Settings? For some reason the escape button doesn't open this. There we go. Endless mode is on. At the end of the last stream I said, ooh, why didn't endless mode unlock when I beat the game? Apparently you need to beat the game on Utopia Builder first. I didn't want to do that, so I actually found my profile and I hex-edited endless mode to be unlocked. It was very easy. You too can do it at home. In your app data Frostpunk 2 folder, you have a yourname.profile file. Open it up with a hex editor. Search for the text endless mode and go to the second byte after that and set it to 01. So it should be 0001 directly after endless mode, or endless mode unlock. Why is there an option for council appearance with no options? Huh? This one? Can only be changed in the main menu. I don't know what that changes, but it's of little concern to me. Escape closes the menu, but it doesn't actually bring it up. There must be something blocking that. Alright, we got that done. I said I was going to research Dutiful Youth. I better do it. However, there might be something more worth my time. Hospitals might not be a bad idea given the disease issues that we have. And I should consider coal production. But Dutiful Youth is just good. However... Okay, thankfully the Lords and the Overseers both have the same idea. And the Lords are neutral and there are more plentiful of them, so let's go with the Lords. I do like my Lordy friends. Any prostitutes? Yes, there is a law on prostitution. Is it going to show up here? I know it is here. We had it in the main game, but it's certainly locked behind certain progress or schools of thought. Famine prevention. I have a funny feeling that if you start getting really hungry, you could start pushing some nice laws. I've always wanted to have the neighbors over for dinner. Alright, we pushed our way towards the expansion district yet. I want you to become huge. Yes. And maybe just out a bit more, da-da-da. Because I have a dream of you coming along and getting cozy with them whilst potentially getting me more coal. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this could work. This could work nicely. I'll get you, I'll expand you, and we'll have more scouts heading out into the Frostlands. Currently exploring these plains. There are more plains with more food. And trust me, I want more food. There's also the option to get the population, isn't there? Oh, right, no, this is just burning treasure. Sod that. That's not how we operate. Sooner or later, I'm going to need to research better ways to explore the Frostlands. We're also going to run out of things to exploit out there. How do you unlock Endless Mode? I already forgot. Beat the game on Utopia Builder. Or if you're too lazy or you're too impatient to do that, hex edit it. Get a hex editor, open up your profile file in your app data folder, and then edit right after where it says Endless Mode Unlock. It should say 0000, make it 0001. At least I don't do that weird reverse byte thing that some older games do. Did you already grab the people that the scouts found? Well, they weren't people. Oh wait, you mean the actual people. I didn't want them yet. I can't put them to reasonable work, so I'm not going to have mouths to feed. Although they do mean taxation, and taxation is good. Get these people to work. There's much to explore out there. Working on the Frostlands. I want to keep this thing opened up so I always know what I'm extracting out there. Does the number of goods available go down? I feel like the amount that we had available in the story mission was a lot more than these paltry numbers. Look at that, only 20, must have been about 26 or 27,000 when I found it. That feels very, very low. Oh, well. What did I miss in the past 2 hours? Me establishing this city so far. Oh boy, this population is becoming a problem. Look at that food lack of surplus. Look at the housing lack of surplus. The housing lack of surplus is actually the bigger issue. So I guess I will be expanding this at great personal cost. I need prefabs. Maybe I should have been making the second salvaging factory after all, but I didn't want to push up squalor or disease yet more. Maybe I should have taken the prefabs and not the materials from out there in the Frostlands as well. Many things to consider. You produce as much as you can without producing cold, please. When that temperature hit comes along, I'm going to feel some serious downsides. I should be researching coal thumping. This coal is not going to last. And the heating hubs are too expensive. Yeah, the lack of heat output is going to hurt me bad. But maybe in the Frostlands I'll find some coal. The coal just has prefabs, which I do still need. These are the people, right? 800 foragers. Not currently on my to-get list. Is there anywhere that's not deadly for my poor scouts here? There's planes with food. I'm looking for fuel more than anything. This is deadly. This is dangerous. I can take dangerous, but I don't want deadly. This needs 20 people to go and explore. Options not great. Ah, it is a long time. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I am very much believing that I need to get the slice people up law to reduce disease problems. Does anybody want to have it? Well, they have some manifest stuff, but they also want ceremonial funerals, which I do not want. That's going to make it very difficult to pass ceremonial carving of people up. But we're going to need that if we're going to see through the disease that is rampaging. Contagion prevention would actually also be useful. I do like my infectious badge. People don't like it, but I like it. Although I would sooner enjoy this. Research speed increase, but oh god, nobody wants this. That's a problem. Yeah, all of the overseers are against the harvesting funeral. And I do not want ceremonial funerals. Well, if we don't have people die, it's not going to be a big problem, but I think given that it's what people will actually back, I'll go for the badge. I like this. I like actually having to think about my factions and their needs when considering laws. It was... you didn't even have to put much thought into it in Frostpunk 1. It's just, I decide this and so this. Being forced to make decisions that I don't want to make. I like it. You'd need to convince everyone. Yeah, I'd need to make a lot of underhanded deals, which I'm not keen on. I think we'll just put out the badge, because no one's going to say no to it, and we haven't researched Dutiful Youth yet. So this will take care of our disease. The tension will be increased, but that's not a bad thing. Tension is only a problem when it's too big. It's kind of like the hope or discontent in the first game. Very good chance this is just going to pass. So I shouldn't need to negotiate anything. Just pass a vote on it, please. Yeah, I've got to get upgrades for the scouts to make them able to handle the danger. There's a building for that, but I'd need to research and build it. I'd be keen on doing that if there were goods out there that I'm desperate to get my hands on as soon as possible, but we've largely taken care of a lot of our needs. The main thing I really need right now are heat stamps. I might actually punch you in the face for heat stamps. I need it badly, man. Just give it to me. Oh, they weren't happy, but I needed it. Question might be, Jake, why did you need that? Well, the housing situation isn't great. Of course, that needs prefabs. What I'm thinking, since the prefab situation isn't great, what I need is another salvaging factory. And that still wasn't enough heat stamps, that's funny. Learning to manipulate tension to get Captain's Law is probably a very risky but rewarding thing. I feel like the Captain's Law are there to help you bounce back, and I do appreciate that being an option. When things go bad, you can pass Captain Law easier, and that'll help you bounce back and give you a lot of powers for it. Ouch, my finger! But I'm so happy I can spin good yarn. Okay. I hope I can ignore these events down the line. Right, this is another way to get some more resources. The extraction district has extracted all it can extract. By deleting it, I actually improved the squalor situation, because it was causing squalor in the neighborhoods. Unfortunately for me, it was also causing insulation in the neighborhoods. And as I'm sure you're well aware, my heat situation ain't great. Oh god, the salvaging factory also desires heat. We need fuel badly, and I've not been getting any additional fuel. I'm researching Dutiful Youth, but beyond Dutiful Youth, I probably need to get some kind of coal extractor, or else we're going to freeze to death. Yeah. Because the temperature is going to go down in about 10 weeks or so. Whoops, that's the wrong button. A hub will help, but a hub won't do everything. And I gotta remember I need those prefabs. You'll pay off prefabs fast enough. Get over there. The shelter situation is not so bad that I'm... Oh god, cold is actually growing? Please stop growing. If cold becomes notable, I think people start freezing to death. It also grows disease. Lots of bad things. Yeah, we've got 100 units of oil, but we don't actually have a way to use oil. And that oil only matches our coal output. Although I suppose that itself isn't too bad. It essentially doubles the output of what we have. Does mean I need to connect a trail, but I could connect a trail. Oh, wrong one. I'd need to do a bunch of things, though. I'd need to connect this trail. Actually, could I connect, further than that? That actually works. 75 heat stamps, 3 weeks. We'll bring in that oil, but it's not just the oil, is it? I also need to get the generator upgrade, which costs 250 heat stamps and 100 prefabs. Is that a better option than getting the coal mine for 130 heat stamps, 40 prefabs, and virtually the same output? Material demand is not a concern right now. We're way on top of materials. I think it's got to be the coal mine, although I'm quite saddened at the fact that I'm going to chew through this quite quickly. It will buy me time to go and find a more permanent way to solve our fuel situation. But yeah, I think I have to do that as my next research then. Get the coal mine, place down 1 coal mine, potentially 2. All the while, the disease badges should help out with the disease. Well, you'd think so, but disease is actually growing. Well, that's not good, is it? Plenty of not good things going on. Okay, never mind that. The plains are being explored. Where else do we go? I could check out these hills, which apparently have yet more oil for me. But I did say I wasn't looking for oil. Additional coal would be welcome. Additional food, perhaps? Heat stamps. People, food, deadly, food. All the food I was asking for is available now. Ain't that the kicker? Coal and cores in exchange for danger. I don't know what this does, but maybe I should find out what happens when you get injured scouts. But having easily accessible coal sounds good. Although, gotta consider the food situation, don't I? I actually don't have enough food for very long. Even though I'm extracting the food that we found. Maybe I should go to this valley. Might be much better source of long-term food. Leaves me with 10 spare exploration people. And they're wondering what to do. I could send them home. It's not a bad idea. But I should explore all the easy-to-explore places while the going is good. We'll do just that. Means I don't need to enhance this thing just yet. In due time. Separated families. That sounds good. The overseers will be happy, but don't make exceptions. Exceptions makes exceptions lawyers. Man, yeah, that food ain't lasting. That heat ain't lasting. Heat is the more pressing concern. What I could conceivably do is actually lower this. Lowers the output, but lowers the heat demand tremendously. Especially when this thing comes in, it's going to cost me a whole bunch. Yeah, because heat is currently the problem. I think I postponed that issue for too long. I got 17 weeks to solve it. Well, more like I've got 10 weeks to solve it. The cold is coming soon. Well, we got the thing down anyway, but yeah, look at those demands. Those demands are savagely high. But the output is hard to argue with. 41 output of some very coveted prefabs. Gets to the point where heat stamps are the main issue, and that's okay. Glad I didn't grab the prefabs from the Frostlands now. It was a good idea. Yeah, the overdrive could buy me some time. Might be better to overdrive, well, Yeah, we'll buy a little bit of time. Let's do it. We've now got 1,600 and something weeks, apparently. I know that's not the case. The Lords are delighted that we researched Youthful Youth, which we are going to have the next vote on. Maybe that's what the little golden thing means. It means that this is spoken for with something that you researched. But yeah, I think coal mining is the cheaper option to go forward with right now. Make it so. Although, I'm looking at some of these laws. No, we need the output. Get me the output. Blasting gets more coal, and it costs materials. Now that I actually look at my materials versus other things... No, actually, it doesn't actually increase the amount of coal that's there in the ground, so I think we should just do the more reasonable amount that comes out. And to hell with disease, I'm sure we'll deal with that in due time. The badges will keep people safe, I'm sure, but I don't like the fact that disease is growing. Cold, at least, is minor, but stable. I wish cold were non-existent. I could make cold non-existent by expanding housing operations, but again, I don't have the heat stamps. Why does everything have to cost money? I have ideas for you, I think. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Da-da. 1, 2, 3. Alright. When I can, I think I'll have to put down another housing district, or else the cold situation with a disease situation will cause too many bad things. Although some people being sick from work isn't too bad. We have too many people. I shouldn't have brought back the automaton. Should have brought back its core. And I think it's too late to break it down now. Hey, there we go. It really will last for bleeding forever, but that overdrive will become a problem at some point. I just need that to buy me some time to find the coal or get the research done for the coal. But yes, heat stamps are needed, which means alcohol might be a pretty great law.
To make sure your contagion badge is visible at all times.
Thank you for the great idea, Germans. I guess work compensation is needed to unlock ideas about making alcohol. But yeah, you start getting alcohol, you get more money than God, so I'm keen to do that. Overseer efficiency bonuses. Pretty good, actually. Once I get the coal mine, if I go out that way, I'll be able to solve the heat stamps problem. Or, well, maybe not solve it. It's all proportional with population. But heat stamps are currently my main blocker to progress. Does lack of housing produce extra disease and or heat needs? Yeah, it causes cold, and lack of shelter hurts cold even more than lacking heat from the generator does. And being cold causes disease. As you can see here, significantly increased disease due to cold. More so than we get out of squalor, or the sawmill, or even my plentiful factories. Actually, surely we have... Yeah, we have what we need now. Okay. 1, 2, 3... Can I put you up here? Actually warms you up being next to that food district. And it's quite convenient for putting a hub here because of the hub... if I put 3 here and 3 here, that hub is going to warm up multiple places. And I do dream of the hubs down the line. So yes, I will put you here. Yeah, food and housing can go together rather nicely. Yeah, without squalor as well. You want your food and your housing mixed together. Of course, the problem is, although housing can go everywhere, food cannot. Food is stuck to where we have available fertile soil or whatever else. Alright, the exploration is donezo. What was out in the plains? This plains. People. I don't need people currently. Another automaton. Cost me prefabs, gives me 800 workforce. I think I just take its core. Although I don't need the core, so leave it for Leighton. That leaves me with 10 people spare. It's safe to go into this valley. It is not safe to go here. Are we exploring anywhere else? The valley, again, just has people and more things that I don't want. What I'm trying to find is coal. I think the idea is that... something was pointing towards more oil, right? Maybe it was the valley. No? Ice Mountain? I can only assume the more oil is further afield. Well, while the going is good, I want to explore all the safe areas, so I think I'm going to do this place. More food is more good as well. Although I have the ability to make a lot of food over here, I'd rather not, because the heat demands for a food location can be quite unpleasant. I'm trying to lower my heat demands rather than increase my heat output. I want the options, but by and large I'm just trying to push forward. My goods surplus is frankly too much, but oh well. That's the salvaging factories for you. They're really good at what they do. Maybe I focused on it a bit too much. You're running fine. Yeah, you're fine as you are. I'd love to get better exploration, so I'd also love to research the... Oh god, maybe I shouldn't go for alcohol. If exploration is really important, then what I should do is go for the scouting headquarters. Get the... It doesn't really matter which one I go for, but the foragers... the foragers alone have the idea of the survivalist headquarter. And it makes things quite a bit faster. It's just outright better. That's a problem. Do I back someone that's the minority to do a better idea, or do I make people happy? And the answer is, since I punch people all the time, their unhappiness is a given. So instead I'll take the superior headquarters. Yeah, I think that'll be the next thing we research then. The law is spoken for. But that's okay. We're doing a pretty good job of keeping people happy, and I think that's because I'm doing a pretty good job of keeping the city on its toes. That minor period of starvation was only temporary, and I proved that it was temporary by making it even more temporary. I wonder what Steam rating the game will get. Yeah, I suspect a lot of people are going to be like, oh, it isn't Frostpunk 1. I don't like it. It was a risk of the developers, or the publisher, I suppose, to call it Frostpunk 2 instead of calling it Frostpunk The New Coming, or The Power of Steel, or something. When you hear a sequel, you do expect it to play quite a bit like the prequel. Your Doom 2 to your Doom 1. And people are going to look at this going, I don't want to play Civilization. I'm putting down districts on hexes. No, I wanted to put down individual coal thumpers. I get that, and I think that's more down to mismanagement of expectations than anything else. But what do I know? Might be universally loved, might be universally loathed. Me, I'm enjoying myself. I'm not going gaga over it, and my initial impression is that this is not going to do for me what Frostpunk 1 did. I'm not going to be playing this for months or even years on end. But not every game has to be like that. Sometimes it's better if it's not. You are so bleeding problematic. I'm actually going to reduce you just to reduce the heat amount needed, because this is not sustainable. A little bit of people living out in the cold is fine. My generator popping from its overactive overdrive is not fine. It's law clock, that it is. I believe... Did I promise to pass this law, or simply to hold a vote? I think I only promised to hold a vote. But we will be having this. Cutting down crime isn't very relevant right now, because we produce loads of goods, and since people get all the fine goods that they want, they're not turning to crime. Even so, population increase inherently comes with crime, so it's good down the line. And the percentage of workers increase. It's only a good thing, right? Unemployment is fine. I can always put them to work elsewhere. Point is, get voting, lads.
The eyes have it.
Uncomfortably close. I had to look away from that. 3 more than needed. Wonderful. It's like my hit points in Slay the Spire. They're happy I'm promoting tradition. I'm happy we're getting buffs out of that. And I'm also happy that I don't actually need to build or invest in anything to make that work for me. If Frostpunk 2 was exactly the same as Frostpunk 1, people would complain. It could have just been a DLC instead of a new game. Yeah, it was one of my complaints about Dominion 6 over Dominions 5. Really didn't feel like it brought enough new to the platter for me. 10 weeks left until my people discover what starvation is again. I don't want to turn this thing on because my heat situation is ludicrously bad. But I think I have to, just to call off starvation. At least I'll soon be able to increase my coal output, and that will solve my problems. And I'll be able to give the generator poor, much-needed rest. Could call an emergency council session if I needed to pass a law on the double, but I don't think I do currently. I see there is nuance to the faction system in Frostpunk 2. I look at the below panel, I see representatives to the right of the tension ball, with foragers being on their lonesome. I assume factions can have opposing and aligning visions of adaptation. Yes, yes they can. You'll notice that the foragers, when I tried to pass a previous law, were the only people that backed their own idea. It wasn't a law, it was an idea, wasn't it? See, the machinists, the overseers, and lords actually have some overlap, because I believe they quite like tradition overall. Here we go. Lords like the traditional aspect of a scout headquarter. The overseers like that it's traditional, and also that it's based on merit and progress. And the machinists like the progress, but the foragers are all about adaptation, and they're left alone over there. We can get a better look at them over in the council, checking them out here. So the foragers, all they really care about is adaptation, machinists only really care about progress, and the lords just care about tradition. But the overseers are an amalgamation, progress, merit, and tradition. And that kind of leaves the foragers out on their own a bit. That's okay though. The foragers will have their place in, well, foraging. I took my mind off of what I was doing, but that's fine. Salvaging factory, untreated sawmill. I never built the bio-waste place, and I don't want to yet. Might be a good idea to. Might actually be a very good idea to. What was I saving up my heat stamps for, though? I already got my my exploration bay down. I got my double factories down. I did manage to build up the shelter. I think I'm holding on to them for this. I will probably need this heating hub. Look at the amount of heat that it can provide right here. 4 different districts with a big boost of heat. My problem is that they're not currently demanding that heat. But we're about to get a double dip in temperature, which means they certainly will. There's also the idea that it's very cold over in the industrial district. The industrial district is pretty much half my demand for heat. But I do think the heating hub over here is going to help out a lot. It won't actually help you at all. Another thought is that it could go down here and it would heat up 3 different housing areas. I can, more than 3. I'll be able to build more housing districts that also benefit off of it. 4 and 5 even. That's very strong. Oh, please don't tell me that's an isolated Frostpunk area. No! I'd have to pay the full frost breaking to access that. Frost breaking cost is not proportional to the amount that you break, so you always want to break the full 8. I must have absent-mindedly left that little chunk on its own. That's a mistake, but it's not a mistake I'm going to pay 30 for currently. What I'm getting at is that a single hub here is going to be able to heat up 5 different districts. And that is good, because those districts are probably also going to have little extra bits in them. Extra bits like what? More research institutions? No, probably things like hospitals, guard towers. Point is, this is probably where the hub is going to go, all things considered. It does nothing yet, so I'm not doing it yet. But it is a good reason to hold on to those heat stamps rather than throw them away on something that I don't necessarily need. Like a hothouse. What do you think about the UI changes since you last playtested? Let's not call it playtesting, although I suppose it was. I'm happy with them. The old UI was pretty terrible. This one certainly has its faults. My biggest faults being this button, and this number. They're very important, but they don't do anything to really alert you that they're readily available. If you have 20 free exploration teams, you're sitting around doing nothing. You are sitting on a lot of lost resources. Scrubbing a shirt, lost in her mind. I don't actually like these little events. Maybe they're there to make you feel feelings, but I actually feel like 11-bit's ideas on delivering that kind of narrative, they fall flat for me. I'm sure there are people out there that get all teary-eyed and whatnot, but for me, it's just... go away. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear this either. We have 9 weeks of fuel left, and that is considering that the generator overdrive is already on. We need... oh god, actually, even... I'm going to need both of these things operational just to keep the cold away. And it's only going to get colder. Uh-oh. Well, ain't that a kick in the face? Actually does speak to putting one of the hubs here. It'll help you and you immediately. That's a 6-day reduction in heat requirement. And good now is probably better than good later. Four are affected. Nothing for you yet. 20 for you. 20 for you. Actually, it's 40, isn't it? Yeah, man, that is good stuff. Good freaking stuff. Yeah, I've unlocked Endless Mode already. It's what we're playing on right now. Not an easy choice here, because the heat stamp cost of this heating hub is 80 of my 116. But I'm very close to unlocking the coal mines. Those are what I'm researching right now, right? Yeah, I am. And those also cost 80 heat stamps. The coal mine, however, has more output in terms of heat than that. So do I get something that helps me more immediately, or the thing that helps me more? Ultimately, I need both, and I only have 9 weeks to make it happen. Nine weeks, huh? 13 income of heat stamps per week. This thing's going to be ready in 2 weeks. I think we hold out for the coal mine. We slam down the coal mine, then the heater. 160 cost. Yes. With the hub, you have more time. Yeah, the hub will give us a little bit more time, but barely. Barely any more time. I want the output now. Poor UI. Yeah, sod it. Down goes the hub. Donk. How long do you take to build anyway? Doesn't want to tell me. What about scaling down housing districts? That then kicks people out into the wilderness, and that significantly increases cold. I'd rather have a lack of fuel and have my people in houses than kicking them out. With some exceptions, like this, I don't think it's worth putting 2 people in a home to pay, oh god, 16 additional heating. Not happening. But yeah, the heat situation needs to be dealt with right now, and I'm very glad I didn't go for oil. I would not have had the resources to make oil work for me right now. Yeah, it's alright kicking 2 people out in the curb. No one's going to care about them, least of all me. The food is also costing me a freaking ton of heat. But I can't really have people starving either. 32 per. But if I turn this off, our food is just gonzo. To heat or to eat? Oh man. Not an easy call. The exploration continues in places that will provide food. But hunger very rapidly causes disease, and disease is already a bit problematic. And I can't really halfway house both of them. Yeah, could I? I'm gonna try, but the lack of heat stamps is horrible. And unfortunately, it's a long time until I can ask my grateful factions for a generous donation. Alright, I am at the mercy of research and what they find in the Frostlands. There are 3 places being explored, and I believe they should all have potential food. Yeah, all of them are potential food, so I might be solving my food problem before I know it. Problem is, how long until you're done? Do not accidentally cancel this exploration. Well, probably about 6 weeks. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Well, let's imagine that it is 6 weeks. How long will my food hold if I turned it off entirely? 9 weeks. Alright, let's believe in the starvation strats. They work for me in many games, they'll have to work for me here. Could the industry in mining be turned off? Why would I turn off my input of coal? I need that coal. You might be saying, why don't you turn off the industry district? And I'd be inclined to agree. It eats up a lot of my heat demand. But my counterpoint to that is that prefabs are life. I might have a lot of them, but I need a lot of them. It is a very convincing argument, though. Look at that, I can just have my heat demands. Maybe even more so. We're still meeting our goods since we're surplusing on them. Alright, we're going to do that. We're going to cut back on industry. That way there are fewer places that we need to heat over there. This place is already as low as I'm willing to take it. Maybe we can make it a little lower? Yeah, because we're surplusing there. Alright, we're cutting heat demands across the industry. Now we have the heat time to get the extraction going. Further problem is the extraction is going to mine this dry very quickly. We need a much better source of fuel. We have some more coal over here. We do have some oil over there. But ideally I'd find a solution in the Frostland. Ideally, huh? Starvation strats are just a different form of the negative 5k strats, I suppose. No, because on negative 5k, Caesar stops you doing anything. Starving people will still get to bloody work. We should pass a service exemption. Let us pursue it, says Overseer Man. The Overseers look with distrust at what the other communities propose. They would surely appreciate you getting behind their idea. Promise the Overseers that you'll pass service exemption within 60 weeks. I can't remember what kind of law that is, and I don't think I can look at my laws right now. It's got that Battle Brothers problem where you have to make a decision, but you can't actually check the information to decide on that. I think that's a law you already have. I'm trying to remember what the heck the law is. This is another case where the UI is hurting me here. Both I can't check, and it doesn't tell me. It would be nice if it says, oh, you already have this law. Or even just current law is da-da-da, backed by so-and-so. What the heck is this law? I'm trying to remember. Surface exemption is stamps from Central District. The prefabs from the Jenny. That's not bad, actually, because the prefabs aren't so necessary anymore. But is there another law that I really want? You know what, this is a great law, all things considered. Population is growing and we need the heat stamps. We have the prefab production already. So you know what? Let's make it so. There's no current necessitated law. And it sounds like they would want to back me on this one. Yeah, I mean, 5 prefabs is great, but we're outgrowing that. Whereas 10% heat stamp income? Well, heat stamps are good. Although, I can't help but feel expedition support would be the best of all of them. Actually, maybe even heat pipe watch. God, they're all good. Can I not just have all of them? Can people invent extra time to do all of these things? No decent people want this. Service exemptions are rubbish. Don't you give me that. Okay, we got our research done. Here's another problem. If I do another research, it costs me yet more heat stamps. Crop selection sounds good, but... I believe I wanted to scout headquarters. Again, very expensive, but we'll be able to do another round of punching people in about 20 weeks or so. So I think I need to save up, put down 1 or even 2 of my extraction areas here for more coal, then I think we'll be alright-ish, at least while the coal is stable there. I'm very glad I beelined for exploration. Could you imagine that if we didn't have our scouts going out and about looking for everything, we'd be squandering all our resources here without really empowering ourselves much? Much like in Frostpunk 1, I do think exploration is the key. Couple of weeks we'll have the heat stamps to slam down one of these. And I do need to turn the generator off soon. That generator's ready to pop. I don't like that thing going up, not one bit. How much extra... That should be 278 to 278. If it's 278 to 417, what's the ratio working at there? I could run the numbers, but I don't want to. I'm glad they added prefabs. If everything only cost money, then I wouldn't be very happy. Right, you cause disease, but we've got disease under wraps because we're keeping people warm and fed. And the squalor is minor, as it should be. Next batch of goodies is going into research, though. Let that generator cool off for a bit, but man, oh lordy. We are going to be cold. Maybe I should build 2 of these with my heat stamps. Oh, dearie, dear me. I really hope those scouts find good stuff out there.
Our dutiful youth are eager to help however needed.
Don't let Father Fiddler hear that. So I got that hub going. It's got a demand for materials, but that's not a big deal. What I'm more interested in is this, keeping everything nice and warm. Would actually like another one over here to further reduce heating needs. But there's also an argument for putting one over here. It's not a very strong argument, nowhere near as strong as putting one over there. Could also reduce you a bit more, but that's starting to get a bit sadistic. 2 people out in the streets is fine. 20 people out in the streets is significantly less fine. So the increased scale of the game will have you sacrifice 50 children to save the generator. Generator malfunctions and just outright kills people. 1 week until cancel time. What a horrible UI element that is. It's grey on a grey background. At least some other things go a bit golden. Wincing on my heat stamps economy here. 14 weeks until I can raise a very hefty amount of funds, and I'm looking forward to that. Easy now, coal stockpile. We can see this through yet. No need to panic. Feels good though. This does evoke some Frostpunk feelings of just barely making ends meet. And it's actually a bit less scutter. Mind all the times where I had issues with people not going to work when I needed them to? Largely not an issue now. Alright, there we go. It's one of them charted out. What do you have for me? It was one of the northern ones, or southern, I suppose. Next to the ice mountains and the glacier and the broken mountain. Deadly, deadly, dangerous. Okay. Okay, but, no buts, I guess. What did you find? You found 3 different things. A colony we can establish. A food colony, no less. The snow falls less often here, allowing fields of moss and lichen to form on the surface. In -50. Great herds once came to graze. They were aggressively hunted before we arrived. The soil remains. Hot houses for decades to come. Geothermal, logistics, food, deep fertile soil, coal, deep coal vein. Very nice, but certainly not something we can afford right now. Never mind the heat stamp cost of getting all this done. But yes, good to know that this is where we can establish one of our food colonies, and one of our goals is to get that up to 10,000. Very nice, but later. Not keen on that. I don't actually like the multiple colonies aspect of this game. I know it's something a lot of people asked for, but I wasn't asking for it. Awe-inspiring rock formation to the sky. Birds of prey nest on top. Okay, that's nice, but it's not goods. It's not anything. This is something. Oh, thank the heavens. 110 food income. Get harvesting. How long will this last? 110. So 770 a week. That's 100 weeks of food. This one, on the other hand, not going to last quite so well. Yeah, 15 weeks to build. That's not an early solution, I don't think. Didn't really free up any of my workers because 5 of them needed to be dedicated to doing that. However, did we find anything that we could potentially check out? No, we decided that's deadly, deadly, dangerous. Dangerous, deadly. What am I looking for out here again? A little coal outpost would be very welcome. Hopefully you'll find something adjacent that you can work on. Otherwise, I think I've exhausted all the safe areas to go to. No, this valley is safe. I'm not willing to sacrifice some of my food income to check that out, but when you're done, I'm going to send you over to the valley. Alright, very good. Things are going quite well, I would even say. Especially when it's law o'clock. And I said we'd pass service exemptions, and a lot of people want it. Am I really willing to do this to my prefabs? The answer is yes. 5 prefab income is no longer very relevant, especially since I can scale it up massively. Heat stamps, on the other hand, we are desperate for. It's not going to give me a ton. I think this is going to give me like 0.7 heat stamps per week. But since it is the current linchpin, I'm more than happy to get this going. Everyone must volunteer time outside of work and as needed. Unless they purchase an exception. And I do want to have more money than God. There was gold in the south too. Free gold. Ooh, I do like gold. Where's the gold? Leave my gold alone.
The measure passes.
I think we've only had one law fail so far today. Happy to report. The dancing politician can see his way through. Actually got a cameo in Hearts of Iron 4 as the dancing politician. Right. Relations improve. Maybe I got removed. Who knows? Relations improve, trust rises. This is all very good. I'm actually an accepted leader now with good relations across the board. Who would have believed? Squalor remains a problem. Disease remains a minor and growing problem. I still don't think I'll be able to get that slice people up law done anytime soon, but I would like it. But yes, I still need to deal with the crippling coal problem. But here's the thing, do I really want to? Here's the issue. This coal runs out in 36 weeks. And that is a big issue. Another issue, I suppose, is that if I put down an extraction district over here, it's going to be cold. So it's going to cost the coal that it puts out for me. Not all the coal, of course, but I'm not thrilled at the prospect. It's going to cost me even more to drill through for this. There's 1, 2, 3 there. I don't know how many deposits I'm on top of here, but like I said, it's not going to last very long. We know we can get oil, and it's a reasonably large amount of oil, right? Is it? 700 a week? 10 weeks, 100 weeks, 200 weeks of oil? We really need a much better permanent solution to our fuel problems. And they are fuel problems. And it's still about to get colder. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Thinking I break through to this, I expand my logistics depot. I focus logistics and fuel because the food situation is largely taken care of. And we do need that fuel. Thing is, expanding you costs even more. Alternative thoughts, we don't care about the lack of coal. We can power through with a little bit lack of heat. It'll only cost a little cold. And I can maybe pass a law or two to prevent disease. But the more I build, the more it's going to cost me in terms of heating. Population goes up. Hopefully I never need to add more food production. There's a lot of problems with this. Expand the logistics depot. It's already got the empty slot. Do I even need that expansion? It's yet more heat stamps that I can't really afford. Okay, what if... Sod the coal. We make do on coal austerity. This thing is already off, so this is as bad as it's going to get until 20 weeks or so pass. What we do is we go for the Scout Headquarter. 170 heat stamps that we're never going to see again, but we're good on the prefabs. With this, we'll be able to explore the dangerous areas, and using blind faith, we can be assured that the dangerous areas contain all of the coal I'll ever need. Like here, for example, the crevice fields. Many scouts will die. Many scouts will die. Many scouts will be injured. At least they become safe with a bit of preparing. I'm hoping there's somewhere that has just coal, right? Coal doesn't require any additional thought to throw into my generator. Yeah, exactly. Wake up, dead man gets it. Faith will save us all. Yeah, it seems like the coal is all over in horribly deadly areas. We can make them less deadly, but not safe. Ah, how about this? The glacier. The glacier has coal. We'll be able to dip that from dangerous to less dangerous. It takes a long time to chart, but the coal will last that long time. Alright, it's decided. That's what we'll do. Let's get ourselves a proper survivalist headquarter at immense cost. And go exploring, Hobbs. Yeah, to get the threat level lower, you would need to build 2 survivalist headquarters. Or 1 survivalist headquarter, and I swear there's a law or something that makes your exploration less dangerous. It's scout training, that's it. Events or research can give it. I think we got an event when we played the campaign that gave it. I don't know if there's research that can get us there. But maybe the scout headquarter will enable a law for it? Or maybe it enables this. I don't know. I don't know all the law setups and that. But this is what I believe will work. We'll just cope with the cold for a little bit. Especially knowing that we can further reduce our cold problems by building another hub here. A single hub here will reduce our cold needs, or our fuel needs, actually, entirely. Yeah, we'll actually have surplus. That's a good sign. I like good signs. Also makes all my coal last longer. The problem, as ever, is that it costs heat stamps that I don't have. But I will have them, just believe. As soon as I punch people for heat stamps, my problems will melt away, and that's 12 weeks away. Alright, we've got a plan. I have got a plan. No steward's goons will boss me around like I'm their property. What? The city is capitulating to the worst of us. The selfish and the late... I get this in Frostpunk, I get this in Caesar. People just calling me all sorts of horrible things while I do my utmost to keep them alive, or keep the Roman Republic alive. Well, it's both Republic and Empire times in Caesar 3. Point is, I'm doing a damn lot more than that soddy old toad sat over in Rome. Right, what have we found out here? A bonfire camp. Again, I don't want population. That's mouths to feed, and we're not struggling on workforce right now. It's funny, when I played the story, I wanted every population I could get, but that's because we had the resources to put them to work. Now, we do not. They're yearning for finer things in life besides gathering wood and food. They work non-stop just to survive in their bunkhouses. Terrible shape, that. Grain. Tattered remains of an expedition camp. Tents are marked with insignia our scouts didn't recognize. Curved knives. Oriental food. And it's not horribly diseased, you say? One of the older scouts said it was rice and started crying. Alright, that alleviates some food problems. In a big way. Alright, bring it back. That still leaves me 10 teams, and I believe I wanted to send some of those 10 teams off to another safe area. We did find one safe area left, right? Yeah, this valley. I don't think this is really worth my time, but I'm going to do it. I can always pull back other scouts to get the numbers that I need. When everything is bad, it's easier to get Captain's authority. I feel like that's like going the extreme rules in Frostpunk 1. I do like to challenge myself not to need such crutches. In my own time, I did experience the Captain authority. It's not as fun as it might sound. Although I do like the idea of being Captain again. Being Stuart just isn't right. My name ain't Stuart. It's my father's name. Call me Captain Stuart. Okay, that joke got old the first time I said it. I certainly want my heating hub down here. There are some really nice designs. I spent a while last night coming up with designs that tessellate for putting down hubs and housing areas. And I think some of them are quite good. The problem, of course, is that you just don't have the resources early on to do that. There's a lot of digging out. I suppose once we truly have more money than God, I can get behind doing that. But that time isn't now. Is Utopia mode worth a shot? So far I'd already say it's better than story mode. Once you feel like you know how to play the game, yeah, maybe just beat story mode. It's not that long, but to me in Frostpunk 1 and 2, free play is where it's at. Alright, we're working on this. Do I want to expand my logistics district? Especially if I'm going to be making places easier, but I have to keep in mind Scout Headquarter costs an arm and a leg, 120 of my beloved bits and bobs. I also want the heating improved. Heating, Frostland teams. I'm probably going to need more Frostland teams because they're going to be extracting, aren't they? Yes, they are. So to that effect, maybe have you come out 3 like this. Costly, but necessary. Yeah, the road layout is wild. What is so horrific here that we couldn't just go over it? Well, for all we know, there's some horrible deep crevasse under there. The game has to, I suppose, generate these roads themselves, so it's never going to look as good as what a human can do. Well, me. It'll never look as good as what I can do. Oh god, what are they moaning about now? Indebted to the past. Ah, I was a rebel before, but old Mr. Feeney plays hide the weenie with me, and now I understand the whiteout years. I'm not about to fund what you do here, though. Relations improve, heat stamps per capita significantly decreased. No way in hell do I give up my heat stamps. As we saw in the story mode, you do eventually reach a point where you're so rich you don't know what to do with it. But that's the point where you start repealing those heat stamp laws and go down other ways. For now, we need every heat stamp we can get. And I am revving up my fist to start punching people for yet more heat stamps. Oh, hang on. Once again, the scouts were ready and I was not alerted. They only found one thing over here. But it is food. And that is why I'm expanding my Frostland teams. Okay, that is good. Perhaps even better are that you found me more options. There's a lot of adjacencies here. Deadly. Deadly. Safe. With coal. Ooh. Deadly. 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 It wasn't this bad on story mode, right? I do wonder if the captain difficulty actually makes the Frostlands much more horrible. Anyway, never mind that. We see coal, we get coal. My other intrepid explorers, once they are done, will be able to deal with this glacier. Why are the Stormlands upside down? Just because I didn't orient it this way, because I don't want to look at Grimsby from this angle. I think my problem with this angle is that this obscures too much of the city. Whereas this perspective, it's fine. It only obscures itself. So that just means we've got to deal with upside down maps. But that's fine. You can read upside down, can't you? It was a short-lived craze in school times to read upside down because it would apparently train your intelligence. I didn't do it. I knew I didn't need that. I mean, not that I didn't have intelligence to gain, I just don't put a big value on it. Okay, next thing I build has got to be that survival thing, so I can go and check out more locations on the map. Gotta keep in mind that we only have access to 2.
Outsiders, be reminded. To maintain your residency rights, you must remain productive at all times.
It's like that time I went to Croatia. Gotta remember there are only 2 locations that I can put down these exploration platforms, as opposed to 3 that I had in the first game, so I'll have far fewer exploration teams. Even if I do Vanguard bay them up, something rotten. And unless I get the event, I'm gonna need to put down 2 survival bays just to ensure that we can go to the dangerous mountain areas. Otherwise though, we're going to get a little cold, and that's okay. We're gonna get a little hungry, that's okay. I'm very happy that the materials and the goods situations are fine. I'm just not so happy I don't have the heat stamps to put people to bleeding work. This is not fine. I need to subsidize my coal. And that very sadly means digging through all this garbage. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, then expand it a bit. I'd want you to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could expand into that later, I guess. I don't know if I'll be doing deep drilling. Probably. If it's something I have to have a choice between, I'd rather do deep drilling. Didn't you want to make the other heating hub? The other heating hub costs heat stamps, and I need to save these heat stamps for my survival logistic thing. On the other hand, how long until I can even do that? The cold is coming. Bothers me that it doesn't actually do anything really for you. But it does a lot for these other 2. The heating hub saving me 48 heat. Actually saving me 80 heat is tantalizing. Alright, get it down. The heat we can eat. Ah, wait, why have I got 10 Frostlander teams available? Some of them must come back with goodies. Alright, bring in the food. And then hope upon hope that we get some coal to subsidize our needs. This valley does not have coal, but this one does. Problem, of course, because there are always problems. Getting that coal back requires actually drawing a line, unless it's just a stash of coal that we can bring back for our... what's the word? For the stockpile, which might actually be preferable. It won't last very long if it just goes straight into the stockpile, but if I have to draw a path back with the coal, that's going to be grim. Point is, we're going to have some very bad times very soon when this colder weather hits. Everywhere is going to have much more demand for heat, and I won't have the heat to give. Which makes me very sad about how I'm actually going to have to extract this then. It's going to hurt. Is the city next to the ocean? Well, we're next to water. Whether or not it's ocean, I don't know. Hard to tell since everything's frozen. I've got asthma. I convulse. What should I do? I will ignore you because I do not have the resources to give you a hospital. But someday I will. Alright, great. We'll certainly be building our scout headquarter. What do we do now? I need to do something about this heat situation. There's my scout training, though. That would actually help me get out into the dangerous areas as well. Very tempting. Yeah, the heat dispatcher needs to be constructed, which is not groovy. A generator upgrade becoming a bit more tantalizing, because I know I have access to oil, I just need to bring it back. And I'm about to get a large lump sum of heat stamps. So if I upgraded the generator, I'd be able to pump out a lot more heat from the oil. And where I am right now, I do feel that getting the heat is my bigger situation. I'm almost out of coal, we're about to be coal deficit. This thing is only going to last for half a year longer. Even if I migrate all of my coal plugging out to here, that just mortgages my problem a little bit. On the other hand, don't we have oil? Yeah, we got oil out here. A lot of oil. It's not unthinkable that I push forward for that oil and get it out of that ground. Although it comes out at a much slower rate. Might be a lot better than this. Is it law o'clock? I wasn't paying attention, but yes it is. We've been sitting on laws, unfortunately. But I need to plan a path forward here. The slow, meticulous thinking is really not great for some people, but it's what I'm doing because I'm not familiar with what we're at here. Yeah, the people do crave the liquid black gold. If I were to get myself a... ooh, boy. Fracturing pump jack to shatter out as much oil as possible. There is millions of oil there, after all. The material demand is not a big deal. We can pump out plenty of materials, probably. Although I don't know about that. The thing is, I can use hubs to deal with the heat demand, whereas materials won't last forever unless I find a forever source of them. Might want the hydraulic pump jack. The cost on heat stamps is ludicrous, of course, 280, but the prefabs we have dealt with. Maybe even dealt with them too strong, but I won't be feeling that way when I have to spend them all. So it's actually not too grim a consideration to punch out for it, but the oil is no good if we don't research using the oil. And a big part of that problem, of course, is I would need to connect back home at great personal cost. Is it really that great? I can get back in 3 goes. It's 100 heat stamps. Oh, that's even better. Wait, that's not where the oil is. The oil is there. How about that, then? That is nae bad. It seems to go through this point, which is... kind of... oh, wait, no, I'm making that point, haven't I? Disregard. That's okay. Gotta consider the payoff on this thing, which is pretty damn good. 100 oil is 200 heat. That said, that's only partly meeting our demands. Those demands won't last forever. Yeah, I'm dumbstruck with my options here. It's just getting that generator upgrade is expensive. Everything is expensive. What influences how long you can make a segment of rail? The contours of the land. If you look at us trying to draw this out, if you wanted to cross this very mountainous range, it's slow going. Well, it's slow going in one go for it. But you can get it along flat areas very far. If I wanted to go from here, I can go all the way over there. But I can't go over hills so much. Can't get up this hill either. Is 100 coal 200 heat? Maybe I'm running my numbers wrong. No, we're just pumping out that much coal. 1 coal is 1 heat. 1 oil is 2 heat. Augmenting me with 200 heat, huh? The thing is, this is 200 heat that lasts a good long time. I think I have to go for the generator upgrade, and I need to make a land grab for the oil. There's a lot of oil to be had here, and even if we chug it out slowly, at least it's going to last, unlike this. This is not going to last. My decision is made, we upgrade that generator. And I don't have enough heat stamps to do it, but I will. Upgrade the generator, bring back the oil. All will be well. So we're getting cold here, real cold. Also, it's going to get colder. Hee hee hee, that's not fun. Please, lads, I need the heat stamps yesterday. Also have 5 free workers for the Frostland. If you've got nothing better to do, get me that core, please. Shouldn't take you too long. Don't want people sitting around doing nothing. Maybe increase good production to help with the stamps. No, goods production is fine. I've got some stockpiled. And look at that, it's actually... it doesn't give a positive, but it reduces the negative. It would probably feel nicer if it worked the other way. Like, fulfilling goods gives heat stamps. Same output, but feels better. Let us build a shining city on a hilltop. Wait, what? This is the way. Is it really the way? It's unfortunate I can't bring out some overdrive output, but soon, very soon. Oh, what's this? Ah, the Overseer's Rally. Well, I do need heat stamps. I do not need workforce. Production efficiency. Ooh, that deserves a think. Production efficiency. What does that do for me? Not as much as heat stamps. I need heat stamps really badly. 2 might not seem like much, but it's gotta be that, right? Yeah, gotta be. Absolutely has got to be. My issue, of course, was that even if I up the amount of productivity going on, that doesn't magically make there be more coal in the ground. It doesn't make there be more forests to cut down. There are times when getting things out faster is better, but for now, I'll have to make do with this. Damn that Jenny upgrade. Don't worry, we'll be able to afford it approximately in 3 days. Alright, alright. Cough it up, everybody. I know this hurts my trust. What do you mean you're not going to give me stuff? Give me stuff. I need it. I need to pass another day or something? There we go, there we go. Greatly reduces relations with everybody, but I need the money. Machinists, I need the money. My good friends the lords. You don't even have that much to give, but I need the money. Overseers. I can't do that for a wee while, unfortunately, because they came at a different time. It's disjointed. However, that does get me the heat stamps that I need. So let's start on saving our sorry city here. Extremely expensive, 250 to adapt our beloved generator. I can't actually build this road yet, but that's not a big concern. If I also intend to jack that pump, I should also plow my way single-mindedly towards it. It's going to be a very cold thing, and that bothers me. It's going to be isolated here in -50. This thing is going to cost a lot of heat to even run. How much is it going to cost? 70 or so? I know I just made my decision, but I need to check something. Okay, good. Pump jacks don't cost additional heat. But the heat demand on the place is going to be 50. But it's going to output more than that, especially with a pump jack. So let's not stray from our ideas here. And yeah, you can build things on these ridiculously sloped hexagons. They must be super hexagons to be this good. Alright, expensive though it may be, we're frost breaking out to that oil. The black gold will be ours. When I have my teams back and ready, it's a good thing I'm surplusing up all that food, because one of our common herds are about to run dry. Actually, I could keep it running dry. Tell you what, you turn yourself off. Let's spend some time building that road. So, how did we figure out was best? I think we went from here, as far as we could go, as far as we could go. And then all the way over. Getting that done for 3 movements feels good. Yet more heat stamps gone, but this trail will be made in 3 weeks. And then the oil comes in. Even if we can't use it, we do have a stockpile for it, so when things do get bad, we will be able to. But that cold is concerning. Very, very concerning. It's going to be a bit chilly very soon. Did you already frostbreak that lonely town in the housing district? No. I don't need to, so I'm not doing it. But population's due to increase soon. Hopefully I'll be able to house them in here, but not a given that. You're already warmed up from something. Hey, you know what? Couldn't I turn you on slightly? And then just by existing... I need to frostbreak another area. I'm thinking about expanding this. I'll likely need the space anyway. But this is probably going to be useful, so I can bring you over to touch each other. Even just having you there is sufficient. Actually, maybe I should expand that with that in mind. Let me think. I want another housing district over here. You need to touch 3 of these. Expanding you there, and maybe about a bit out in this direction should be good. Okay. Not thrilled at that, but you go 1, 2, or 3 or whatever in that direction. That housing district to the right could also isolate the food if expanded. That's also what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to think how best to use the space that I have here. That is nice and mosty toasty for you. Holy smokes, what an extremely toasty location. And you even have space for 1 more bit to come down. A slight problem, of course, is that you block this thing off, but then I was going to bring it over in this direction. The hub is already here. The hub will warm you up. This is so good, man. So good. And I can actually expand the food district along here, so you end up touching each other more. That is good. That is very, very good. Great housing district. Very warm. Somewhat necessary. Just need some more frost breaking. Of course, I also want some expanded so they have the extra slot. I will need slots down the line. But I'm just preempting my need for population, or need for shelter for population.
Neighbours kindly ask rally attendees to keep all applause to a reasonable volume.
Oh yeah, synergies make or break your city, I think. Bohemians? The city is changing. We were a family here. We bore children. We toiled. But now these overseers tell people what to do and what to think. It is folly. We won't be having it. Well, nice thing about a new bunch of people is they'll pay me money. Ugh, they want equality. Good relation perk. Trust fostering. Increased relations with random communities. That sounds not too bad, but the problem is they hate my guts right now. A mind-shaping session. Well, at least they're quite cheap to make happier, but I know not to trust these kinds of people. Could demand their funds, though. They are small and I am strong. Extremely worsened, and they're a little radicalized as well. Is there anything they want out of me? Liberated youth, everyone doing maintenance. Communal parenthood, decreasing population growth. That actually sounds better than increasing population growth because it means more workers. I haven't actually checked to see if population comes from workers or from I haven't checked if heat stamps comes from population or workforce. Individual contributions is 4.8. That doesn't seem to line up with either of these numbers particularly well. Who knows? Alright, do not be disheartened, although I am considering what to do with these guys. It's law clock. It's been law clock for ages and I haven't even noticed. Bohemians, what do you want to pass? Accepting all outsiders, no mandatory school, no expedition sports, maybe. Ceremonial funeral, city development effort, expedition sport. Not really keen on any of these things. I should probably do my much desired Frostland training, but we need to research that, don't we? Currently I have laws for just about everything other than funerals, but those funerals are difficult to pass. Look at that. Nobody wants to harvest, but I want to harvest. Oh, don't hit vote just yet. It'll definitely go through. I want to negotiate. That makes things more on my side. But I don't want the city development effort. We already had that. The foragers... They want an agenda. I need only give them the agenda and have the agenda defeated. Oh, Survivalist Headquarters. I intend on building that. That is excellent. Okay, so I get this law that I probably get this law that I really want. We need only 11 of 26 people to back me. And I get to hold a promise that I plan on doing anyway. That is amazing. Assuming this goes through. Could I further negotiate? Yeah, I could guarantee the law goes through, but I think we'll take our chances here. Even if I fail this vote, I'm still promising something that I plan on doing anyway. Don't let me down. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm not so keen on doing Twitch integration. Oi, up, 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 up. Whew. Ooh, that was too close for comfort. One of the reasons I'm not so keen on having Twitch integration like this is that I want to play on my own merit, not on the merit of chat. Alright, that was brilliant. We're working on these adaptive pumps. I have not yet built the Survivalist HQ, but I will. Has no actual needs, which is wonderful. It's just very expensive to build, but build it we shall. One man, one vote. Jake is the man. I have the vote. A very patrician way of looking at things. Alright, we carved our way down here. We still have a little bit more to carve. More than a little bit, actually. One shy. Starting to wonder if I couldn't have cut this any cleaner. Maybe. Maybe not. Anyway, we'll take this. It's going to be very unhappy and alone out here. But I must get that black gold. You'd have to negotiate with us. The rallies are collapsing. The Overseer's relations have deteriorated. They no longer support you enough to rally in your favor. What did I even do? I suppose I passed that law you didn't like, but come on. Maybe I should promote them a bit. They are really good. Relations significantly improve with them. They gain more. Do I even like these guys? Progress and merit, yes. Tradition, hell no. Might make other people a bit less happy with me. Besides, I was able to squeeze the heat stamps out of them while the going was good. Stop the rally! To hell with this! Fickle bastards. Okay, that cold is about to destroy my coal situation. We are researching alternatives. Again, not going to be cheap. My generator upgrade costs 200 heat stamps, and I already punched everybody 4 heat stamps. Pouring ice on the fire, growing around. No, stop, stop. There's growing fervor of certain groups. Agitators rile up tensions and push factions to more radical and violent action. If we build enough prison space, our guards could put them under arrest. I could cool their heads. Build prisons and use roundup militants. What if I just have a good city with no problems? Which, might I add, we have no problems. I don't really call minor squalor much of a problem. Maybe 16 weeks of remaining coal is a bit of a problem. There we go, foragers are absolutely delighted that I was able to build my, well, our survival huts. Oh, we're already extracting the oil. Good, so they built the trail and immediately started extracting it. Unfortunately, it costs 10 of my, frankly, rather limited scouting workforce to do that. I'll need to pull back more to explore other locations. This really speaks towards needing a Vanguard logistics bay, but the heat needs come first. Yeah, I know that temperature plunge is on its way. Why did this go down? Alright, give me that black gold. What do we do with this black gold? We could punch out yet further with an idea to have it touch this. That's actually not a bad idea. Could have a little extraction bit going on. If you come out, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not going to work without additional, not pylons, but something else. Even so, I think I'll make do with that. The oil is the prize here, not the prefabs. We are pretty good on prefab city right now. And if we really need to be warm, I can always ramp down production, as sad as that may sound, but it does sound very sad. Wasn't I meant to expand one of these things? Oh, that's right, you never actually expanded into being warmed up by any of these. I do want you warmed up by nearby housing. But you need to touch... Well, you touch 3 bits of these. No, it's... You need to have 3 bits of yours touching them. I often forget that part. So I need to expand you a touch. You can't even expand due to lack of frost breaking, but you are very warm for various other reasons. Almost too warm, they're cooking in there. Plus 100, but minus 80. There's a lot to be said for expanding you. Because it's getting cold. I think you're fine as you are. And if this just doesn't work, I don't need the food right now. Food is coming in from the Frostlands, at least until these run out. And they are going to run out. Ah, God, everything's balancing on a knife edge here. It does not help that the Bohemians want to cause me issues, and it does not help that we have more people, and just like that, the shelter is a concern. Not all my shelters work at full capacity, especially you. But yeah, you're about to get chilly real soon. I can save myself the heat by doing just that, right? No, that's for you. You already get the heating bonus from this. I guess I'll just have to cope with you being cold then. Oh wait, maybe the issue is that you're off? Let me rethink that. No, you've already got 3 next to this, and 3 next to that. I'd need to build another housing district around here to have some more mutual warmth going on. It's not the world's worst idea. The problem is this bleeding piece is in the way and I don't want to spend the heat stamps to get rid of it. No, I think we just enjoy the embrace of cold. And it's about to get cold.
Bundle up.
The ice effects there on the side I don't think are anywhere near as nice as what we saw in Frostpunk 1. The old enemy. Oh god, yeah, the whiteouts. Already? Ah. How much does the temperature drop by? The temperature will drop by 40 degrees. Oh lord, we need the oil. We need the oil yesterday. Okay. So we have a large deficit on heating. Bearing in mind that our coal is almost all gone as well. I didn't get that pump jack done just yet. Should I strongly consider actually getting the coal as well? If heating is the concern, then I need to deal with that, don't I? Let's be ready for that concern, but I gotta keep in mind also that I need to build the extraction and the heat and the pump jacks. There's a lot I need to build here. Crumbs. On the plus side, deleting you will actually save me or reimburse me quite a bit of heat stamps. On the downside, it's going to make my industrial district even colder. And the industrial district is already very cold. I could turn it down a fair bit, but the goods are lacking, to say the least. Tough. I want everything and I'm not getting much. But 10 free scout squads. What have they finished scouting? Ah, perhaps the Cillian's Cut will help us out. With a weather station to give us more people, that's not the trick. Cores. 10 cores right here. That's pretty badass. We will want that down the line. We can't necessarily have that right now, though. Here's one of my bigger pickles, though. I don't have a lot of free scouts. Okay, here's what I do then. I'm going to grab this food for now. And then once this is done, I'll repeal you. And then we will go and do probably the crevasse fields because... Wait, what do you mean it's dangerous? Didn't I build the expedition thing? I guess it went from deadly to dangerous? Yeah, because the hills just turned safe. Oil is actually remarkably attractive to me now. Where did we find that had possibility of oil? Of course, these get cut off in a whiteout. Yeah, these hills with their oil. But isn't there anywhere closer? Yes, look at these hills right next to me with oil. That seems very handy. And it would be quite prudent to stock up on oil if I can get a surplus going. Everyone's asking why my map is upside down. Because I orient my city upside down. I don't like looking at it like this because I feel like this obscures too much of the city. So I orient it like that. It just means the map is upside down as well. Right, don't worry about it. Press on. Soon we will adapt. Months of whiteout condition ahead. Can we survive? Actually, how many months does it say? Surely we would have information. That coal is out in a day. Now we are entering the chill zone. It wouldn't be so chilly if I could just work this oil. But that needs an upgrade. An upgrade which I hope I didn't spend all my money for. 200, 100 rather. Yes, we can afford it. Can I afford it and still extract the oil? If I have you out like so, then it'll be very easy to wrap you around each other. Okay, that works out quite well. Well, in due time it will. There we go. It's a long path over there. It's a long and rather complicated path over there. But at least we're working on getting that oil. And yeah, I need this coal really badly. There's a lot of stuff I need. Do we do the extraction straight away? Not when I'm this close to getting the generator upgraded. But it's only 40 heat stamps. That still leaves me with enough left over. This will need to be expanded. Have I frost broken enough to expand it? Yes, here, here, and here. And they will have mutual heat things. Alright, spending a lot on heat, whilst I still have other pressing issues, you know. But the way I see it, as long as I have heat, I won't have people die whilst I try and fix things during the oncoming frost. What's the benefit of having an extraction district that's larger than one tile? There's a minimum size requirement. It must be 6 tiles. And then to expand it, it must go up to 9 tiles. These are not malleable. I can't have a 1-tile extraction thing. But I'm also thinking about the shape, because if I put a prefab extractor here, as long as they have 3 tiles sharing touch, they'll be able to benefit from mutual heat. So I'm going to wrap the extraction of these prefabs around this so that they huddle together for warmth. It's also possible to put down a heating hub or something similar right here. And depending on my needs, I might do that, especially since there is fertile soil to be had around here. So I might actually have a very mutual heating agreement over here. But that would require yet more frost breaking, so hopefully I can think about that hub when we get back to that. Anyway, times are about to get really grim. So let's hope we can pull through. The road to the oil extraction seems inefficient. That's for them to worry about, not me. You pretty much want to live at work in those situations. Alright, heat scarcity is extremely increasing cold, which will increase disease. Well, thankfully we have a solution right about here. Adaptive pumps. We can run on coal, oil, or steam. Blech. Bye-bye heat stamps. I only just punched heat stamps out of everybody. Although thankfully the overseers should be able to make a contribution soon enough. I might need that. At least the heat stamps income has gone up a lot. It was only about 6 per week when we started. Now it has tripled, even though the population has not. And also the population's at a great number. We are having just the right amount of workforce, even with some leeway here. Got to keep a lazy eye on my scouts as well. How long until this thing is fully tapped out? Not long. Not long at all. Give it a couple of weeks and it's all gone. Could really do with getting more goods from the Frostlands then. Cold is already minor and growing. Disease is minor and growing because of the cold. I need this badly. I need it so badly that the generator, not the German, is going on just to see us through the worst of it. We also explored a new location. Coal! Glorious coal. 1,000 days worth of coal. It's not a lot of coal. It's really not a lot of coal, holy heck. What about you? A stockpile of coal. Now that is what the doctor ordered. 50,000 stockpiled coal is going to help almost immeasurably so in the upcoming Big F. Providence provides. Secure the coal. That does not leave me with the people spare to go and do other things, so I'm going to pool you and pool you. I will not, over my dead body do I pool the oil. And we are going into the hills, for we believe the hills can solve yet more of my problems. Why do I not have people free for that? Don't tell me this took 10 people. Oh, I guess I didn't turn that off. Heavens knows. Point is, I've got my 20 people, and this only takes 17 weeks to chart. Chart it and get me that oil. We're mortgaging our problems. We're simply replacing temporary issues with more temporary solutions. I think it's for the embetterment. Yes, you can still blow up the generator via overdrive, so let's use it sparingly. Alright. Problem addendum. I want pump jacks. Expensive, expensive, really handy. Any bright ideas? Hydraulic pump jack? We can get hydraulic or fracturing or regular. Now, more oil output is better, especially since there's 1 million oil to be had there. Wait, 1 million? That doesn't sound right. There is 4 million oil to be had there. I want that stuff pumped out as fast as possible. We are going full USA here on our one available oil source. There are other infinite things, but I'd need deep melting drills. I don't know how available that's going to be for me. Doesn't answer my question, though. The pump jack. Slight increase of squalor is no big deal. I do think we're going to need the Overseer's extra oil. I mean, that's a lot of extra oil output. How much extra? That's like 15% extra. The materials demand is a pain, but materials I see as far less of an issue. I'm sure we'll find a good materials outpost. Not only that, there are so many materials to be had here. I think it's worth the cost. Then again, this is a difficult thing because I am also considering down the line. Actually, you know what? Screw down the line. Down the line, I will surely have the wealth to be able to switch over to hydraulic pump jacking. For now, we need as much as we can get. And there will be a brighter future where we can do away with fracturing and go with hydraulics. What's with this opposing and neutral? Oh, that's opposing me, isn't it? They're not going to be very happy if I go for something that isn't their idea. But the Bohemians are just not very happy people overall. Let's go with the Overseers. At least I will when I can afford the research. That oil is going to have to keep us alive during the Big F, and that Big F is going to be horrible. Also keep in mind that this coal is almost gone, 12 weeks. I really need to subsidize it with the coal available here. But this also needs an expansion before it gets put to work, which is even more heat stamps down the drain. Hey, you and me both, that guy, Kaede.
Our elderly citizens are encouraged to pre-register their funerals at their local harvesting parlor.
Pre-register your funeral. It's golden. Alright, it's about law clock. I haven't made any promises to anybody. But we also haven't unlocked anything of particular value, have we? We managed to get our harvesting funeral. I'm very happy about that. But that means there's nothing that I particularly need. Meaning I could offer people the floor so that they can offer a law, and then I just hope that it fails. I don't want it to be something that I want... I want stuff replaced, basically. Foraged additives would have been better than chemical additives. And you know what? The Bohemians want that. I'm actually okay with getting this. Lowers disease and gives me food. Because currently I don't do any local food production. Hang on. Think about that for 5 seconds, Jake. When the whiteout comes, you will have no food. I should be stockpiling. Ah, jeez. That's even more stuff I need to build and heat and everything else. He's decidedly unhappy about that. But I did early on research my bio-waste hothouse, but again it cost me heat stamps that I don't have. I guess the starvation won't be that bad during the whiteout if I can just keep people warm. The thing is, it's going to be very, very cold. Although, no, I've already put down 2 hubs. Well, enough oil and we can keep people warm, and I'm working on that oil. Alright, don't worry about it is what I'm trying to say. I think I will give these guys an agenda. Yeah, I don't want them being so angry with me. There we go. What law will they try to pass? Quarantine. And it looks like it will not pass, which is good. Hopefully it won't pass. Disease significantly decreased is fine. That shelter demand per capita is not fine, so I certainly don't want this going. Not to the point where I'll negotiate for it, though. Yeah, that's what we really need. Laws to give me more money. That's what I'm looking for. Alright, do not pass. Stay down. Down. Downer. Down.
The delegates have
No!
spoken. The law takes effect.
No! I pulled a David Cameron. Uh-oh. Oh, well, that's not good. One of them, huh? Okay, okay. Not pleased with that, as I'm sure you can tell. What could I be pleased with, though? I could be pleased with making an insulating housing area right here. It'll give you and you bonus to heat. It will suck heat from here. It's actually a very good thing to do. My problem is I have to spend quite a bit to delete this, but I will. Let's just get that out of the way. Of course, people are going to be cold doing that. And I still want my pump jacks. Hey, here they go. Bringing out that oil. The oil, half of that oil is used to heat them, which I'm very unhappy about. So that's definitely why I need pump jacks, sooner rather than later. I got back some of my people, we're still exploring. Let's re-enable our... not this one. Go with you first. Yeesh, life isn't good for us right now. Wouldn't housing area in the cliffs near the coal be warmer? When I delete this coal, this is a great place to put down housing. A bit of squalor, yes, but we'll also be losing squalor due to this going away. But this thing doesn't go away for another 10 weeks, and I need housing now. Of course, I could have saved on the frost breaking cost, couldn't I? But the thing is, this also insulates a lot of other people, so... difficult choices. Hey, look at that coal coming in. Nice. Hold on. Coal coming in? But we have a lot of coal coming along. Couldn't we focus on coal first, please? Damn, I don't know if there's a way to focus just on one particular good. Oh god, turn that overdrive off. That's part of the problem. Can't have that on right now. I think it always uses the most efficient fuel first, but that's not necessarily what I want right now. We'll spare ourselves that coal if we can, because I need this to go away. Alternatively, I actually build myself a fuel hub. No, I don't have the heat stamps for it. Crumbs. This stuff's going to go to waste. Well, some of it will go to waste. You could turn on food production, though. It's already on a little bit. Why is this even stockpiling? I guess we're just making that much oil? Yeah, we're using that oil. Damn, I wish there was a way to just turn off oil consumption right now. But yeah, they'll happily use that first, huh? You need a generator upgrade to prioritize fuel types. Yeah, and I think it's a very expensive one. How is this thing even going up, though? Ah, of course, I built another extraction district. That's part of the problem. You go away. Stop doing that. Don't work, you don't have to. Let the oil do its work then. And if it's just going to drink from my reserves anyway, I may as well keep you on. At least then I still have space for 40,000 of the 50,000 incoming coal, but yeah, I didn't even consider that I was going to be making excess coal here. That is fine. Now, what else could be fine? It's actually warm around here without even needing to add more housing. I do want the housing. It's going to be really good in the whiteout times. I'll hold off on the housing for now. I think it's more important that I work towards my pump jacks. Meaning I shouldn't have spent that on the frost breaking, but I thought that was a more pressing need than it is. The oil is helping out quite a lot, even though I only have basic oil output here. The goods production is actually turning into a bit of a problem. Let's get that flowing, shall we? Even at the cost of heat. We do need it. Need more than just that. I was deactivating some of my housing earlier, but not currently. This is actually having a very negative effect on my heat around it. I think it's worth the loss of coal just to bring that in. Nah, I'm too greedy for that. Food is looking a bit grim. Yeah, food is looking very grim. Food will last for another 16 weeks. That does speak to needing my hothouses worked on. This is such a cold, cold place. It's going to cost a lot to keep you heated. But the way I see it is... Oh, wait, how much food is available here? Rather a lot. Glad I expanded you over all the food that I could. But maybe I want to expand you out over here a bit more. Yeah, if I expand you over here and I put down double hothouse, I should be able to grab everything I need out of this. Does the hothouse cost a core? It does not. Good food output. So I go 1, 2, 3 to evolve you. I expand you into here as well. This is all costing a lot and it's not getting me my pump jacks. Also, couldn't I put a heating hub here? I hate you, you, and you. Yes, this might be an ideal place for a heating hub, whilst you go 1, 2, 3. That leaves this area open, but whatever. Yeah, okay, I like these ideas, but it's all getting in the way of my pump jack. Pump jack first. Then dig, dig, grow, grow, hothouse, hothouse. The pump jack can be put down whenever. Although I should probably think about that damn oil. How many stamps for the pump jack? 100 to research it, 180 to build it. I'm surprised I was right about that. Wait, did I even research the right pump jack? No, I did not. Do I get my money back if I cancel? Thank God. I believe I was talking about the fracturing pump jack because I'm desperate for the oil. That was too close for comfort. Imagine if I didn't get my money back. I don't think the prostitutes are culling the herds. Nobody has died so far, and I plan on keeping it that way. I seldom go for getting my people killed. Wish those overseers were a bit happier. I even gave the Bohemians a law, and they're not happy about it. A law I didn't want. Bloody Bohemians. And I'll be able to dig through quite a bit here. Unless I think that I want any of this. I don't think I do. Let's just do that for now. Stamps from the factions. The overseers would not be happy, but you know what? I need the stamps, so give it to me. Give it to me, give it to me. Give me that stuff, that sweet, funky stuff. Alright. The Bohemians are small and weak and don't have many goods to give me. So generous of them to donate. Why do I have spare scouts? They must have gotten back with my coal. In that case, please get back to extracting all of the food you can, please. Probably better to go with the ones that are actually closer to done. That way, if I need to get a sudden surge of food, that's more of an option. But I'm certainly happy to see my... Wait, my stockpile isn't full yet. God damn it, guys. Hurry up. places to be and people to kill. Are there still engineers versus workers, or are they under one banner? I guess over the 30 years they become a bit more nuanced than just workers and engineers. But no, there are no work types. It is just workforce. The lords will get their hands dirty. Hey, there we go. Nice big chunk of coal. Actually, it's over the stockpile limit. That's weird. Maybe when you bring things from the Frostland, it can go over the stockpile limit. Or maybe the game will recalculate in a week or so and then just drop them all dead. Point is, I don't really need any of these things working. Deficiting hard, though. All of the oil gets drank. At least the heat issue, well, isn't an issue. And I should have what's needed for expansion here. Da-da-da. Get that, please. And what was your story? I need you to be very cozy. Oh, crumbs! I didn't mean to do that. And this game doesn't have a cancel build button. I hope I was intending on building that, but I'm not entirely sure. Being here makes them a whole lot better. I think this is the right thing to do, though. A hub here will work with them, and whatever I put down here as well. I think this is what I agreed to. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to the stockpile tutorial. Let's see if it has anything to say. La da 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 da. Can be stockpiled. Stockpile slowly fills up. Consumed. Stockpiling is limited. Da, 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 da. Stockpiles, different types, available. Accumulated stockpile is not lost after deactivating or destroying. You're just losing the ability to stockpile more. Oh, well, that's handy. Gosh, wish I'd known that. Well, that's what you get for reading tutorials. Right, this will also deal with some more of my shelter needs, and will help keep us warmer. But right now I need to stockpile food, oil, and that's really it. Material output is fine, although this is a bastarding cold place. That could be solved with a heat hub over here, and that's not an untoward thing to do. Because I might want more of this cut down for my materials. On the other hand, materials are fine. A little bit of lacking materials is only going to affect squalor, and that's fine by me. You continue to output goods as and well we need them. Do I crank you up into the maximum? More prefabs, more goods. Let's stockpile goods while the going is good. I could consider you turning off. I could consider turning you off when the big freeze hits, just to spare some cold. Let that overdrive cool off as well. I might need it during the whiteout. Oh boy. When's the last time you saved? It's been forever. The game does have autosave, but whoever trusts autosaves. Saved at 101. I last saved on 61. Slow going. Can't believe we've been at this for 4 hours, but I'm making a lot of painstaking progress thinking through what I'm doing. Yeah, crikey. If my game crashed, I wouldn't even want to resume it, having lost 20-something weeks. Is there an autosave interval setting, then? There's not even an autosave setting. Huh. Fancy that. Yeah, save and save occasionally, as I'm known for saying. Where's that whiteout, anyway? I don't spy it on the horizon anywhere. These guys are almost done. Let's keep stockpiling that food, please. Although, if I have 10 people, there might be somewhere else to explore currently. It needs to be somewhere flat and dull looking, though. Even hills require 20. Ah, would you look at that? We've got materials and we've got coal if I want to go and check this out. Comes at the cost of stockpiling food. And I really should consider food stockpiling currently. 19 weeks. I think it's more important to discover what's over here, because I still have a bit more time to grab this food. And check it out. Although I'd very much like to explore this, and indeed whatever else is here. Because that means if I have to make a trail back, well, I don't want to trail around here, I want to trail directly through. This is still dangerous, though. I've never done dangerous, I've always made everything safe. Unwanted destiny! That sounds like not my problem. However, it will make the Bohemians only marginally happy, sod them. Make the others happier, the ones that have backed me through thick and thin. The Bohemians have just come in to cause problems in my beloved city. It is greatly concerning what's happening to my stockpiles, though. I've only got 28 weeks of heat at the current level, and we're not even in the big freeze yet. I need that pump jack down. I need those pump jacks, plural, down. I need to expand you currently. I think I might just pop you out here. Are there other goods to be had? I don't want you close to the food. I believe that can cause squalor. But I do need you larger, regardless of how covered or not covered you are by other industries. So as painful as it may be, we expand you. And then I want 2 pump jacks on there to hopefully solve my oil problems for at least for the whiteout, right? The whiteout needs to be solved, because it's going to cut off this oil that I bring in. What's the event that's being ignored? I'm ignoring an event. Maybe it was the unwanted destiny one. You did turn off all the coal mines. Yeah, now that we are eating into our stockpile, I can turn them back on. This one at least finishes it off. I can destroy it and then be a bit happy about everything. You're just a damn cold place. A damn cold place that I did not yet expand. But I need to cut through the frost to expand you meaningfully, because I want to share warmth with your buddy here. That costs yet more heat sink. Wait, it costs workforce that I don't have. That's unexpected. Is it that unexpected? Ah, right. I can actually expand you. I just needed the workforce. Okay. It says there's not enough tiles to finish the district, but I know that's not true. We can go 1, 2, 3. I guess we're doing it like that then? That's still fine, but it does not allow me to go 1, 2, 3. Even though I could. Well, I guess I can't then, can I? Something like that? They both get a warmth bonus. That's just worth it straight up, right? Immediate savings are good savings. Okay. Could have done with more rallies to get me more heat stamps. And it's another long, long wait until I can enjoy some heat stamps. 21 weeks. However, the overseers... 41 weeks. It's even worse. Food is looking bad. I'm well aware food is looking bad. Am I? Perhaps I was more aware at one point in the past. But yeah, I don't disagree. We need that food. And the foods need the hot houses, but I also need the... I need so much, don't I? Alright, do what you can to stave off our horrible food situation. I'll give you your hot house as soon as I can, but I can't do it right now. Actually, the coal situation is going to turn quite good very soon. I could maybe wait on the pump jacks and try to amass more food. Sadly, as much as I would like a food stockpiling hub, I'm not so sure we can be doing that. I have 50 weeks worth of stockpile. How long is this thing going to last anyway? Looks like 1, 2, 3, 40 weeks of whiteout conditions. That's going to require a full stockpile of food to survive. Well, that's not thrilling, is it? But all the more reason to get on it sooner, isn't it? Okay, Grimmer than Grimsby, what was over there? Please tell me more oil than I know what to do with. A single steam core, okay. And then more oil than I know what to do with? A significant amount of oil. Rather trivial to bring back. I can do this in one shot. I will absolutely do that in one shot. That's going to help fill up our oil reserves. Whilst that is... excuse me, while that is happening, please get me that core. And please re-enable acquisition of food. Alright, that was an excellent find out there. It does cost a lot more of my people to go and extract that. It speaks against doing research on Vanguard bays, because I won't be able to explore during the storm anyway. So once I have my fracturing pump jack, what is the best thing to be going for? Coal liquefaction is quite strong. Turns 60 coal, which would normally be 60 heat, into 160 heat. It's huge. Really good for the new coal mine that I put down, actually. It'll give a lot more output, and I won't need to even bother doing the coal mining, which also requires the materials and causes disease. Carrion are pressured. Accelerated decomposition. Organic waste and coal. Massively slims down on the amount of coal that I need to use for it. That's got to be so much better than pressure coal liquefaction. You know, those Bohemians, they might have something good going for them there. It's expensive, but what in this goddamn world isn't? Oh, melting deep deposits is available. By the gods, they're expensive, but look at that. I'll be able to do virtually unlimited deep deposits. The machinists and the overseers both want to give me those. That's pretty cool. And we... Okay, so you get both of these in endless mode. Thank goodness, you have to choose either or. Tough choices. Is there anything more pressing, though? Like advanced hothouses. Nah, the food output boosts doesn't seem significant enough to bother with that. Worker shifts are very nice. I am a big fan of machine-adjusted shifts to increase the... Wait, what? I thought this increased efficiency, but I'm completely wrong. Maybe I just don't like the lack of efficiency. As I said, we can wait on this because exploration is going to slow down until after the storm. Production efficiency? How much is slightly again? I think slightly is 10%. 10% not un... Oh, the overseers. Not insignificant. Of course, maintenance duty is also nice. Unproductive doing maintenance sounds amazing. There's a lot of nice things I want to research, but it all costs heat stamps. If heat stamps are the problem, why not consider alcohol? I believe if I get the efficiency bonuses, I will unlock alcohol, and alcohol makes crazy money. And if I think I have just enough to get through the cold with the hothouse and the pump jack, I should work towards more money. I think that's what we'll do. Efficiency bonuses, which are good to have, let alone the alcohol problem. Alright, that's what we'll do. Next time we get... Hang on. I was wondering why I couldn't do it just right now, but we're working on those pump jacks. Alright, believe. Do believe. I only barely want you working for the heat bonus. As for you, let's just suck you dry as is. But yes, you just existing gives a nice heat bonus. But yes, let's hold off on this until we have coal liquefaction. Oh yeah, alcohol is going to be the absolute savior. If it's anywhere good in this as it was on our regular run. But look at that. And the... Oh, hang on. I'm almost tempted to get another research place.
Be alarmed. The contained explosions in the Bohemians' headquarters are part of an art experiment.
Bloody artists. Not liking what's happening with that food, though. Far from liking what's happening with that food. I want to explore, but if I don't keep the food and the oil flowing, I'm going to be burned for it. Plus I'm exploring those plains as is, aren't I? I think I'll keep the food flowing for now, much as I would really like to do some exploring. Because I don't have the teams, I need a couple of Vanguard bays pronto. All of this stuff is too dangerous to explore currently. Well, the glacier is safe, and the glacier has coal. And it might get me closer over to the plains, which I may or may not want. But it requires 20 people, and I can't spare 20 people right now. I need to scrounge all the oil that I can. Feeling very American. These won't last forever, but... no buts, I suppose. We're not even stockpiling any oil as it is right now. Lazy council, Jake. Thanks for the reminder. I miss this all the time. I could give another agenda. If I think they're going to vote the way I want them to vote. That backfired with the Bohemians. What did they pass again? They passed a law that I really didn't want. The one that made more people need more space, I think. Yeah, quarantine. Shelter demand per capita. Well, shelter demand is a problem for me. Oh, I can help you out with that. I like my badge. I don't care about the tension. I do care about shelter demand. More people are on the way. That's more people to heat. Although I do plan on putting down another housing block here. I gotta think about this. The chemical additives, yeah, it was a poor choice early on, but it's a good one to have now because I plan on producing a whole lot. I'm not keen on losing heat stamps. If I research alcohol, then there'll be an alcohol law to pass, but that's a little bit far away. And I don't think anybody's going to let me pass any of my personal militia laws. Yeah, I think I should grant an agenda to make somebody happier. Probably somebody that's a significant amount of our people. Maybe even the foragers, but the overseers do nice things for me.
Stuart?
Big question is, are they going to do a law that I really don't want them to do? I don't want city development effort. I do like infectious badges. I do not want ceremonial burials, so I'm going to take my chances with you guys. You're so useful. Maybe I should promote them. Additional seats on the council. Fervor is decreased. Maybe I should, well, if promotion gets rid of fervor, maybe promoting the Bohemians is good. I haven't done a lot of promotion condemning, because I like to have a laissez-faire approach to these kinds of things. Marginally increased by growing radicalization. Fervor measures how radical they are. Increased tension, high fervor, actions, protests, violent and severe. Good relations will decrease fervor passively. I think they're just going to pass another law I don't want them to do, though. I do want to research all due maintenance. I can't deny that. But wait, didn't I want the other one? There is stuff I want here, but... De-radicalizing you is one thing. You know what? I'm gonna back my overseers. They're so nice to me, and I do plan on punching them for money in due time. Have the agenda. Please don't vote on anything I don't want. Infectious badges! We love infectious badges! Vote away, my glorious friends. I love democracy. Change your policy to another one and then pass to the previous one. No final decision achievement get. Anything to keep them happy. Okay, okay. Get it out your head.
Take heed.
We're taking heats. We're taking all the heats. Keep losing track of what I'm trying to do, though. I do worry about that stockpiled food and my need to explore. But I don't have the people. I'd need to pull back my pits to explore the crevice. But I do think it's worth... Well, no, not the crevice. The crevice is too dangerous. But the glacier seems worth my time. 18 weeks to do. We can do that before the storm hits. We will do that before the storm hits. I'm going to pull the oil. I'm going to pull both of the foods. And I'm hopefully not going to regret this. I might. Could easily regret this. But go exploring hobs. Oh, I pulled both of my oil. Oil or food? Oil or food? That is definitely oil. There we go. Got to keep everybody working. Once the guys are done checking out that plane, they'll be freed up as well. Why is oil at 0? We produce it, but we consume it faster when we produce it, so we're drinking our coal as well. Actually, I'm actively stockpiling coal, even though I turned down your production. The generator is off as well. That gives me an easier time. Alright, there we go. Now I believe, although I wanted that coal liquefaction, we're going for work compensation. That'll be another law that we can pass, that the Bohemians... No, not the Bohemians, the Overseers will be happy. Yeah, I want these guys around. Get the production efficiency boost, which will help us into the storm, and then unlock alcohol. And frankly, everybody needs alcohol in a situation like this. Who allowed there to be material scarcity? Why is there material scarcity? Ah, because I upped the amount of goods we're producing. The goods situation is fine. Turn it down. Don't have that materials be too much of a problem. Bit of a harrowing wake-up call that I need a bunch more materials, though. And of course I'm not in a position to be enjoying them. Dissatisfaction! They'll take action if you cannot keep their relations to at least neutral. Weather-adjusted shifts I do not like. However, heat demand going down might well be worth the 10% production efficiency loss. And it's probably a good idea to keep these guys off of my back. Ignoring them is not okay, and repealing this law again is not okay. So I will research your weather-adjusted shifts. And hey, the Overseers like us a fair bit. Good. Could also pay them. Or he made a promise, go figure. Could pay or even promote them. I'm not keen on promoting them. I don't have a good feel for how effective it is to promote or condemn people. Not in the game, at least. Plenty of experience of that in real life. Wasn't I meant to deal with that food problem? God, I need bleeding everything, don't I? 80 heat stamps so I can get my my biodrum operational. And I need my biodrums, plural, operational. Why not grant them an agenda? The other 4 factions hate them. Because I want to control my laws a bit. I'm going to want to pass efficiency bonuses very soon. Yeah, that food is a problem. Of course, part of that's because I'm focusing on exploration and such, but hey-ho. I've got water by my side. I frequently drink while I'm playing. Don't you worry about that. I can go a long time stream without food, but without water, I think it's just barbaric. Damn, I want everything, and everything's problem right now are heat stamps. Although this warmer season comes at a very nice time. Okay, great. You are gone. Somebody told me that if you don't demolish this, you lose it when you demolish the district. But I tested that, and you do get this back. So, demolish we go. It has done everything it set out to do. You, on the other hand, are just there to trickle in a touch of coal. Which, yeah, this warm season is not long-lasting, but very welcome. A balmy -40. Are you going to do a playthrough where you leave all control to the faction? I don't know. I don't know if this game is going to get its claws inside me the same way Frostpunk 1 did. Outlook is not strong on that, but we're not done yet, are we? In fact, if anything, we've just started this run here. It's slow going on these harder modes, but for all I know, there's a way to play that you can rapidly gain a lot of power. I'm just very happy we've gotten this far without killing anyone. Of course, in Frostpunk 1, if you do a lot of abhorrent things, you get a lot of power and resources quickly. Lots of 24-hour shifts. If you don't care about people dying, you get a huge amount of power and you frost forward. You can probably do some similar thing with Trust here, because I can do things like order 24-hour shifts, and that will give me the economic output I need to potentially go ahead. But I'm trying to be a nice guy. Doesn't always come easy, but I'm trying. Okay, that food is getting to be a silly, silly problem. Could we please get our bio-wastes operational? Both of them, I think, is necessary. We'll certainly give the food output, and there's a lot of food to be extracted here. My problem, I suppose, is that it also demands a huge amount of heat. Alright, stay strong and stay pretty for me, oil. The needs of the many. The explorers will be ready soon. I've got my lazy eye on them. The law is also almost ready. And I did promise to do those weather-adjusted shifts, but I will wait for alcohol first if I can. Alcohol is a huge amount of heat stamps that I want badly. It feels like the mechanics are more linear in Frostpunk 2, which means less possible outcomes.
Make sure your contagion badge is visible at all times.
So says Red Fugel. Might get boring more quickly. One of the best features of Frostpunk 1 was the changing landscapes after the storm. Was that really so good? The storm exploration, or the Frostlands exploration, I found was not as deep as I'd really like. Here we go. Significant increase of capital from our city-run alcohol shops. And the Bohemians will be happy. Oh, my days. Who would have imagined? About that law, though. I guess the law has to be done on that, huh? Cannot grant agenda because the thing I just researched immediately goes into the council. As is tradition, I believe. People don't like my efficiency bonuses. This is very likely to fail if I don't do some underhanded jobs here. We would need someone like the Foragers or the Lords on my side. Oh, I can scroll down to the Bohemians, but I already actively promised them something. I cannot promise them some more. I do want Pathfinder Scouts. But suddenly I'm on a ticking time bomb to get that done, when I want my alcohol done, and the other thing I promised, and then this. It's not bad, but it might be a little too tying up my hands. Machine-centric shifts? Not happening. Because I've already promised weather shifts, haven't I? Which might be good for the incoming whiteout. The Lords? They will want... Research the patrol watchtower. No, I want that as well. Youth volunteer duty. Require all youth to spend any free hours volunteering. I haven't done that. I should look at that. I don't know where I do it, so I should go and have a look. Use the youth volunteer duty ability. They are the ones that back that, after all. Here we go. Trust falls significantly. I don't think I want trust to fall significantly. I think it's a good idea to go for the other one that we saw there. I already forgot what it was. Fulfilling a promise raises trust, Jake. Yes, it does. I do want those Pathfinder Scouts. I think it's the Pathfinder Scouts I want. I better make sure, because there's a different kind of scouting thing that can be researched. Frostland. Scout training. Yes, definitely Pathfinder Scouts for threat level reduction. That'll make those mountains something I can actually do without having to build a second scouting place. So I will research that. That does beeline me, unfortunately. alcohol, then worker shifts, and then scout training. And scout training comes at an inopportune moment, given the whiteout. But it's a good way to make promises and get my law through. So foragers, consider it done. And this should more or less guarantee the vote. It better. Imagine this one failing.
The proposed law has been approved.
Did not like that pause on 40-something. Alright, very good. We're working towards merit. Bohemian's very unhappy with what I'm doing here. I'm doing it for you, don't you understand?
Take heed.
Work hard, you play hard. You certainly do around here. Someday we might even have Hargreaves' Pleasure Palace back. If I don't keep up, I won't get any pay. Typical Bohemians. Alright, we have explored, have we not? What is out here? A lot of materials. Now that's good because my materials situation will be suffering. And I could certainly do with connecting you up. That's a nice easy way to get a bunch of materials coming in. Although how much do you cost me? 10 Frostland teams to keep that active. That is okay for the amount that you bring in, but I'm still not thrilled about it. I definitely need some Vanguard bays, so once we come out of the whiteout, we're going to be swinging on exploration. Also coal. Also 10 Frostland teams. Ah, but this place can be upgraded. Interesting. All the more reason that I want to connect the routes between these. I don't know if the glacier is going to lead to here. But I also know that I don't have the teams to spare for this. I've only got 10 oil or food. Stockpile will be full in 90 weeks. That's not good enough. Like I said, I need that stockpile full yesterday. So go and grab all of the food you can from the Frostlands. We'll finish that off, and unless we find something amazing, they're going to get me some oil. Although there are 20 teams over in the glacier, that's pretty cool. Alright, that's looking a lot better. 23 weeks and we fill up our food stockpile. That'll get us up to the whiteout. Coal might be going down, but we haven't built our pump jacks yet. And there's nothing I'm having to build right now. We're currently working on alcohol, and then we'll get weather-adjusted shifts, and then we'll get Pathfinder. That's fine. We already put up all of our bio-waste, which is also fine. That fissuring pump jack is high on demand. And it's going to drink all of my remaining materials, but that's also okay, because we need to get that oil. It bothers me greatly that we're doing all this coal nonsense. So I'm looking forward to... your output's quite low, which is good. This will get its coal liquefaction when I get it. I will not up my coal output currently. Is this place all cold now? It's kind of cold. Very tantalizing place to put down another housing area, but I don't need it. It would actually be a nice place to relocate the industrial district to come closer towards, because this industrial district is now very, very cold. It doesn't have anything boosting its temperature. No insulation from anything, actually. So it's costing me a lot of heat to get these goods produced. Frankly, I think a good use of that heat, even. The goods deter crime, the goods get me more heat stamps. But I have loads of prefab, so there's no real need for me to push that further. So I am willing to spend that, even though it is a high cost. Pop's going up shortly. Yeah, but we already have surplus on shelter. So we should be okay, right? And if we're not, then of course we can build this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That actually makes you warm without giving us dilapidation or whatever it's called over here. And then I could even worm my way around here a bit. So yeah, I have options. They might even be considered good options. I believe I thought about putting a hub over here as well. But I forget. Yeah, currently we have no problems. No squalor, no crime, no cold, no disease, although it is apparently growing. I guess my bio-waste facilities are significantly increasing that, but a little bit of sniffles never killed anybody. Well, nobody important. Come on, heat stamps. I need.
Stewart.
We don't need Stuart. Dare I grant them an agenda? No, we already are up to our wazoo with things we need to do for them. It wouldn't cost me a lot of heat stamps to improve relations, but it's only slight. Can't be affording agendas around here. Seems to be quite a lot of different factions that can spawn out here. I'd never known about the Bohemians. At least though they are skeptical, they are weak. I could do without radicalization though. Marginally increased by growing radicalization. Good relations with a faction, but you're very hard to have good relations with. You keep moaning. I'm making you promises, but you still don't like what I do. Is it punch a clock? Oh, I wish it were punch a clock. But wishing doesn't make it happen. We're 1 week away. Roughly every 50 weeks we get to do the 3 base guys and do a punching routine. But what I can do now is get my fracturing pump jack down. Get out there. I need that. Works towards progress. Is that going to make the Bohemians even more unhappy, though? Maybe I should have gone for their wimpy, limp-wristed pump jack just to make them happy. Almost done on the exploration. It'd be cool if the factions that spawned were influenced by your city. In a manner they are. Although I guess what are you looking for here? The hothouse enthusiasts. The coal mining black faces. No, probably explicitly not that. Right, very much looking forward to the sheer output of a couple of pump jacks. It'll do a whole lot for the city. It better do a whole lot for the city. The whiteout is on its way. The brittle wood whiteout. Can we even spot it yet? Don't know which direction from whence it's coming. Hey, there we go. And they're proposing their new law, as well they should. Wait, what, really? No, that was the alcohol that I got done. I hope I got the right alcohol thing done there. It'll be the next law that gets decided upon here, I believe. But now we need to get those weather-adjusted shifts. Which I was saying I'm not keen on, but thinking about the whiteout that's coming along, it might be really good. Bohemians agree with weather-adjusted shifts. Production efficiency going down by 10% is a pain. But we do have slight disease problems, and the heat demands... Yeah, that's... Get in here. I think the heat demands pretty much make up for the loss of production. I could do with the overseers, given that they're so favourable towards me, going on another rally of support for me. But they seem to not want to do that. Alright, Frostlands, what do you have for me? Well, give me back my legions first. A lot more people, more mouths to feed, more people to house. I believe I was talking about whether or not I'd have to do this, but yeah. Once I have a little bit more heat stamps, which actually, if I want a little bit more, why don't I just punch people until they give me a little bit more? Sorry, foragers, I need this more than you need it. Sorry, Machina people, I need this more than you need it. Oh, this is really hurting my trust, though. Maybe I shouldn't punch my lordly friends, especially since they have fewer to give. But it is needed. A housing district in particular is needed right now. That's quite good for keeping you warm. I believe I was thinking about going here. Yeah, that keeps you warm as well. That's really nice. That boosts heat by 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Wow, that's a ton of heat coming in from this. Alright, excellent. Do build that. Don't even think twice about it. I could build another pump jack. We're currently massing oil, so maybe hold off on that and do other things that are more pressing. But what is more pressing? An alternative source of goods, perhaps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's pretty good. A lot of mutual warmth if I do it that way. Mm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on, hold on. I wish there was more of a planning button here. I want to rub up against 3 of you. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's fine then. That doesn't really leave anything else to do, does it? In that case, just have these resources available for the future? Yes. Yes, we shall. Exploration teams, Jake, thank you for reminding me, because the game sure as sugar does not. Nice finding. Very nice finding. 19 weeks to chart this. I don't trust that before the storm hits. Not to mention there's only people in cores there, neither of which are in high demand. But it looks like a good way to make a shortcut back to the city, but even shorter cuts would be better. Yes, yes. Okay, what do we have? Coal! Reasonable amounts of coal. It's just it costs so many Frostland teams to bring them back. I want so many Frostland teams. A mobile forge. 3 cores. Very nice. We will definitely grab those later. A huge source of materials. Probably material colony. 16 weeks. From whence comes the storm? I wish it would say what direction it's coming from. Material production from frozen forests. Oh, hang on, hang on. The different whiteouts had different effects. I assumed the whiteout would just cause food production to go down because that's what it does in the main game. But here, the wood will turn brittle. Material production from frozen forests will be more difficult. But we'll still be able to produce food normally. Okay, right. What do we make of that then? It tells me I want to mass up a lot of materials while I can. So if I get this thing connected up and I bring back a whole lot more, and we try and stockpile a bunch of that, that would be good. Still doesn't tell me where the storm is coming from, though. Anyone notice anything looking different when we're just looking around a giant grey area? Anything that looks like a storm? If we know it's coming, a bit of information like coming from the north or the west. Maybe that's too much to ask. I'm just wondering if I have enough time to go and explore one of the other areas. It's probably visible a few weeks before it hits. No, we saw it in the normal run. I thought there was a plains that I was considering looking through. Well, there is this valley, but that doesn't seem worth my time. Hills, ice mound... Anything that only costs 10 people is good, although I could spring for 20 by pulling back my oil. A lot of these take way too long to chart. I need to wait until after the whiteout to make it done. This is what I was thinking about. Apparently there's a massive materials outpost over here. 16 weeks. But I'd really like to bridge this gap. 25 needed for you. Am I willing to do 25? 21 weeks? I think I will, because I do want to get closer to this. But this is dangerous. Abunai. He's unsure. He doesn't like being unsure. I'm looking at those hills, and I'm looking at my oil. Given that I'm 168 weeks away from stockpiling the amount of oil that I need, I think the obvious thing to do is to drain it real hard. It'll be like an anti-BP here. Alright, there we go. I can be satisfied enough for that. The materials will come on in and stockpile for the storm, because we know it'll be harder to produce that during the storm. Might face some nasty times regarding squalor during the storm, but at least then the heat demand over there won't be so bad.
Remember to keep your heat lamp maintained. It might just save your life.
Yeah, I have some friends that talk like that back home. How's the city and colonies going? Well, we haven't established any permanent colonies, just little extractions of food and oil. And I suppose now, a very welcome amount of surplus materials. Which makes me feel a lot better about massing up some goods. Because I might not want this thing running much at all during the whiteout, because it's going to be so bleeding cold over there. It's already 120 heat requirement, and that's a lot of my heat requirement. So if I surplus the goods when things are relatively warm, maybe that'll be for the better. Anyway, it's law clock. I really, really want to pass the alcohol law. I'm a firm believer in alcohol. Oh, Christ. A lot of people are not. There's no way this gets through just by putting it to vote. I would need to swing in the machinists and the lords to make this work. I do not want development effort. I do not want to fund you 215 heat stamps. That should get me it, but it's still not guaranteed. I think I need the lords as well. The lords are a lot cheaper to bribe. But am I willing to spend 300 heat stamps to get this law through? The law does get heat stamps, and I suppose giving them these goods also improves our relations with them. So I think this is a spend money to make money situation. Especially knowing that the stuff that I'm working on right now does not have explicit costs, and there's nothing that I really need to be building currently. Yeah, we'll get the money back in time, won't we? Alright, Machina men. Although maybe... no... maybe... No, we're currently at a bit of a problem with lots of laws that I want to pass in short succession, so I guess I'll have to fund their projects. Goodbye, heat stamps. Oh god! There's a limit to how many promises you can make! Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Yeah, 41 seems enough. Just takes 2/3 of these buggers to go against me, and then it's suddenly not going to seem like enough. Could you fulfill one right now? No, it's an equal exchange. It's not worth buggery until they actually agree to this. Alright, let's make it so. Yeah, I thought one of the buffs of being a politician was unlimited promises. Up, 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 up! Oh, God.
The proposed law has been approved.
Yeah, bits of me were tensing up there. So much so that I need to take a swift water break. I'll be back momentarily. Alright, there we go, much better. Topped up with some nice cold water, because whilst it's all cold over there for the city, not too cold for me. But I'm not so keen on embracing my inner Swede here about making my alcohol run, or city run alcohol shops. Might not be long until they are alcohol run. That was too close for comfort. Imagine if that had failed. I was paying through the nose, and I would still have to pay even if the measure didn't pass. For a law that was intended to fix my money problems. Simultaneously, I have a lot of laws in the pipeline that need to be passed, so I wouldn't be able to come back to this for some time, and I'd probably still have to pay to get it done. Is that really a move towards equality? Well, the Bohemians seem alright with it. But now I must fund projects on the machinists. I can do it whenever, I may as well just do it sooner rather than later. Yeah, I don't need the money for anything currently, so there you go. And I need that trust rising. Make promises, keep promises. Alright. We have state-run alcohol shops in parts of the USA. How are they? They're actually very good shops in Sweden. It just doesn't feel right having the government tell me what I can and cannot drink. Because whilst I think they legally have to acquire anything that's asked for, they just don't. I want this. Oh, we don't have that. Could you order it? I remember now. They will order it at extreme costs. Like, there's this massive admin fee just to order this bottle of Polish vodka. Ugh, man. Sweden was a hellhole, man. I'm so happy I'm out. The government wants a monopoly on alcohol. Yes, yes I do. Look at that. 3.6. It's a big old 50% boost on top of individual contributions coming in. That I'm very happy with. Makes half as much as the Central District itself on heat stamps. Expertly done by me. Kansas, Utah, and Pennsylvania are the strictest states. The latter has a system where you have to sell to the state before you can sell it in your distillery, I believe. That's very controlling, but probably exactly what they want. I love the fact that I am hardcore stocking up on everything right now. I just do not like the fact that this Brittlewood Whiteout is on its way. I cleared this place out with the intention of doing an extraction. So I'll expand you here and here. There's actually a strong argument that says not to do that. Yeah, but I want this for access. But we have more access down here. What if I did it a little differently? Do it that way. No, then I don't get the heat bonus for you. But I want all of the heat bonuses. This is fine. I'll expand you here, and here, and I can't do there because it's not frost broken, is it? Well, the point is I want you here right now, so get down there. And that is is it frost broken? So hard to tell. It is frost broken. Okay, so I can expand out there if I feel it's a good idea, which I may or may not. Wasn't there an idea to put a hub here? Yeah, I think there was, like arch this around so I could put a hub here to cover all three of them. Probably would have been a good idea. Didn't do it. And you can't cancel these things once you've started them, which is horrible. Since there's no cancellation, I'd love it if there was better opportunities to plan what you wanted to build. At least you could pause things indefinitely in Frostpunk 1 and then cancel it with no downside. How goes the game till now? I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I do have a feeling that this isn't something I'm going to be playing forever like Frostpunk 1 though. It feels like one damn good run of it and I'll be like, whew, that was exhausting. And I had fun, but what's there to do again? As enjoyable as this is, I don't want to do it all over again. But that's only my thoughts right now, and it's still relatively early days for my city. Look, there's an X under the hammer progress thing to cancel. There is this, but I don't think that cancels it. That just closes the screen. I can pause, but I can only resume. Yeah, I should have certainly put a hub here. Then I could have gone da-da-da and then expanded down this way. Damn. Well, at least destroying something gives you a 75% rebate. No need to frost break more, but we will expand over to this. Good. Potentially that. Alright, not long until the whiteout hits. Hey, there we go. Pork barrel achievement get. Fulfill at least one promise to 5 different communities. And look at that, they're finally not at my throat, because I'm so trustworthy. We researched what they wanted, that makes that the next council vote. But I also said I'd research pathfinding scouts. Let's get on that then, shall we? And hey, it's a Bohemian idea. We love the Bohemians? I guess so. I guess so. So I'm a little concerned that the temperature comes back up and then goes down and down again. So when we come out of this, it's going to be minus 80. Then minus 60. Then... No, minus 80, and then up to minus 40. Minus 50, minus 60. It just gets colder and colder. Reminds me a lot of Endless Extreme, which is good. That's what I want to be reminded of. Anyway, you there. You need to be expanded yet further. Here, here, and here, I believe. Ugh, I gave up such a good location for a hub. Ah, think about it another way. This will not exist for much longer. 23 weeks, bang, all that's gone. I need to consider other hubs that I would quite like to have. And I do think heating hubs are the way forward in general. So what could be done, and what, if anything, would I want to build here? Well, none of this has unlimited extraction, so maybe it's actually not a place to build a hub. I'm not sure I believe that, though. I'd need to ice break or frost break more to put up a good hub location. Maybe I just drop the hub idea altogether. But I'm not entirely sold on dropping it. Because if I put the hub here, as long as you went out to here, I'll be able to warm you, and if you came along and did 1, 2, 3, would that work out? Then I should be able to hub you, and you. And this one's going to last a fair while, right? Long enough to justify putting a hub down for, most likely. Yeah, maybe they realized how much I abuse putting things down temporarily and decided we can't have such nice things. It's not unthinkable. Icebreaking not so expensive that I shouldn't do this just to have the flexibility available. Up here goes 1... Just have something like this done. Then my options are fairly fruitful. Alright, there we go. That means the way you expand, well, I'll figure that out shortly, won't I? Not drowning in workers, I better keep that in mind as well. And to think we were drowning in workers when we played in normal mode. Drowning in resources altogether in normal mode. Right, are you going to be less radicalized? Your fervor is still weak due to growing radicalization, but surely that's meant to go down because we have nice relations. We'll see things. We'll see eye to eye in due time. I could get your contribution, but I could also contribute to you to keep you off my back. Probably better to make promises and keep them. Repealing weather-adjusted shifts, mandatory schooling. That's a no.
Consult your local municipal spirits shop.
Yes. Come to the state-sponsored alcohol emporium. There's another thing that says don't do heating hub. Do something else. Material stockpile. Nothing really impacts on the expedition stuff, though. Heating hub, of course, does. So you'd expand over to there. And the other guy would go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think I can get behind that. The massive heat bonus is certainly going to be welcome. But another thought is, I'm going to be turning these places way down during the storm anyway. Because they're not going to work very well. In the end, I suppose I could just turn this thing off. Does seem handy though, got to keep those heat needs down. And while we're at it, bring you out there, get access to that, get access to that. Then you have rather a lot, these guys will get the remaining 3. Actually, there's something to be said for not taking that. Maybe take that instead. Just close things off rather nicely. And then they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even 9 is fine. You don't get to cuddle with these guys, but you can cuddle with others. That's fine by me. Not enough resources to expand more districts. Also, maybe I should be really filling up on that oil a lot more. I'm kind of neglecting my intense needs for more fracturing pump jacks. Heat stamps are needed, workforce is needed. I lack both currently. This is endless, yes. We have a randomly generated Frostland here, which has been rather miserly, but I have reached out for it quickly, thinking that it's very valuable. And I think I've thought right on that front. We forewent even food production in our home so that we could get materials, goods, and exploration done, and there was a period of tightening of the belts. I wouldn't go so far as to say starvation. But now we actually do produce food, and I'm stockpiling food because I'm quite certain we're going to need it come whiteout zone, and I need to be able to turn my attention to oil. I'm trying to get as much oil as I can, but damn, do I need those pump jacks. Guess I could turn down your production, and I likely will when it's more pump jack o'clockish. Yeah, mild case of lack of nutrition, that's all. No actual starvation. He's thinking, he's thinking. No, I like what I see here. Things are fine. I'll probably pull these guys back since they're not actually all that necessary soon. Alright, the weather-adjusted shifts. I did discover it, and I promised to hold a law. I did not promise to pass the law. Very important to note. Wow. That is not passing unless I shake some hands underneath the table. Why is everyone so radicalized? The overseers and the machinists hate bending to the weather. But the Bohemians and the foragers are all about it. It's entirely in the lords here. But even if I got all of the lords... Yeah, you need 11 of the 12 to secure this. Although machinists are apparently... Oh, yeah, I could bring the machinists on board to get it done. But they'd want me to get a heat dispatcher. Squalor to reduce heat demand. That's actually pretty good. But another thought is, what if we don't care about this? If it fails, too bad. If you're going to swing it, you could probably do the Bohemian Promise for it. I can't promise the Bohemians anything, they want this. I have to bring in either the Lords or the Machinists. Although, to be fair, I can guarantee this... Wait, condemn? Condemn the Bohemians and we'll back the Bohemian law. Wow, these guys. I certainly do not want dedicated motherhood. I could certainly get behind a patrol watchtower. Crime is going to grow, and I would like my own personal guard squads to be increased. That's not the world's worst thing to get. And whilst I don't love that production efficiency decretion, that heat demand is going to be useful. I meant promise to pass it for favor. I don't think you can promise to pass something that's already here. Although, maybe. Why don't we check? I'd be surprised if they'd allow that. Nah, they're not interested. They want opioids. God, I hate the Bohemians so much. Yeah, and I've already got a promise with them for the Pathfinder Scouts. Yeah, no free promises on this. The machinists hate this promise after all. Alright, I guess we're just going in then. And I guess I will agree to build myself my own personal watchtower. Oh, you've really bent me over the barrel here, lords, but I will back down. My own personal guard squad and patrol tower I will have if you insist. Could be useful if the other guys get a little too radicalized as well, so let's do it. Again, I'm not the world's biggest fan of this law. I think I prefer the other one, but disease is good, or disease decretion is good. And the heat demands is about to be a very big thing for us, so let's shake that hand and guarantee... Not sure if we've managed to guarantee any laws so far, but this one is guaranteed through. Just as well.
The proposed law has been approved.
Only one of those indecisive bastards decides to back me. It's the second law in a row that we won with just one over necessary. Of course, now I need to research those damn things.
Citizens, a new law is in effect.
Yes. Yes, it is. If you insist on me having more power, then I shall graciously accept. The demands on the oil might actually be pretty high. The workforce is the heat stamps that I need. A little bit more heat stamps and we're good. Maybe the lords would be nice enough to give me some funds after everything I just did for them. But the heat stamps problem is starting to solve itself because of my income. The alcohol, people paying me for the privilege of living, people guaranteeing service exemption. Allowing outsiders is whatever, but yeah. The heat stamps problem is being solved, and it's catching up to the solution that we had for prefabs as well. So I think we're actually in the ramp-up phase. You know, we've got Echo Form and a couple of heat sinks down, and Creative AI is somewhere in the draw pile. Yes! More money than God. So current income from city-run alcohol shops is 3.6. Expand it. More effective. Oh, hell yes. 4.9. Have you tasted the newest and strongest spirits? Brits, man. Before we go to work, let's buy some booze. I don't know if anyone can drink themselves to death, but hopefully they don't. Disease is minor, and we really should do something about that. It's minor and stable. I might want to look into some kind of hospital stuff, or even salvaging, bio-waste, sawmills. The sawmills are going to be turned down, or even some outright disabled by the storm. Wow, you are hot. Hot stuff. We're looking good on making everything here. Do I want that pump jack then? I think I do. Struggle to see why I wouldn't. I'm just trying to think what to turn down in favor of getting that. So I need to reduce the output of something. The food, possibly. The food is going to fill up very soon. So if I turn you down a lot, There we go. Now it's going to take 9 weeks to fill up. Maybe even more. There we go. That's perfectly acceptable. That frees up a ton of people. And we want to get as much oil as possible. We have 4.4 million oil, and it's going to last us virtually forever. And the foragers are happy. I kept my word because I researched... What was it? I don't know, something about scouts, which means it's the next law. We're going to have to train our scouts for dealing with Frostland better. And of course, I have to make good on my promise to give myself special watchtowers. Ooh. The thing about the Lords is that I think they give a worse watchtower than we could otherwise get. Actually, maybe it's better. Let's have a look at this. It gives more guard output and doesn't have the heat demand that the Bohemians want in their surveillance. So go figure, the Bohemians want us to just watch everybody. They're like communists, man. Oh wait, hold on. This is fine. The Lords are there. I don't know why there's an exclamation point on that one. We do love the Lords, and the Lords love us. Doesn't matter, they just want the patrol watchtower. We'll back the Overseer's vision of it once I have a few more heat stamps. Half the workforce cost? Barely a consideration. Workforce will not be a consideration quite soon, I reckon. It's a little touch and go now, but the population really spirals. I wonder if there's a way to handle that. You'd have to pass laws later on to limit the amount of people coming in. Alright, let's have it. Hey, getting very favourable with the Overseers. I hope they do another rally for me. Meanwhile, if you could kindly stop being so radical. Freaking bums! Who let these hippies into my city? I think they were an amalgamation of the Foragers and... Yeah, well, they like adaption, so they must have been born of the Foragers. Certainly not from the Lords. I think they just got a little too high on their own supply. You had to research the Lords one. I don't think I do. I think I just have to research Patrol Watchtower, not specifically their one. We'll find out, won't we? Surely the Lords wouldn't want to dirty their hands with the finer details like that. What factions do we have in this run? We've got the Foragers, who are all about adaption to the cold. They're helping us out with the stuff in the Frostlands, that's for sure. We've got the Bohemians, who are just a pain in my neck. They're just massive freaking hippies. I'd like to destroy the faction if I could, but I'm trying not to kill people. We've got the Overseers, who are all about merit-based progress. They have some traditional values, which can be good and can be bad. For example, I want my women in the workforce, not back home. Machinists here, backing progress. They've never let me down. And the Lords, we've managed to dodge their more traditional views. The Lords are just always good for me. Are they good enough to be punched for money, though? Like I said, I'm starting to think that I need to lay off punching people and just let the taxes build up naturally. Render unto Caesar, rather than making the sudden demand for 15,000 clay or whatever. Fracturing pump jacks are growing that squalor, but squalor's not so bad that it's a problem.
Please give the right of way to frost-breaking teams in transit.
The heat demands have been massively reduced, actually, by the whatchamacallits. Yeah, those. The weather-adjusted shifts. This is quite handy, in fact. I can even have you maxed out. It's almost tempting to put down some hubs to increase my the amount of stuff that I can store. Almost. But not quite. After all, it lowers the workforce needed, so it's better in concentrated industry, which I don't do a lot of. Well, I don't do any of. When the whiteout comes, I'll be very grateful for having all of these heating hubs on, but could I just deactivate them for now? No, that does actually cause problems. Keep it active then. I need to do something about my material supply, though. It might look amazing right now. That's because it is amazing. But it is very much subsidized. Oh man, oh man. If I did a Skyway connection, this solves my material problems outside of whiteout time. That is good. Oh man, I really need the Vanguard bays. We get the Vanguards out when this storm lifts, we should be able to get Omega rich. However, we still need to... Oh my god. Was my promise to pass this or hold the vote? This is just something that I wanted, but I think my promise was to research. Why does everyone hate me? I thought we all loved democracy. What is this? I've already had 2 extremely tight victories in the council. I don't want a third super tight one. The foragers, who are already mostly 4, are not great to bring over, because that doesn't secure victory. What does? Maybe it's because you keep punching them. I have been letting off on the punching for a long time now. I need to bring the machinists and the foragers over. The machinists should secure it. Oh, I do believe in the deep melting drill. I do sorely believe in the deep melting drill. Production efficiency extremely increased, and we get deep deposits, virtually unlimited. Let us consider that. Should get this. I would only need 8 of 22 people voting for me, between foragers and lords, and they both love me these days, I think. What does that say about extraction? Do we even touch any unlimited goods right now? I don't think we do. No, we do. There's deep fertile soil here, and I've already established my bio hothouses over it. The bio hothouses could be working a little better. Okay, on top of that we have an unlimited source of what here? Well, not unlimited, but 100 million wood worth of frozen forest under there. On top of that, another deep frozen forest. So, deep drilling is mostly looking at food. I like that. I might even like that a lot. Not cheap, though. Whatever is. Deep melting drill. A percentage change to the resource output from all sources and extraction. I wonder if that actually applies only to where I build this thing. Probably, right? Constructed in... Oh, I'd actually have to just construct this instead of a hothouse, but the extreme increase probably makes up for the lack of hothouse. And it only costs 1 core? I guess I'm gonna have to go for it. I think this is a little soon for doing it, but if it secures me this other law, it keeps things working its way along. I think your second coal had a deep deposit. Is that so? Well, it doesn't change the fact that I'm going for this, but we will have a look. It was the machinists, right? This would be a horrible one to lose. With that in mind, I could guarantee that it goes through. And I do want a coal liquefactor. But it's yet more research I'd have to do, and we're tight on research these days. I'd like to research hospitals and stuff for my people. Is that too much to ask? Do we take the risk here? 43 to 50... 35? 43 to 35. 8 votes needed. Don't let me down. Come on, everybody. Back your captain in training. Oh, yeah. Not even a shred of doubt that my people could see sense. Pathfinder scouts are now able to scout even the most dangerous terrain. And that frees me up to build 2 vanguards, which I do want to do even before... Well, the vanguards aren't useful at all until after the storm, so I guess the deep melting drill will be the next one up for research. Nice. Keep our scouts strong and unyielding. That's what I do. Who would even go against that law? Come on. Exploration needs to evolve for us to reach the farthest fronts. So the Overseer was not happy? The Machinists are not happy. How could you do this to me? I've got promises to keep, lads. Alright, never mind that. The whiteout is very close. Fortunately, we have just about everything that I could conceivably want, backed up in plentiful amounts. I'm kind of excited about getting that deep drill going. And there was that talk about, do we have access to unlimited coal? Yep. And that coal is getting coal liquefied when I get the tech. I'm only keeping this on absolute skeleton operation because I can do it for pretty much free on the heat. And that heat actually lets this place run warmer. If I were to turn this off, this does not get the insulation bonus. Stops you putting down empty districts and claiming them, but I'll still claim that. Who the hell are you? Ah, schnapps! Hints of strawberry. I do wonder how they managed. Increase in alcohol consumption sounds like not my problem. I didn't really have any problems during the run, but the way I see it, the money we make will fund the hospitals to keep people happier. I'd really like to deal with that squalor, though. Squalor is growing from fracturing pump jacking. I'd need some air conditioning units to deal with that. I certainly have a lot of spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. Potential for many more spaces for adding in more things like that. So that means I need more research. I need to research things that just need to be built, not voted on. And that speaks quite heavily to building another research institute, especially somewhere that's very warm right now. I wish this showed negative heat demands. But you, for example, I could quite happily put down one of these research institutes on you, because I really want to speed this up. I don't know how much, but probably significant enough for me to want to build this. So I can get more of the other buildings done. Of course, population is another consideration, but... 2 seemed like the magic number early. I'm happy for a 3rd. Damn right, you should be delighted I kept my word. Lords are happier. Wait, what did I even research? I forget. I truly forgot. Now I promise the melting deep drills. Not cheap, but we're doing it. The watchtower, thank you. I don't need the watchtower now, but I will want it potentially later on. No point building it when there's no crime to worry about and no need for my guards to crack skulls. These are both the same, doesn't really matter. I guess we'll go with the machinists, they seem skeptical of me. Although I don't know if it makes any difference who you decide to go with. They all agree in the end. I only need to research it, and it's not something that needs a law passed, which is rather handy. I would really, however, like to get something about keeping my city less full of squalor and disease. It's not a problem, but I don't want it to be a problem. It's only not a problem because we shove a friendly badge on people so everybody knows who they are. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I'm certainly not spending extra shelter on you. I'm so glad we got rid of that supportive quarantine. That was a shot in the foot. Efficiency bonuses are nice. Treatment, parenthood, procreation. I need hospitals, man. But hang on, maybe you don't vote on hospitals. Yeah, you just build them. So what do I want voted on? I don't need to get my vanguard bays built, or at least researched until the very end of this, so once we have our deep melting drill, we should ask ourselves where we're going. I can actually quite happily get things that need laws, even though I was just saying I should research things that don't need laws. Advanced pump jacks have a very increased output over regular pump jacks, but they come with a fairly high cost as well. Since the storm is so close, maybe you can see it on the map. Ah, we'll have a look then. Although I might forget, so do yell at me if I don't. Filtration towers will help take care of the squalor. But I'm thinking about laws. Heat demand in housing districts going down. It sounds amazing. Keeps the bohemians off my back as well. Production efficiency increase is rather nice. Increase means 15%. But housing districts... we have a lot of them, and they each need a lot of heat, so it might actually be better just to lower the demands rather than the output, even though this output's for everything. It's a tough call. Might actually agree with the Bohemians on this one. Redirect excess heat over to the city. So that's a tantalizing opportunity. As I said, I really want my logistic bays. The Vanguard one is just too good. We're very limited on Frostland teams, so why would I not take the most Frostland teams I can get my grubby little hands on? Eventually I might be interested in Harvesters. Oh god, we need Skyways, don't we, if we want some of the really good stuff out there. Ooh, I don't love coming here. Just everybody believes in Skyways. Oh damn, so Skyways are, again, something for after the storm passes, but the Skyway gives us great access to the materials out there. Mandatory unions or labor oversight? It's definitely labor oversight. Sod your unions, I don't need trust. Hospitals. We don't need them yet, but I might want them down the line. The population growth is good for now, but it might become a problem down the line. We need drugs, don't we just? Okay, what am I 1 over on then? Probably waste heat conversion, coal liquefaction, and then get... what was the other thing? We're doing melting dip. Does Skyways as well. Labor organ. So many good things. Damn, and I can't have them all. But this is why I erected another place to figure out what we're doing. Yeah, Skyways only once the frost, the whiteout has passed, though. It's not going to do us any good currently. These work a little bit harder. Nah. Work a little bit less hard. Hard work kills everybody. I thought you wanted filtration towers. I will want filtration towers. Currently, I think we're okay. I am perhaps a little concerned about this, though. I'm glad we've stocked up plenty of oil and coal, but I wonder to what degree it's all going to disappear when the whiteout hits. Probably going to wish that A, I'd made more, and B, that I'd stockpiled more. These are both solvable problems, though. Especially around here. This is a great place for a hub. If a hub only hits 2 places, it still reduces reduces labor cost more than it costs. But maybe labor cost is not my consideration. I run tight ships, after all. Wait, we were at like 300 oil. Where did it go? We've got loads of it. We've got 41, almost 42,000 stockpiled units of oil. And almost 50,000 coal stockpiled. We are ready for this whiteout. I'm not so ready for the cold that comes after it, though. It's that Frostpunk 1 situation of, oh, you enjoyed that blizzard, did you? Well, now it's just as cold as the blizzard was. Certainly the settlement should fall at least once. What shows extreme playthrough is that if Jake can one-shot it on his first playthrough. There's a lot of...
be alarmed by any unusual noises coming from the generator. Routine maintenance work is underway.
It better be. We'll need that overdrive on. Yeah, I've got a lot of carryover skills from Frostpunk 1 here, even though the game plays differently. I think there are a lot of transferable skills going on here. I hope this will work fine. I might just turn you off during the big freeze. Thinking about it. Hey, did my guys finish their exploration? Or did the... Where in the world is the storm? Oh, there's the storm. Ah, well, that's going to be turning some things off. Good thing your scouts don't suddenly die out of nowhere, but still. Did they explore anything? I thought I sent them out to look at something. No, I guess not. I really might want that. Love these kinds of little outposts. You don't have to build them up like the other ones. Okay, 25 scouts not doing anything. Do I just pull them back? I think I just pull them back, because they don't have anything to do. I need to keep a little bit out there so the... Oh, well, no, I don't need to. A little bit there keeps the coal place running a bit warmer, I suppose, but I might just turn both of them off. Alright, alright. Save the heat. I finally caught up with the VOD, says Gask. Pretty great to see Captain Jake reconquering the Frostland. Oh yeah, the Frostlands are going to freaking kneel today. I'm confident with how things are going. Why would I not be? We have largely solved the money and the prefab situation. Oh, and I keep forgetting about the bleeding laws. Curse that button. That said, was there anything I was looking for currently? I want my own guards, but people don't want me to want my own guards. Because the situation isn't tense enough. Mass-produced goods still seems useful. The goods production efficiency helps me out significantly. I'm happy with all of this. In that case, could I just hand over the law to somebody else so that they can fail? Because there's no law for the deep melting drill. Might actually make the Bohemians happier. Good relations with faction will decrease fervor passively. So if I say, hey, you have the floor, make your promises and whatnot. Well, I don't think there's any promise that I want to do here. Pass accept all outsiders. I do not want all outsiders. I don't want my population spiraling out of control, and I'm not repealing that. I'm going to give these guys the floor. Boy, that did not do a lot for relations. They really just have it in for me, don't they? They wish to have their supportive quarantine back. They hate me putting out badges on people. Now this shot me in the foot last time because it passed when I didn't want it to pass. But surely this time it won't. Yeah, this does go back and forth. Alright people, vote with your hearts. As long as it's my heart. Keep that 4 down.
Have spoken. The law is tabled.
Delightfully devilish. The freaking hippies are shot down, not just by me, but by everybody. Calculated risk. It's our turn to decide, says the Bohemians. Check again. Yeah, we are winning some of these votes on very slim margins. I think that's definitely something that's cranked up on Captain difficulty. I feel like we got a lot more leeway on officer mode when we played the story. But it was so easy, man. I needed this ratcheted up in difficulty. Okay, this is Dunzo. We've scooped everything we can out of here, so we are just going to turn this whole thing off. Oh wait, no. It's got 6 more days of output. Although it's in a bit of a pickle because we don't have a place to put all those materials. In that case, you just work to the bare minimum. Finish off the last of those goodies so I can completely shut you down. During the whiteout, people are going to have to go and tear this down. This is an intimate thing that I kind of missed from Frostpunk 1. The feeling of sending people out in the blizzard to go and demolish individual buildings. It felt so good. Not in a sadistic kind of way, just in a laughing at their miserable experience kind of way. Damn right I kept my words with you. But here, it's kind of like wave of a handy sort of stuff. So it's a different game and better in some ways, but I do miss that intimacy. Right, away you go now. It's Aganawa. Who's the third societal group on the left side? We've got the Foragers, Bohemians, Overseers, Machinists, and Lords. And I think that's all we'll get. What's the last problem for the city? Ah, you mean there's 4 out of 5? These are the 5 problems that the city can face. Crime, squalor, cold, disease, and hunger. And the only problem we have is a minor amount of squalor. So to win this run, We need to have populous colonies set up whilst having no problems in the city. So you can't just burn your city to set up the colonies. But I'm not interested in winning, per se. I just want to build up a really nice city that can withstand anything that gets thrown at it. Anyway, you're getting torn apart, and we have a new law to pass. And I've already forgotten what I said I was going to do. Was it labor organization for productivity? We don't care that much about trust. I do want coal liquefaction. Doesn't seem necessary currently. I know I said I wanted filtration towers. Maybe I should. Significant decrease. But I need things that cause laws, basically. Let's do that waste heat conversion. Housing district heating going down. Oh man, but it has to compete with production efficiency. That's such a tough choice. Production efficiency of everything increases, including oil, including food. I don't know if that does anything for my scout teams. I don't think it does. What I could do is I could do production efficiency for now, and then later on, once we've drained a lot more of the resources, we switch over to heating. But then the whiteout's about to come. Surely I want the heating in the houses. Ah, but that's what the production efficiency is for. Believe in the heat. Production efficiency of logistics districts. Extraction, production, and food, not logistics. So the food, the materials, the goods, the coal, the oil, the steam. But I like also not needing that heat to begin with. So let's not need the heat to begin with. Especially since quite a few of our goods come from the Frostlands, and those do not get the boost. Here we go! I'm amazed that you stay warm, but you do. You're also staying somewhat warm. How are some of these things still working? Still apparently extracting oil and getting it back to Grimsby. You almost forgot we called our city Grimsby. It's cold. It's really, really cold. Am I willing to spend that much just to keep my goods flowing? I did make a stockpile of goods with this situation in mind. But if I don't keep it flowing... How about we keep it flowing a little bit so that we can see through the storm? That'll get us through the storm. But actually looking at the numbers, we're even stockpiling coal, which is rather nice. I think we can handle this. Yeah, I want to get through without causing goods problems, because the goods are necessary to maintain the heat stamps. Those materials are gone in 16 weeks. That's scary. That's very scary. And I don't think we have any real other source of them. The food situation is okay. The fuel situation will have to be okay. But yeah, minus 80. Not a pleasant place to be. I think even though the output has been nerfed here... Wait, do you even work? It says minus 152 from brutal... Oh, I see. It should be 190. But actually, since it costs 50 and gives me 66, it's giving me almost nothing. I'd be better off shutting you down. But I think the best thing to do is to shove down 2 of these, and also expand you. Did I already expand you? I guess I did. Wait, you're the wrong one. I'm tearing you apart. What am I even thinking? Wait, something isn't adding up. Ah, this is what's being demolished. Okay. I'm back in my own head right now. This is being demolished. This is okay. And it has already been expanded So yes, I can put down my untreated sawmill. And if it is really such a problem, and it is such a problem, I can do this so that you can enjoy your heating hub, heat each other. I'll expand you later on to grab that. There we go. That will solve my crippling lack of materials. Did you get the generator upgrade that lets you choose which fuel is being used? No. And it also burns whatever fuel you choose more efficiently, so it might well be worth considering. Here it is, generator upgrade 2. Intake optimization. Increases the heat yield of the select fuel type. Actually a very, very good idea. Once I have heat recycling, probably worth grabbing. The heat recycling is really going to reduce my needs on heat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 20 reduction on heat demand. It's going to be, I think, more than a 10% reduction. God, it cannot be fun being up the top of here. How's it seem up there, lads? I wouldn't be out in this either. For once, I'm willing to say that it is not quite tops-off weather. All of my things have been disabled, except for the huge herd. The huge herd is still somehow pumping food out to me. There's some real go-getters over there. You're shocked no one gets blown off the side of the mountain. Well, maybe they think not to do that. Again, we haven't had any deaths so far. And I do plan on keeping it that way, although this is going to be one long and very unpleasant whiteout. The goods are going to last us. The materials currently will not.
Delirium can strike even hardened scouts. Stay indoors.
Nonsense! Who would ever get delirious and lost in a whiteout? All of my runs of the Long Dark went flawlessly. I'm a little concerned about the oil situation there. How about we crank up the overdrive? That's not the overdrive button. Crank up the overdrive. Try and make that oil last a bit longer. And we got the heat recycling law. What kind of monster during a -80, 40-week-long blizzard is going to say, nah, we shouldn't recycle heat? Guys, it's just not right. Come on. We have better uses for that heat. Like what? I don't know. Maybe we should think about it for another 10 weeks. Will can see that generator upgrade speaks to me massively. I can afford it as well, I think. Yeah. What was the other thing I was thinking about, though? Coal liquefactors, of course. Filtration towers are not a priority currently. Labor organization is nice, though. Hospitals aren't necessary. No, nothing is as strong as a generator upgrade currently. I take it. Did you play the first Frostpunk? If so, how would you rate this compared to... Did I play the first Frostpunk? I played a lot of the first Frostpunk. A hell of a lot of it. I completed so many challenge runs of that first Frostpunk, I bled that game dry. This game is less intimate. It's better and worse in a lot of different ways. But I think I do value the fact that it is a different experience. I've seen a lot of negative things said about this game because it is different from the first one. And maybe that's just expectation management. I knew it! They don't want to actually heat their homes in the freaking whiteout here. If you search YouTube for Frostpunk, I should be around the top results there. Not that I base value on what I do based on how many people watch it, but can't deny it feels good. Okay, which of you sour bastards needs to kowtow? The machinists are largely against me, and they are partially open to negotiation. That swings it, but not guaranteed. The foragers are very much open. Oh boy, that's even worse. Abort, abort. The lords are completely open, but the lords are still quite the minority. If I want this through, I'm gonna have to bring the machinists on board. They want a calibrated goods factory. I don't. They want a synthetic composites factory. Wow, that's a lot of material output. Significant squalor comes from it, though. Minimize human labor, releasing noxious vapors. An advanced coal mine. Ooh, you know what? I don't want to do any of this. But there's no way we survive this vote if I don't make a promise. Oh yeah, but Stipendium's music for this game is terrific. This is tough. Real tough. I absolutely don't want to agree to any of these things with the machinists, but I don't want to break promises either. The foragers, I similarly am not very interested in any of this. Although build an untreated sawmill, that I actually intend on doing anyway. So I could agree to that. That does not secure the vote though, but if I did this and the something for the machinists, we could do it. What if I got the lords and the foragers? Would that work for me? That only steals a few people in the against category, but it might be enough to secure it. Gets rid of all the swaying ones. Condemn the Bohemians. Research a punitive prison. I do not have to build it. Tension would increase. Research is cheap-ish. There's a lot of things I want to research, but I really want this law through. Alright, alright. God, I don't like making multiple promises here. But for you, my friends, I will build that untreated sawmill. And for my other friends in the Lords, I will research punitive prison. Probably won't build one. I don't want to be in a position where I need prisons. Especially since just having this thing is going to increase tension. 500 capacity for detainees. Detainees end up being another focus group, but hey. Okay, we get this through. I'm not thrilled about this. There's a lot of promises I didn't want to make. But that's life. Life is a compromise. We all get so that we may give. And we all give so we may get.
The proposed law has been
Just as well, only one swinger backed me there. Alright, great. Thanks to that, we should be able to get through the storm because the heat demands in all of the everywhere should be going down, right? Nothing goes to waste. We can even reuse smog. There we go. Heat recycling is lowering the demand, but the demands are huge. Bearing in mind my entire demand at the start of this game was only 70 heat. But the demand going down quite a lot is very welcome. Okay, but now I need to research punitive prison. After the adaptive injectors upgrade, I guess we can do the prison. Although I'm not in a hurry to do the prison, I better get my promises out of the way. Else I can't make other promises. It says, I think this is spoken for. I wonder if there's another law that we're going to have to do. Right, but thanks to that, the heat will absolutely last during all of this. The population could prove troublesome. The whiteout actually reduces the population growth. Cool. Does that mean... Yes, stagnation. You don't suddenly get population boons during this. That's awesome. Because I wouldn't want it. Absolutely wouldn't want it. Just like realpolitik, we have to compromise and everybody is unhappy. I don't know, I'm feeling pretty happy. The damage that I did can be undone, and the thing that I got through will save the city. I feel really, really bad for all the people that have to work out here in the pump jacks. Oh, but I also feel bad about that materials situation. Wasn't I meant to be building an additional untreated sawmill here? There we go. Also, wasn't I meant to be expanding you? No, you're already heated up by this. You don't need the expansion. But the severe lack of materials is cause for great concern. Oh, Dave, you're a wreck. When did you last shave? There's alcohol abuse. Again, why is that my problem? I am but one man here. Yeah, I think we need a whole heap of untreated sawmills going down, or we're never going to see through our material demand. It feels bad that we're getting hit really hard on brittle wood whiteout, and our solution is just more brittle wood whiteouting, or more brittle wood. Because it hurts the stock that's here, but if I don't shove it out, we're not seeing through this blizzard. I can reduce my demands on materials in a number of ways, but not enough ways. Plus I gotta keep my promises. Hey, there we go. The foragers are happy that I put down more brittle saw mills. Alright, well, everybody's relatively happy with how I'm doing things. I am respected for how I'm handling this storm. That feels good. Normally when the first storm comes around in Frostpunk 1, even after all my playthroughs... Well, okay, if I don't have any challenging stipulations, it's also an easy-peasy thing to do, but... Children only, no workers run, carbon neutral, vegan, no food run. No law run was where the camel's back broke. I couldn't do a no laws run. I'm not convinced it's possible. Let's see, blocked by storm, fine, blocked by storm, blocked by storm, blocked by storm. Do believe the storm will pass.
And will answer personally in due time.
Who's writing me a letter in -80? Also, I feel sorry for the one person that doesn't have a home. Did I say sorry? Did I say feel? I'm new here, says Raffi. What is the end game outcome of this? Just build a sustainable city? More or less. On Utopia Builder you get tasked with something, so in this I need to make 3 prosperous additional colonies, whilst also not having any problems in the city, so we're not allowed to have disease, which is growing from squalor, isn't it? It's growing from a lot of things. We're not allowed to have disease, hunger, cold, squalor, or crime, whilst also having big old colonies, so it necessitates having a big city here that can chunk out the population needed to go and fill up the other colonies, but not burning your own city such to the point that everything isn't great. Oh yeah, I just remembered, speaking of burning my city, that overdrive has to come off eventually. Could be a problem later on. Can I close these down? I don't actually want that coal that goes to nowhere even being produced and causing me demands. Same can be said for you. If I just turn you off, then that actually turns off the food coming in, but the food is not an issue. Yeah, we'll come out swinging from the storm, don't worry about the food. Should I worry about you? I won't worry about you. Maybe I should. I think it's actually a net gain on the heating to have you on, just to make this guy better off, although it hurts my very temperamental material situation. Oh god, the materials are not going to last. Right, we need to do something about that. Our goods workshop is getting completely disabled so that our surplus can see us through the rest of the storm. We'll live off the surplus goods then. And also, our new law is on what exactly? You said I had a new law available. Ah, I now have the ability to ban alcohol. But why would I get rid of my massive influx of money? I do not know. This is a good opportunity to give somebody else the floor if I think their law will suck and not take grounds, but Bohemians have his way of doing me in that regard. Also, I should be able to upgrade that generator of mine. This is a big step forward in heating my city. Donk. That used up all of my heat stamps, so I can't actually research something else. But I promised I'd research a punitive prison. It costs 100 to do. Maybe I could punch someone in the face for that money. Ah, the Overseers! My good friends, the Overseers. They're more than happy to give me the money. What about my good friends, the Lords? I might take from the Lords. The Overseers are a bit more active in what they do, so I want them to be very happy with me, so they've got big rallies to support me. The Lords, they're not so jingoistic. So I will take the Lord's money. Will I take the Machinist's money? Maybe I'll take the Forager's money. Yeah, Gib. I need my Gibs, everybody. So with that, we're able to afford some prisons. Yes, please give me your money so I can build a prison. Who's going in the prison? Ah, you know. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Again, I don't even want a prison, but I promised I would build a prison. For the Lords, no less. So there you go. I don't need to build it, but I do need to research it. Again, I was thinking about giving the floor to somebody, but who? The Machinists want to do city development effort, which I'm not keen on. The Foragers want expedition support. You know, I could be convinced that expedition support is good. Our absolute zeitgeists here. City development. Oh, they want pleasure clubs? What about the Bohemians? Expedition, accept all my... I don't want any of this garbage, man. It's tough, though, because we're wasting opportunity to pass laws right now. There's no law that I want, other than my lovely rule ones. No way do I want mandatory schooling. These are all good. That's definitely good. Yeah, I don't want to change anything. The question is, do I think... Actually, maybe that's a good way to look at it. Some of the people that say that they want laws, maybe I should see if they can be passed by others. Why not try the rule ones? Oh yeah, let me show you how the rule ones go. I want my own personal guard force. Nope. You need a 2/3 majority for the authority laws. And it's easier to pass these when there's a lot of tension. But I'm actually running a very tight ship here. So high tension is not lubricating the gears of justice. I hate sitting on the law, though. I should grant an agenda. I could grant the Overseas an agenda since they love me so much, but maybe the Bohemians. I want to really de-radicalize them if I can, and if they're happy, surely they'll be far less radical. I don't know if you have to promote them to get rid of their fervor. Good relations with the faction will decrease fervor passively. You know what? I will give you the agenda. Don't muck this up. Hey, now they're really happy. Excellent. For the love of God, don't do something I don't want. No! 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 We're not allowed supportive quarantine. Stop trying to vote for this. I would actively negotiate with somebody to not have this happen. Foragers, what would make you vote against this? Research and build the coal liquefactor. Well, actually just research the coal liquefactor. And I do want that. I could get behind that, but who else is open to this? Actuated heat dispatcher. Advanced fracturing... Ooh, now that is quite nice. Anybody else open to negotiate with the Bohemians to downplay their own ideal? I'm not risking this one going through. A sudden lack of housing right now in mid-storm is not acceptable. However, researching the carrion coal liquefactor? That's the one I want as well. That's pretty good. That's a good deal. completely shut down the Bohemians in their own game. By all means, have the floor, my Bohemian friends. It's all yours. Freaking hippies, man.
The noes have it!
Yes! Is this how it feels to be a lose lobbyist? Because I must say, it feels good. So they're happy they got a say, I'm happy they got shut down. The only thing that makes me unhappy is knowing that I'm going to have to research the coal liquefactors, which I planned on doing, is just not coming at the right time. I'm really at the point where I want my Vanguard base. No Twitch integration. I want to win this off my own back, not off of Twitch viewers' backs. Man, getting oil specialization should shut down any of our heating problems for a long, long time. Why is this not going down? Good relations with the faction will decrease fervor passively. Then stop being fervorous. Maybe there's no way to get rid of a certain amount of it. Actually, I feel like this is something the tutorial could teach me about. Fervor measures how many radicals are within a faction. Increased tension. These radicals increase tension. High fervor can lead to violence. Fervor increases when you oppose decisions. Yeah, so they didn't like something I was doing the moment they spawned. I forget what. To decrease fervor, you need to maintain very good relations with the factor for a long enough time. Use the de-radicalize action with a community. Or use a special ability in a prison. No. To keep control of your city, you need to understand the desires of factions, assess their fervor, proactively keep them in check, unless you want them to rule the city. I do not. I rule the city. And I'm doing it without needing my beat sticks. Although I did, courtesy of the Lord's research, how to get some good beat sticks. Hello, I don't know much about Frostpunk 2. Is the run going well? The run is going very well after some very tight navigation. Resources early on were very, very tight. Now they're just tight. Although, given the glowing red, nasty looking bars up here, you could be forgiven for thinking we are SOL. That means something very naughty. But once this passes, we have the population, we should have the everything to come out running. I just really want the Vanguard base. This prison is a waste of time. I might actually get the bays before the coal liquefactor, because I can put the Vanguard bays to faster use. Just depends on how long each of the researches take. That -1 housing is making unreasonably mad, says Battle Unit. Yeah, think of the one poor person that has to sit out here in -80 storms. Everybody else gets to sleep tight and snug. Remember, there is no cold in my city. There is squalor, but Alright, look at that. Now that the generator, which I should probably turn the overdrive off for, has intake optimization for oil, we are able to get a lot more oil squeezed out. Which means we were actually surplusing on oil. Let's let that poor overdrive calm down a bit, though. Yeah, hot seat system. 5 minutes out in the cold and then you get back into bed. I feel like this is slightly less immersive than it was in Frostpunk 1. I think because in Frostpunk 1, your whole UI was freezing up while you were doing this, and you actually saw individuals having a miserable time out in the whiteout. Hold that thought, I need a drink. Yeah, one of these days I'm going to forget to mute my mic. You'll just hear me very loudly blowing my nose into the microphone. I'm sure that day will come. I've actually ordered a new microphone, should be here in a few days. So audio might change. Might even change for the worse. Yeah, the darkness is a nice touch. Makes everything look so much dirtier. And of course things are dirty. Look at what we're doing around here. Look at the squalor we pack ourselves into. But as wise words once said, squalor is a sign of a successful city. By the way, does the prison actually unlock law, or is it just a building? Just a new building, apparently. So I don't need to pass any laws to put people in prison? I love democracy more than I care to admit now. Yeah, I've been using the Blue Yeti for a long time, but I feel like it's just not up to standard anymore. It sounds very muffled in my ears compared to other microphones I've heard, so I went and grabbed a Shure, what was it, like MLV7 Plus, something to that effect. And a better stand, because I've been rocking this like $8 stand off of Amazon for a very long time now. It's not very manipulable on the desk. It keeps getting in my way. I keep banging the thing. Bang it a bit here for your joys. Alright, city is good. City will survive. City will not be enjoying a lot of materials, but It simply means that the stockpile's running out, and we will only face a small deficit. The goods, on the other hand, are just about completely out. I'm not happy about goods running out. I'm not happy about materials running out, but I think I'd rather have squalor than a lack of heat stamps, because I need those heat stamps to get me out and running. I assume it's the SM7B. No, it wasn't B, it was Plus. There we go. The Lords are delighted that you've researched how to build a prison. Yeah, me too. Right, so whilst we promised to do coal liquefaction, takes 13 weeks to do, I think it's of much more value to get the logistic bays out. This will increase my Frostland team support up by 40 by building 2 of these, and I will be building 2 of these. And wouldn't you know it, the Bohemians even agree. Jinx, not often the Bohemians are happy with what I'm doing. Automated logistic bays might be cheaper in terms of workforce, but the Frostland teams are so important. That makes the Lord's idea just terrible. It's a shame, I want to like these guys. I do like these guys. I hate these guys. Alright, you know what, if anyone, let's go with the Forager's idea. Also, this is much faster to research. Yeah, they are the same. Alright, make it so. Get that done, and then I need my liquefaction. No laws then. Yeah, who wouldn't like Lord Craven? He had the right idea. I was disgusted by not being able to side with Lord Craven when all was said and done. Yeah, the increasing squalor is going to be a problem, because it's actually going to increase disease, which I do not have any hospitals researched for dealing with. I should double check that. A prison. They're trying to build a prison for you and me to live in. Yeah, I thought that oil would last for ages. It's certainly going down, and here comes the squalor. Squalor is extremely increased by material scarcity. That will pass when the storm passes, but for now, it's a problem. I can't actually handle that much scarcity. Squalor into disease, into bad times. I'd rather my people just enjoyed a lack of goods. We'll get through this, though. Better believe we'll get through this, and once the storm passes, we have 10 weeks of good times, followed by many weeks of not good times. Is the prison a hub building? The prison is built in a housing area. Isn't that cool? Build our very own Black Rock prison. Holy heck, I didn't realize the generator got so massive with the upgrades I did for it. She's big. You got big feet for a lady. Come on, we've all had our fun, Storm, but it's time for you to go. I can't tell if my trust is going up or down. I saw it flashing there. I assume my excellent handling of the city is causing it to go well. Yeah, that big generator's got a big load of work to do. I think the little hubs that I put down are putting in massive work as well. Yeah, these guys giving 40 heat bonus. Wait, that's the housing district. There you are. These guys giving 40 heat bonus to the places around them. I think is doing me more good than I'm giving them credit for. Alright, please, game. The time has come. Get me out of here. I'm out of goods now. That's going to cause crime to grow because they don't have access to goods. These British people can't handle 1 week without going down to Woolworths and getting their pick and mix. They got to start rioting immediately. Alright. Whiteout, be gone. Be gone. There we go. There we chuffing go. It was never a question of whether or not the city will survive. When I'm in charge, the city thrives. Now we've got a lot of problems to undo here. We're going to mass back up our goods. The food... I tore this... well, I took down food production for good reason, and now I'm happy to bring it back up. The goods production needs to come back. And oops, I'm already out of workers. So let's think hard about what we can do. What we can do is enormously tone down our oil supply, I think. Yeah, there we go. That helps with the squalor as well. That's pretty good. We must get our scouts out there. No question about it. On top of that, I really need to get my slots going. That's with the vanguard bays that are on their way. I actually do need population quite a bit. Thankfully, it's rising steadily. So I'll be interested in laws and other movements to press that forward. Is there anything else that needs altered? Any altered beasts to be had? Could actually tone down production over here, although, man, it is warm, isn't it? So warm I don't need to tone it down. Actually, this will correct itself in due time, once I chug out all of the frozen foresty goods. It's a shame, I destroyed a lot of those trees by harvesting it during the whiteout storm, but I had to do it, otherwise we would have fallen to squalor. People, though, huh? Need population. Need you guys working better. Get those goods, we need goods. That could end up being a bit of a problem. It's certainly going to impact on my income on heat stamps, but maybe that's survivable. The crime is also unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Need more people here. We'll have more people soon. That also means I need more space for people. So I'd say let's preempt that, but I don't have the workforce. Alright, the people can come and build their own homes. You are completely turned off, which is fine. With all these things turned down, I can yet further decrease my oil production, and that frees up a lot of workers. I like to produce oil when it's at least free to do so, though. Yeah, hell, we're stockpiling it. No need to over-stockpile. There we go. Let's deal with the crime. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's very good. Those numbers just line up. Ideally. Alright, now what do we have out there? Since I don't need to grab this oil, I can actually pull back quite a lot of people. Well, I say don't need. I think I'll try and drain the one that's closer to home. Maybe drain the food? No, I got deep drilling as a possibility. The most important thing right now is that we scout as much of the Frostlands as possible. So I'm going to pull a lot of this. We can always grab these later on. Not the materials, though. I want the materials. Even sod the oil. Don't sod that oil. Only 20 people free just doesn't seem right, does it? This thing is still covered by the storm, so it can't be done, but these hills could be done. I need to think a bit about what I want out of the storms right now. The industrial isn't set to goods. Really? I could have sworn I just set it to goods. I certainly am not needing prefabs right now. Thanks to our factories, we have that covered. It is set to goods. What are you talking about? Maybe you said that when it wasn't set to goods. Terrifying thought. Okay, the storm is going south, so we need to go north, but what do I need? Not an easy question, that. Boy, I love the idea of 400 material output from the Imperial Smelter. That is such a problem solver right there. We know there's something going on in this glacier. I believe there's very good food access. Do you like food? Good food access. Alright, let's check it out. Launch an expedition, go. And when I get my Vanguard base, I'll be able to do even more expeditions, but we're working on that currently. Yeah, if I need population, we can drag them from the Frostlands. That's another option, but we're about to get a population influx, so I want to see where we are once they arrive. You need cores for the outputs. Oh god, you're right. Where did all of our cores go? There are cores down south, and I will be plucking those. There's a bunch of cores to be had. Yeah, we're going to need those cores soon enough. Excellent. Vanguard Bay get. That's not something we need laws on. Now I better do the coal liquefactor that I promised. Carrion one. This wasn't for you, Bohemians. This is for the foragers. Okay. A little bit of me thinks, since I have time, why don't I go for a law instead? What kind of law would we be talking about? Skyways sounds so good. Labor organization I never got around to. But labor oversight for production efficiency sounds delectable. Parenthood. That's right, if I want a lot of people coming in. Marginal decretion of population is fine. As long as percentage of active workers goes up. And I think this is actually good, because later on I will want to nix population growth rather than just have them flooding on in. So I am... It's only a 6-week thing to research. Could I squeeze that in? I think I could squeeze that one in before we get our liquefaction going. Cancel that potentially brilliant idea. Parents will give away their children to city-run facilities to ensure their well-being, leaving them free to concentrate on the needs of the city. I can't believe this doesn't cause discord. But yeah, those Czechs are getting a little too ahead of themselves, but favourable relations with them is surely going to help me out, right? Get that, and then that gives me a law to work on, because otherwise we're wasting our time with no laws. And we should still have the time to get this. 18 weeks. 6 weeks on that. How long for this? 30. Whoa, okay. Glad I double-checked that. No, no, no. I'm not breaking my promises around here. Get coal liquefacting. At least I only need to research it. I don't need to build it, but it does cost cores. Yeah, the whole world is Bohemia. God, no. Never been, although I suppose I'm quite close, aren't I? Here in Hungary now. Some people are still shocked and appalled that I'm living in Hungary, but life here is good. Yeah, Captain keeps his word, provided it profits him. It's profiting us good. Very happy to come out of that storm. Nobody's dead and all the factions love me, and I am an accepted captain. A steward, perhaps, but I don't like hearing the S word. It's too much of a name. And once we get those populations in, I have excellent locations to improve the housing districts. There's a wonderful place right here. I can just string this right along. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm almost at the point where I could start building planned housing with massive hub tessellation. Almost. I would like to do that, but it's going to cost a lot of everything. So for now, I'll still continue to do weird, snaky things around here, which is fine. Very happy that it's so warm over here that I don't need to scale back production. When it gets a little colder, I will scale back production and focus elsewhere. I'm also very glad that even without maxing out our goods production, we are meeting demand. Squalor is diminishing and disease is growing. I really need to get those hospitals. I've been neglecting them for a long, long time. How's the captaining going? Ducaire, it's going well. It's been quite a struggle from the get-go, and I'm happy with that. So imagine if I just fired this game up and effortlessly blew through everything. I've had to stop and think and balance and make promises to people that I don't want to.
Outsiders, be reminded, to maintain your residency rights, you must remain productive at all times.
Yeah, I mean, the city is evolving with or without my generous guidance. I want those bays, though. I really want to build those bays. We got them, I just don't have the workers for them. As much as it pains me, I think I'm going to turn this down because, yeah, we're stockpiling like mad anyway. So let's turn you right the way down. I think these bays cost 600 people a pop, so they're not cheap in terms of population. Yeah, 600 workforce. Absolutely worth it, though. We need the workers out there exploring for us. And once we've explored everything, I'll be able to pull apart the survivalist headquarter, because it won't be necessary anymore, and I'll put in something like a gathering bay, or just something to bring in resources faster. Just notice the name, doesn't look grim at all. Maybe you should look at real life Grimsby. I'm kidding, you shouldn't, nobody should. There's a reason I often say grimmer than Grimsby. Long time ago, I went up and down the east coast of England with my father and cousin. I forget why. My dad wanted something. I think it was parts for a motorbike. I don't know why it necessitated a long trip. I think that was like a fake reason given just to get me and the other guy out of the house for a summer. Anyway, horribly unpleasant. Don't recommend it. Where the hell did we sleep? We just slept in the car. Grim. Oh well, the less I remember, the happier I'll be. Which faction was it that fought bears in the demo? That was the Ice Bloods. No sign of them here. Of course, we did roll random factions. Hey, the Bohemians don't like me so much anymore. What's going on? I could fund your projects just to keep you happy. I could also grant you an agenda, but I don't want to. Quarantine. You want Apex workers? The Bohemians do? That cannot be right. Well, I guess they're not that radical. But yeah, it's just no pleasing some people. How does a game judge when the population counts towards filling 10,000 counters? We're going to set up actual colonies with buildings and stuff like what we see here. Also, we're going to need that housing district. As long as you're within range of this hub, that's fine. That's there, and there for the hub bonus. That gets you a nice bonus here, and you've already got the bonus there, so expanding out in that direction doesn't do much for you. But it doesn't do nothing for you, so there you go. That'll be 20 of the 15 needed. And you can be expanded. Oh, not really sure I want the squalor of expanding next to these guys. You're already quite squallery. How about something like that? Just embiggen yourself. Alternatively... This is so hard to read. I'm trying to tell if there's any way to expand you to get some heat bonus off of anyone. I think the answer is currently no. The goods district is not in a good location. I put it there out of early necessity. I wouldn't say I regret my choices, but it might not have been my best of choice. I think I'll wrap you around here with a view to potentially expanding out more. There's still areas to expand it yet more. I'll chance my luck, but I know I need places for people. Don't want to kick out too many because the cold impact from homelessness is pretty damn huge. Ah, that doesn't help matters.
Call for colder temperatures. Take action.
Minor and growing disease due to the cold. For the extra population I can put to work. Yeah, I can put these guys to work quite highly until heat becomes even a factor, so that's good. Can I get another few people working over in the pump jacks? Not quite, those are very expensive. However, I have my explorers. And there's a lot to explore, and the storm has largely buggered off. We need steam cores. Take those 3 cores. Don't need population currently. Where were the other cores? I need to connect a trail for these cores, but it's well worth it. There's 10 cores right there. 35 of us. Let's spend 25 going and checking out this. I want to link up these 2 areas so it's easier to get goods moving around as well. So I'm happy to do that. Also, there are cores there. Cores becoming something that I'm very keen on now, actually. So, is there anywhere else boasting some core access? Especially somewhere that needs only 20 people tops. Oh, that is 20. That needs 20. No cores, though. Only 10 for this valley with cores and people. That's a yes. Get in there. The faster we get that explored, the better. I don't know when the next whiteout will be. Don't really want to think about how soon that's going to be. And Winterhome has a lot of cores. Yeah, we should have salvaged Winterhome. Did not like that part of the campaign or the main story. Very happy on the prefabs. Everything is looking quite good, unless you're looking at food. But the food situation... That's not my food. This is my food. How do we get that deep drill? I haven't ever used this thing before. There's the food deep melting drill. It needs a core, it needs workers. Production efficiency goes up enormously, apparently. The currently available stuff works fine for now. I just wonder if it's going to hurt the efficiency compared to just having a hothouse. I don't like the squalor it causes either. I should really look into things that combat squalor. Steward's Rule. A law you proposed has failed to garner enough votes. Yeah, once. Maybe twice. In critical situations, such council gridlock could delay life-saving measures, but the city in grave danger. We foresaw such a possibility when we established the council and drafted amendments granting you as a steward broader powers to push crucial legislation. Perhaps the time has come to vote on strengthening your rule. Strong leadership could save us all. Who is this mysterious man? I don't disagree that I have some law time to pass, but nobody wants this. Whilst I could probably convince some people to back it, I don't think I need these laws. I want to try and get by without them as best I can. Yeah, Captain is the hardest difficulty, Quazo, and I don't want to have such crutches guiding my rule here. I'm confident in my abilities, or so I will say. Right, is there any way I could actually warm you up through expanding this? It cuts this off, which might not be great. But the others can expand to other parts of it. It's so hard to read when it's on this thing, but I reckon you're getting a bit of a heating bonus. Let's just do it. What a mess. I imagine a super late game I would restructure all of this, but I'm just trying to house my people so they don't freeze their Betty Swallets off out there. Don't like the fact that cold is even minor, but we're working on that. Upping the amount of available housing everywhere would be great, but I think that's a special law that I'm very interested in having for what it's worth. Force is the last resort for the unskilled leader, yes, or a very hard tool for a very hard problem. Some of my runs in Frostpunk 1 absolutely needed some advanced beat sticks. Okay, we are looking almost too good on materials. They are surplusing hard. So it's a-okay to vastly reduce goods production. And this will vastly reduce squalor as well. I still want them on. Then again, maybe I don't. Yeah, I'm perfectly okay with that. I could even turn you off, frankly, but you also heat them. 50, 60, I'll keep you on for now. That is okay. The goods are okay. That frees up a lot of population. The oil is also okay. There's a lot of things I want to build, but things like the coal liquefaction, doesn't that cost cores? Oh, I haven't researched it yet, but I think it does. Coal liquefaction it does indeed cost cores that I don't have. I will, in due time. Food is a bit of a concern, but only a bit. We have the ability to go out and get more, but I'm more interested in scavenging as much as I can from the lands. What I could really consider doing is expanding what I have access to here. For example, there's a lot more food here that I could happily grab. Remind me if you could, game. Food districts would cause disease when mixed with industry. I see, I see. That means I'm just going to have a very unhappy and cold food production area here unless I mix it in with some housing. Maybe I should consider a layout for that. Because I could put down a little hub and have a housing and food location. It's going to work to any design that I have in mind. That's the shape that's needed. Trying to think if I can hub any of this in interesting ways. And my instincts tell me that I can. If I put a hub here, it would cover you, and I could cover some people here and here. Maybe I'll try it. But you kind of need them just growing out in this direction, or you end up not being able to cover everything. I guess covering not everything is fine. Keep that available as a hub so I know to hub it up. I can build the hub and then just disable it. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bit of 7 there. Alright, I'll do that. I will forget what I'm trying to do here, of course, but in the off chance that I remember, let's have that at the ready. In week 350, it'll be extra chilly again. Yeah, look at that. I'm not sure if that's a whiteout. It's just showing double down on temperature. If a whiteout were to come that soon, I would be less than impressed. Alright, we got our steam cores. There's no need for the deep drilling on the food just yet. I don't think there's an overall need to bother with that. We've got tons of food lying around. I'm more interested in surveying the Frostlands. That said, I'm very not interested in running out of food. Let's augment the food that we do have. Once the exploration teams are done, we can go back and get some more. Alternatively, my hunger for goods like this is not high enough. Let's instead pull you back, enjoy 15 people, even pull back the oil, and do more exploring, because I do think exploring is absolutely necessary. Get it done while there's no risk of storms going on. Especially if some places have cores for me. Oh, you had goods. At 25, I can do somewhere quite dangerous, like the Broken Mountains. The Broken Mountains are close by and should enable better connections to other locations. This place is being done. This is another Broken Mountain. Ah, but this Broken Mountain has cores. Get over there. Puts a bit more stress and strain on my city, but I'm okay with that. Because I can meet demands. We're just that good. I'll really want a better place for my industry down the line, preferably next to infinite materials like this. Are you ready to set up a colony? Absolutely not. No, I need to funnel everything I can into this city before I funnel another one. Right, damn right they're happy I kept my word. Now I can get that other law that I wanted. Problem is I forgot what it was. I don't think it was Skyways. What was it I was looking at going so good? I think it was Parenthood for percentage of active workers due to communal parenthood. Yes. Yes, I will. Just preparing myself for the day that I want my population to rise slower.
The price of gruel has been reduced this week only.
Get your gruel. Bring out your dead. Industrial districts work well next to logistic districts. An interesting consideration. It's not in need now, but if my population grows, that goods problem is going to become a bigger problem. Now, how about that food district? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't need that bit, so I'll just take this for now. And that was with a view to hubbing this. And I think it would have been for heat hubbing because food needs quite a lot of heat. And then I'll additionally... Hang on, what's this blue outline here? Is there some special effect? No, it's showing me the limit of the hub, isn't it? There you go. Could I just pause construction? Yeah, it's weird that you can pause but not cancel, isn't it? In that case, I may as well build the thing and then just turn it off so it doesn't cost me anything. But I should also consider people that I'm going to want to live here down the line. Living next to hubs is good. I'd want them coming out kind of like this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Might get in the way with all these other foodie things getting in the way, but whatever. Just preparing for the inevitable explosion in numbers. Why is that not working out the way I thought it would? Basically, where's this coming from? I don't know. The hexagons are hard for me to parse. I'm not a hexagon master. I'm a super hexagon master, though. Living next to hubs is good because it gives an area of effect bonus. Currently, I'm relying on heat bonuses, but there are other bonuses available as well. Yes, the Overseers are back to rallying behind me. And as it happens, I do want the heat stamps back again. Give me all the heat stamps, please. This is what happens with those high relations. Let's keep them good. Although they're probably not going to be very, very happy about my communal parenthood thing that I'm doing. Is it worth giving them some heat stamps? Giving them heat stamps so they give me heat stamps seems weird. What if I grant them an agenda? I'm just about to do communal parenthood. I could also promote them. Can I just do this with no downside? It doesn't say that it makes them hate me anymore. I think that slightly lowered how they feel about me, but okay. I'll take the practically free output if you don't mind. Whoa, that actually gives more Frostland teams. That's surely an oversight. Oh god, it is another whiteout. Uh-oh. That's kind of bad. There's a red outline. Why is there a red outline around the material extraction spots? Which material? Oh, you mean this one? This one is a red outline because it's running low on things for me to harvest. We'll get them yet. Right, we got you down. You're costing me an arm and a leg in terms of heat. I didn't really want you for actual production. At least not yet. You're more of a when we need you, we'll call you. So I think I'll just keep you running barely. Alright, what are you finding for me, scouts? I guess they did this, since this is all showing now. Wait, that's weird. Wasn't this available before? It matters little. We've got a bonfire camp. It's nice to have the population available. That means if I really have great use for them, I can take them. But resources are scant. Frozen tableau. Reindeer? Wolves? Frozen in place. One wolf even froze with its jaws around a fallen fawn, its mother seeming to watch in terror. Temperature can drop very quickly here. If we send a team to collect the game, they'll have to get in, butcher the meat, and get out quickly. That's a nice stockpile of food to bring back. Nice enough to do. Consider it for later. Right now I'm more interested in exploring. There's a huge source of fuel nearby. I do like fuel. I'd be disappointed with Frostpunk if it can't defeat Jake on his first hardest playthrough. I think this run's going very, very smoothly though. Safe to explore plains. Only 10 people needed. It is saying that there's a large source of fuel over here, but it's also saying there are cores here. It might be even further beyond, though. The map is large. Alright, send you out there. We have the people. We can survive. And a sea of ice for potentially even more cores? Saying all the cores makes me feel like I'm playing a grand strategy game. What was this an indicator of? Unmarked graves, shrines, wagons. Check out that as well, and then anyone extra, go and... I would like to say harvest some oil, but... the only thing I could harvest with my remaining people is this very small amount of food. Something felt weird, and I know why. It's because the map isn't upside down. Alright. Very good. Very, very good. However, I'm going to call it there. For now, of course, we'll come back to this. But it looks like running this game, especially playing it as laboriously as I am, on endless mode, takes a long time. Certainly takes longer than doing the same in Frostpunk 1. Perhaps as one would expect. But I need a break because, well, I'm frankly tired. I want to close my eyes a bit. I want to get some dinner. All sorts of nice things that humans need to do. I saw comments saying in YouTube, hey, couldn't you just stop sleeping and stream forever? Don't tempt me. Anyway, it's going strong, and I do like what I'm seeing on this mode. I'm liking it a whole lot more than the storyline, that's for sure. The difficulties that we've faced and the tight decisions we've had to make feel very Frostpunk. Even if the gameplay with painting districts feels very different, the resource scarcity feels Frostpunk through and through. Anyway, until I'm back with more of this, which will probably be tomorrow, it is a cheers and cheerio.